said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know me, but better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away?
How's it going? All right. As you know, I always have to play Risk at first. Sometimes I just play it the whole time, which is like a habit that I need to get out of. But all right. We're gonna get this ready.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
All right. Switch over the cameras there. Here we go. Let's get Risk started up. We're gonna watch a video about how the U.S. government promoted fake propaganda against Iraq to start the Gulf War.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace
I'm
Report.
so close to becoming a grandmaster.
Morning has been declared following the death of former President George H.W. Bush, who died Friday at the age of 94. The post office and other federal agencies are closed for the day. A funeral service for Bush is being held today at the Washington National Cathedral. Former Presidents Barack Obama,
Oh, this is the Iraq
Jimmy
War.
Carter, and Bush's son George W. Bush will attend, as will President Trump, who was not invited to speak. Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush explained why President Trump was not speaking.
This is the Iraq War here. This is the Gulf War. There we go.
Former Congressman Tom Lantos, one of the 5 Holocaust survivors featured in The Last Days, was personally involved.
I've never seen The Last Days. You can watch it on Netflix. Maybe I'll watch that. Let's see what The Last Days is. battle. We want one that has alliances on.
I wanted
Join.
to tell the story about my experiences. I have to talk,
I don't want
To
two
medium.
bots.
and I found art.
A medium?
My life today.
I wanted to tell the story about my experiences. I have to talk through a medium, and I found art.
Oh, through a medium. I thought that she said she had to talk to a medium. And I was like, what? She's talking to a fucking witch, bro? That's crazy. Okay.
My life today is something I myself cannot believe. It all seems like
Germany,
a dream, and it all
Netherlands, the United
places
States.
an incredible sense of responsibility on me.
It is my duty to make the world aware of what happened during that time.
Here I am sitting at a table and there are 11, 12 of us rejoicing.
Can I talk
life.
my shit again?
Wonderful.
Can I talk my shit again?
I just want my children to know where.
Okay, so it is about the Holocaust.
Planning to go there for the first time since I left in 1944.
1944, March 19th. Germans entered our town.
Nowhere else
Alright.
was the
Anyways. Let's watch this.
Another series of atrocity lies, which led the U.S. down the road to endless wars in the Middle East on behalf of Israel. Tom Lantos' Congressional Human Rights Caucus held a hearing after the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. At the time, the American people were hesitant about getting involved with another Vietnam. Lantos' Human Rights Caucus presented witnesses who spoke about alleged atrocities committed in Kuwait by Iraqi soldiers. It was revealed months after this hearing successfully pushed the U.S. into the first Gulf War that this hearing was a scripted hoax created with the help of the public relations firm.
You see
who
what they
shared an
do?
Office building with Lantos' organization.
Trying to get the
Operation
U.S. into
Desert
war all the
Shield,
time.
Economic sanctions and other aspects of the world's reaction to Saddam Hussein's horrendous breach of international boundaries have been examined from almost every possible perspective. But very little has been reported about what is actually happening inside Kuwait. I'd like to call now upon my co-chairman, Congressman Tom Lantos of California.
What we have seen since the 2nd of August boggles the mind. Vast numbers of men, women, and children, yes, children, were killed, executed by the Iraqi regime. Premature infants in incubators
We're going
were
for
sentenced to die by having the incubators removed and the children allowed to perish.
but this didn't happen.
The nightmarish pictures on the cover of Newsweek of piles of bodies of Kurdish women and children killed by Saddam
show me where the
Hussein's
tape's
poison
at?
What?
gas attack
Will you show me where
on the Iraqi
extra
village of
tapes at?
Halabja, populated
Thank you.
Yep.
by Kurdish citizens is one of the most horrendous pictures to be presented to this world since the pictures of the Holocaust 45 years ago. He is now determined, with his capability of chemical, biological, and soon nuclear weaponry, to bring untold horror to this region. It is our purpose to highlight during the course of this morning, with the assistance of qualified witnesses, Saddam Hussein's human rights record in Kuwait.
This hearing will set the stage for how we announce to the world what is going on in Kuwait and the devastation which I believe is occurring to this country. In recent weeks, some people have questioned why we as the American people got involved in Kuwait. Some have suggested it's merely for our own economic interest to protect our strategic oil supplies.
It is.
What we do here today may set the stage, as I indicated earlier, for the next 10 years.
We will proceed with our first witness.
What was the
Congressman Tom Lantos, one of the 5 Holocaust survivors featured in the last days, was personally involved with creating and perpetuating another series of atrocity lies, which led the U.S. down the road to endless wars in the Middle East on behalf of Israel. Tom Lantos's Congressional Human Rights Caucus held a
Congressional Human Rights Caucus. Tom Lantos, Congressional Human Rights. Tom Lantos, Congressional Human Rights Caucus.
According to Wikipedia, Cases, the Congressional Human Rights Caucus was founded in 1983 by Tom Lantos, a California Democrat, and John Porter, an Illinois Republican. Lantos was Hungarian by birth and had the distinction of being the only Holocaust survivor ever to serve in the Congress.
Huh. We'll read about that later. I just wanted to get that set up for when we're doing our research.
Kuwait by Iraq. At the time, the American people were hesitant about getting involved with another Vietnam. Lantos's Human Rights Caucus presented witnesses who spoke about alleged atrocities committed in Kuwait by Iraqi soldiers. It was revealed months after this hearing successfully pushed the U.S. into the first Gulf War that this hearing was a scripted hoax created with the help of the public relations firm who shared an office building with Lantos's organization.
Operation Desert Shield, economic sanctions, and other aspects of the world's reaction to
This was a
Saddam
good
Hussein's
set that I
horrendous
had
breach
here.
of international boundaries have been
I
examined
could have went
from
into
almost
so many
every
different
possible
places too.
perspective. But very little has been reported
What is his
about
plan?
what is actually happening inside
Okay.
Kuwait. I'd like to call now upon my co-chairman, Congressman Tom Lantos of California.
What we have seen since the 2nd of August boggles the mind. Vast numbers of men, women, and children, yes, children, were killed, executed by the Iraqi regime. Premature infants in incubators were sentenced to die by having the incubators removed and the children allowed to perish. The nightmarish pictures on the cover of Newsweek of piles of bodies of Kurdish women and children killed by Saddam Hussein's poison gas attack on the Iraqi village of Halabja, populated by Kurdish citizens, is one of the most horrendous pictures to be presented to this world since the pictures of the Holocaust 45 years ago.
It's so crazy how hard it is to find some of this information, like compared to other information that you can find on wars. It's fucked.
He is now determined, with his capability of chemical, biological, and soon nuclear weaponry, to bring untold horror to this region. It is our purpose to highlight during the course of this morning, with the assistance
Is he gonna slam him? No.
Witnesses, Saddam Hussein's human rights record in Kuwait.
This hearing will set the stage for how we announce to the world
Well, thank you.
what is going on in Kuwait and the devastation.
Bro,
which I
someone
believe
could
is
get a
occurring
red
to this
kill.
country. In recent
They
weeks,
have.
some people have questioned.
Let's see what
why
I have.
we as the American
Oh,
people
yeah,
got involved
I
in
could get a
Kuwait.
red
Some have
kill.
suggested it's merely for our own economic interest to protect.
Should
our
I try to get a
strategic
red
oil
kill?
Supplies. What we do here today may set the stage, as I indicated earlier, for the next
I don't know.
10 years.
We'll
we
see.
Proceed with our first witness, the ambassador of Kuwait, His Excellency Sheikh Saud Nasir Al Sabah.
As you have so eloquently put it, Congressman Lantos, and described the basic violations of human rights with regard to the hospitals in Kuwait, the schools in Kuwait, and the looting of private homes that's taking place, and the mass destruction of the infrastructure which we so proudly built in the country over the last 30 years. Today you're going to hear not hearsay evidence. You're going to hear eyewitnesses who have lived through these atrocities by the Iraqi people.
Questions for the ambassador?
I have a couple of questions. We have been advised that there has been rape on an indiscriminate and massive scale. There has been the most brutal torture of both men, women, and children.
Bro, if he breaks,
with,
I'm gonna
blood
fucking come at him
bleedings
with
on the most
vengeance.
sensitive parts of the human body. The extraction of fingernails and toenails.
He will only have
electric
this
shock.
part left if he
Are
breaks.
these the kinds of reports you are getting?
Yes, sir, they are the kind of reports
Yep.
that I'm getting, all the above.
I can only ask how these animals can commit such barbaric and inhuman acts and then deny that these acts ever took place. When President Bush likened Saddam Hussein to Adolf Hitler, it rang true to me. Although Saddam Hussein may not yet have carried out an organized genocide against the people of Kuwait, he certainly is committing acts against humanity of unimaginable brutality.
All this is clearly reminiscent of actions taken by Hitler in the 1930s and 40s.
Our final witness is also using an assumed name, and again we ask our friends in the media to respect the need for her to protect her family. And we finally call on Naira to testify.
It's the second week after an invasion.
I'll give him one more chance.
Volunteered at the Al Adan Hospital with 12 other women who wanted to help as well. I was the youngest volunteer. The other women were from 20 to 30 years old. While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators. Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying. I saw and talked to a friend of mine after his torture and released by the Iraqis. He is 22, but he looked as though he could have been an old man. The Iraqis dunked his head into a swimming pool until he almost drowned. They pulled out his fingernails and applied electric shock to sensitive private parts of his body. He was lucky to survive. I'm glad I'm 15, old enough to remember Kuwait before Saddam Hussein destroyed it.
Wasn't she one of the I think she was one of the like royal family members of Kuwait too. And, like, couldn't you have gotten someone else who wouldn't be so obvious? I don't know. It's so weird how they're so dumb with promoting their propaganda.
I'm young enough to rebuild it. Thank you.
You have performed a service of incalculable value. And one can only hope and pray that every American, and indeed every citizen of every civilized country, will hear your story. There are rare moments in history when we are confronted with human depravity of incredible proportions. We had the killing fields in Cambodia.
That's it, you're fucking dead.
We had the Holocaust with millions innocent killed. And now we have the rape of the people.
Let's
of
see if I
Kuwait.
get a 10. Yeah, I do.
You,
He's dead.
Have shaken up all of us, even those who have seen horror firsthand, like myself. It was 51 years ago that Adolf Hitler unleashed unspeakable horrors on mankind. And the initial reaction of vast numbers was one of disbelief or lack of interest. Saddam Hussein has now unleashed on the people of Kuwait unspeakable horrors. He is ready to unleash unspeakable horrors to other nations in the area. And it is the responsibility of all of us to awaken an indifferent and disinterested world community to what this new Hitler
shit,
means.
do I have...
Tonight, it was the most shocking atrocity story about Iraq's invasion of Kuwait.
They took the babies out of the incubators. Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor.
But was it true?
2 weeks after the liberation, it became apparent that the story was a complete hoax.
Lyndon McIntyre exposes the big lie of the Gulf crisis and the massive public relations campaign that whipped up war fever in the United States.
Citizens for a Free Kuwait wanted to get public opinion behind a full-scale commitment to liberate their country. So they paid $10.7 million to America's biggest public relations company, Hill and Knowlton, Inc. But early on, their daily polling showed most ordinary Americans didn't care about Kuwait. At the time Congressman Porter and Lantos chaired the hearing on Kuwait, they also headed a private group, the Congressional Human Rights Foundation. MacArthur discovered a disturbing link between the Human Rights Foundation and the PR firm that was selling the war.
The Congressional Human Rights Foundation literally operates out of
Beautiful.
Helen Knowlton's offices on the second floor of an office complex called Washington Harbor in Georgetown. Hill and Knowlton provides a $3,000 in-kind charitable contribution to the Congressional Human Rights Foundation in the form of a rent reduction for the office space.
The link between Hill and Knowlton and the Human Rights Foundation doesn't end there. Frank Mankiewicz, vice chairman of Hill and Knowlton, became a director of the Human Rights Foundation. And there are other interconnections.
Citizens for a Free Kuwait donated $50,000 to the Congressional Human Rights Foundation after Iraq invaded Kuwait.
Daylight brings only the digging of yet more graves as bodies...
Soon there were reports of mass burials of premature babies in Kuwait, dumped from incubators which were then trucked to Baghdad.
The Iraqis tore the respirators from their incubators.
We had to bury many of people.
And the story didn't just have...
he's greedy as fuck.
The United Nations convened a rare public forum.
The hardest thing was...
Damn, how did he get that many troops? That's crazy. He might take me out right here, but he might be able to take me out right here. Yeah, he is. Shit, he's gonna take me out. I shouldn't have done that. That was dumb. Ah. I should have told him to attack green first, and then I would. I wish that you could talk to him more.
Burying
Because then we could have an agreement that he attacks green first and then
I
I'll
myself
attack him second.
buried 40 newborn babies that had been taken from their incubators by the soldiers.
Will those
In a vote 2 days later, the UN approved the use of force against Iraq. Within days of the UN session, a report on Kuwait by Amnesty International quoted Naira's testimony to the U.S. congressman, and they put a number on the infant deaths, 312. Meanwhile, the U.S. Congress was preparing to authorize
Iraq.
military force.
suggest that now is the time to check the aggression of this ruthless dictator whose troops have bayoneted pregnant women and have ripped babies from their incubators in Kuwait?
The House easily approved a war resolution. Then it was up to the Senate.
To authorize the use of United States Armed Forces pursuant to United
In the debate, the incubator story came up 7 times.
Mr. Dole, aye. Mr. Domenici, aye.
In the end,
All right, I'm red.
the war resolution only passed by 5 votes. These
I don't know
are
if
some
I
of the
like this,
controversial incubators. When the
but we'll
Iraqi
see.
occupiers heard the story that they'd stolen them and killed babies in the process, they invited journalists into Kuwait hospitals to see for themselves.
there.
But the story persisted
This might be
until
all right
independent
being in,
investigators arrived on the scene.
We were able to go around the hospitals to count the incubators and find that, possibly with 1 or 2 that had been misplaced, that none were missing. So none of the incubators were moved in the first place. Moreover, it seemed quite clear that there weren't any deaths which had been deliberately the cause of the Iraqis having gone in and stolen equipment.
Then the picture started changing. The doctor who gave Amnesty the information that 312 babies died revised the number down to 72. It finally settled at 30, of which 19 died before the Iraqis arrived.
The story evaporated.
The video news release, the high-tech PR blurb. Hill and Knowlton generated an
Let's see who
audio-video
wants to be
feast
homies
of
with
images
me.
for the media. And one of the most compelling was Naira.
I could not help but think of my nephew, who, if born premature, might have died that day as well.
She seemed to be alone before the Congressional Human Rights Caucus identified only as a Kuwaiti escapee. But we've discovered she wasn't alone at all. And she wasn't just a simple Kuwaiti escapee. In fact, just a few seats away was her father, Kuwait's ambassador to the United States and Canada. Naira quickly slipped out of the caucus hearing, back into the protective folds of her family,
Australia
the extended
first.
royal family of Kuwait, headed by the Emir Jabir al-Sabah. How many people knew that she was the ambassador's daughter?
I didn't. I don't know who knew. I did not know she was the ambassador's daughter.
When did you find out she was the ambassador's daughter?
This is the first allegation I've had that she was the ambassador's daughter.
Does it affect her credibility in your mind?
I think it certainly should have been known at the time of the hearing. It would have had bearing on what she might have said yes. I think people, members of Congress certainly, and members of the public were entitled to know the source of her testimony, therefore who she was.
If it became known that it was somebody who was closely associated with obviously putting across a Kuwaiti government position at a particular time when public opinion was very sensitively balanced in the United States, at least, about whether or not one should be going to war. It was a
Shit, is this person trying
issue.
to come into?
Then it could well have tipped the balance one way, that this was an entire show that was being arranged.
The Canadian Broadcasting Company
Why?
did a decent job in their expose on the incubator atrocity hoax.
Oh, I
However,
see.
they didn't dare point out that while the non-Jewish Congressman John Porter was deliberately kept in the dark regarding Naira's identity, the Jew Tom Lantos knew all
The
along
Jew.
that the Kuwaiti girl who spoke perfect English was in fact the ambassador's daughter. After the war, the New York Times ran articles condemning Lantos for conspiring with a public relations firm to knowingly produce false testimony, which pushed the U.S. towards war. Leave it to an expert, a Holocaust promoter, to fabricate wartime atrocity lies on behalf of Israel.
For real.
The Congressional Human Rights Caucus, if it has done nothing in the last 8 years,
They attacked my
but
two?
this one hearing to the
No.
attention of the American people, it has served its purpose. I want to thank all of you. This hearing is concluded.
That concludes this hearing of the Congressional Human Rights Caucus.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Why does it have her on the thing then if this is about that Iraq war? Maybe it'll get into it.
With Juan Gonzalez.
Well, a national day of mourning has been declared following the death of former President George H.W. Bush, who died Friday at the age of 94.
Oh, no,
The post office and other federal agencies are closed for the day. A funeral service for Bush is being held today at the Washington National Cathedral. Former Presidents Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, and Bush's son, George W. Bush, will attend, as will President Trump, who was not invited to speak. Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush explained why President Trump was not speaking by saying, quote, "It's because we have a unique circumstance here. My brother was president, first dibs," as we used to say. A second funeral will be held on Thursday in Houston, where George H.W. Bush will be buried. Well, we continue now to look back at the legacy of the 41st president. Bush only served one term in the Oval Office, but the blowback from his 1991 invasion of Iraq is still being felt today. Although the Gulf War technically ended in February 1991, the U.S. war on Iraq would continue for decades, first in the form of devastating sanctions, and then in the 2003 invasion launched by George H.W. Bush's son, George W. Bush. Thousands of U.S. troops and contractors remain in Iraq today.
We look back now at a largely forgotten aspect of Bush's war in Iraq, the vast domestic propaganda campaign that occurred in the United States before the invasion began. The story centers on a young Kuwaiti woman named Naira. On October 10th, 1990, the 15-year-old girl gave riveting testimony before Congress about the horrors inside Kuwait after Iraq invaded.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Naira, and I just came out of Kuwait. My sister with my 5-year-old nephew.
Wait.
Iraq, the vast domestic propaganda campaign that occurred in the United States before the invasion began. The story centers on a young Kuwaiti woman named Naira. On October 10th, 1990, the 15-year-old girl gave riveting testimony before Congress about the horrors inside Kuwait after Iraq invaded.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Wait, so that bot is just one of them that just stacks troops? Ah. That might actually be good for me in the Australia position in the Australia position.
And I just came out of Kuwait. My sister, with my 5-year-old nephew, traveled across the desert to safety. There was no milk available for the baby in Kuwait. They barely escaped when their car was stuck in the desert sand, and help came from Saudi Arabia. I stayed behind and wanted to do something for my country. The second week after an invasion, I volunteered at the Al-Adan hospital with 12 other women who wanted to help as well. I was the youngest volunteer. The other women were from 20 to 30 years old. While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital again. They took the babies out of the incubators, and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying. I could not help but think of my nephew.
Nayira's testimony was rebroadcast across the country and marked a turning point in public opinion on going to war. President George H.W. Bush repeatedly cited her claims.
They had kids in incubators, and they were thrown out of the incubators so that Kuwait could be systematically dismantled.
3 months after Nayira testified, President George H.W. Bush launched the invasion of Iraq. But it turned out Nayira's claims weren't true. No human rights group or news outlet could confirm what she said. It also turned out Nayira was not just any Kuwaiti teenager. She was the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States, Saad Nasir al-Sabah. She had been coached by the public relations firm Hill & Knowlton, which was working for the Kuwaiti government. We're joined now by the journalist who first revealed Nayira's identity, Rick MacArthur, the president and publisher of Harper's Magazine, the author of the book Second Front, Censorship and Propaganda in the 1991 Gulf War. I mean, so, you know, as we said, this is as a turning point. You have this teenager, this girl saying she witnessed this, that Iraqi soldiers came into Kuwait and ripped babies out of Kuwaiti incubators. But she was only referred to as Nayira at the time of the testimony. It wasn't Nayira al-Sabah, so you would know that she's the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador who also testified in that hearing.
Correct. That's all part of the propaganda plan, is to maintain her anonymity, to protect her and her family against reprisals in Kuwait. That was the cover story. But of course, nobody bothered to try to find out who she really was. They just bought the story hook, line, and sinker, even though at the time there were a couple of human rights investigators who were becoming suspicious. I got onto the trail after the war, unfortunately, and was able to run down what really had happened, which was that Hill & Knowlton selected her as a persuasive witness to this atrocity, and it was all part of a campaign to turn Saddam Hussein, at least in the public consciousness, into Adolf Hitler. And the feeling was that they couldn't sell the Gulf War without this. In other words, they had to cheat to win. And that's what interests me about the eulogies for George Bush. He's being presented now as this paragon of kind of WASP respectability and integrity, old school, when in fact
darn.
He was had a violent side to him, a very angry and violent and ruthless side to him. And when you see him doing the propaganda, using the Hill & Knowlton disinformation, you see a side of a politician that's kind of ugly. And we're still, as Juan said, we're still living with the consequences of our having placed troops in Saudi Arabia, because that's what sets off bin Laden finally.
And Rick, in terms of most people, it's been over a quarter century now. Most people don't recall the climate then, but there was significant public opposition to the United States going into Iraq to beat back the invasion of Kuwait, and the vote to approve the military action was very close, wasn't it? So this was crucial, this testimony.
Precisely. You got to remember, in 1990, 91,
if Gray doesn't get it,
15 years after
I will get the.
This,
I can get the
feeling in the country that's represented in Congress by senators like John
If Gray
Kerry,
doesn't get it, I
that
can
we were
get
conned
the
into Vietnam. It
purple
was an undeclared war.
or the pink kill. Oh yes. Boom. Boom. Next phase. This is kind of a weird game. Honestly, the
phony war or a phony pretext. And so it was clear that Bush was going to have to get congressional authorization for liberating Kuwait. And so the vote was going to be very close. It ended up being 52 to 47. It would have been 52 to 48 if Alan Cranston, the senator from California, had come back to Washington to vote. He said he would have voted if it was close. He was undergoing chemotherapy in California. And it's clear that numerous representatives and senators cited the baby incubator atrocity, which was false. It never happened, as a reason for voting for the Gulf War resolution. In other words, these are people who said, well, look, we could figure out other ways to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, economic sanctions, negotiations. There was a feeling that this was about oil. It wasn't about principle, even though Bush posed it as a matter of international law. But these people said, finally, look, if he's really Hitler, if he's really capable of having an army that slaughters, and it got to hundreds of babies by the time Amnesty International gave its official seal of approval to the story.
Now that's.
It was inflated.
That's
it got
very,
even bigger.
very important about Amnesty International and the role that it played. It wasn't just Naira.
It wasn't just Naira. Human Rights Watch fell for it. They were neutral officially, but Amnesty International actually put the number over 300 babies. There weren't that many incubators in Kuwait City hospitals. Now, if you want to go back over the record, you'll see how badly the media, how badly the press failed in all this.
Well, I remember my newspaper, the New York Daily News, had a front page. They killed the babies, you know, and so the media uncritically accepted this story.
The name is cringe democracy now.
And if he's a baby killer, then, well, you know, reasonable people can disagree about how to enforce international law, how to prevent countries from invading other countries. But we have to draw the line at baby killing. And after the war, it's not just me, it's John Martin who did the really good reporting. He went around to all the hospitals for ABC News and did what a reporter should do, unfortunately too late. Interviewed hospital personnel, doctors, did a very thorough job. Nobody could cite one instance of a baby being pulled from an incubator by Iraqi
Is
soldiers.
this person gonna come and try to do
There
a
were babies
kill on
killed
me?
because of neglect and because of the American bombardment of Kuwait and of Iraq, because a lot of hospital personnel fled. There were casualties. There were infants who died, but there were no babies killed by being pulled from incubators. It never happened.
And this was, I think, as you know, the beginning of a new effort at increased effort at the propaganda campaigns of our government to justify war.
Right, and this is something that hasn't been explored enough. Again, we go back to George Bush's alleged WASP integrity and respectability. Well, he's also the father of George W. Bush, who took the propaganda campaign a couple of steps further with Saddam's fake atomic bomb program. Never happened, never existed in the time that we said it was going on. He may have had ambitions before, but there certainly was no atomic bomb program in 2002, 2003. But we've now gotten so used to debating whether we should go to war or not based on fake news. I'm sorry to quote Donald Trump, but false information, that we don't know how to discuss these.
Sorry to quote Donald Trump.
And the war-making
What?
power has been taken out of the hands of the people, almost been taken out of the hands of the Congress. It's almost quite, somebody said to me earlier, why did Bush bother to ask Congress for permission to invade Iraq in 1991? Well, back then we were still a little bit more of a constitutionally ruled country. And there was this bitter memory of the Gulf of Tonkin resolution and Vietnam, and the fact that we fought an undeclared war on false pretexts.
We're talking to Rick MacArthur, publisher of Harper's Magazine, author of Second Front, Censorship and Propaganda in the Gulf War. The beginning of your book, Second Front, Censorship and Propaganda in the 1991 Gulf War, is the first chapter is called Cutting the Deal. And you start with a quote of Earl Shores saying, "Some men are pleased to give orders, some men are pleased to take orders." It's really the beginning of the embedding process.
Right.
And explain this highly unusual meeting, August morning in 1990, 8 days after Iraqi forces invaded Kuwait. Of the four at the time, and you know the media landscape is so different, the four Washington bureau chiefs of the major U.S. television networks presenting themselves where?
Well, they present themselves at the home of Prince Bandar, who is the Saudi fixer in the United States. He's the sort of major domo of everything that happens Saudi-related in the United States. And he's the guy that the reporters have to ask for favors. That's who you go to for help, because the White House and the Pentagon had decided from the beginning, we're not going to have another Vietnam. In other words, we're not going to have another situation where reporters are permitted to go anywhere they want, take pictures of corpses, take pictures of burning buildings or helicopters crashing. We're not going to, because the belief was, the revisionist belief was that we lost Vietnam because the American public was demoralized by all the bad news coming back.
Fuck,
on
I'm
CBS
card
Evening
blocked.
News and in Newsweek. So we're not going to let this happen again. And the decision was made to pool reporters and to censure them. In other words, you'd send groups of 5 to the front, wherever the Pentagon decided the front happened to be that day. They would get to take pictures and describe things in theory, but their report would have to be shared with everybody else. There'd be no competition, and it would have to be vetted by Pentagon censors. So obviously, the American public saw nothing. The reporters were permitted to see nothing, and it was a kind of comical, finally, to see hundreds of reporters in Dhahran, which is where the press center was, recycling censored reports from the front, which showed nothing. There were 2 or 3 honorable reporters, Chris Hedges.
I can't really
Bob
attack
Simon,
Blue
CBS,
right now.
Who went off the reservation, so to speak, and saw a little bit But these were the exceptions. Susan Sachs from Newsday was another person who tried to do a good job.
Didn't they go to the Saudi ambassador's home, sent there by the Bush administration, even though the Bush administration was sending soldiers into Saudi Arabia? When it came to the press getting permission, they said, you'll have to get permission from Saudi Arabia.
Well, this was a way to lobby the Saudis for favors. It was still going to be the Pentagon that decided who got to go where when. But the feeling was among the networks was if we can get Prince Bandar to cut us some, give us some, do some favors for us, cut us some slack, maybe he can use his influence with the Bush administration to give us better access than the competition. And this brings us back to the present day. I mean, we're in bed with the Saudi Arabians, going back a long way. And the idea of the American media begging for favors from the prince. Well, it's an ugly image, and it also speaks to the hypocrisy of the American media back then and still today about the First Amendment. I mean, there were a group of us that sued the Pentagon. Sidney Schanberg and The Nation and Harper's Magazine, we sued the Pentagon over this. We lost, and over the censorship plan. But for the most part, Katharine Graham, Sulzberger, the heads of the networks, they didn't do anything. That's all in my book also. You can see the...
What is his book?
Start with a quote of Earl Shores saying, some men are pleased to give orders, some men are pleased to take orders. It's really the beginning of the embedding process.
Right.
And explain this highly unusual meeting, August morning in 1990, 8 days after Iraqi forces invaded Kuwait. Of the four at the time, and you know the media landscape is so different, the four Washington bureau chiefs of the major U.S. television networks presenting themselves where?
Well, they present themselves at the home of Prince Bandar, who is the Saudi fixer in the United States. He's the sort of major domo of everything that happens Saudi-related in the United States. And he's the guy that the reporters have to ask for favors. That's who you go to for help, because the White House and the Pentagon had decided from the beginning we're not going to have another Vietnam. In other words, we're not going to have another situation where reporters are permitted to go anywhere they want, take pictures of corpses, take pictures of burning buildings or helicopters crashing. We're not going to, because the belief was, the revisionist belief was that we lost Vietnam because the American public was demoralized by all the bad news coming back on CBS Evening News and in Newsweek. So we're not going to let this happen again. And the decision was made to pool reporters and to censure them. In other words, you'd send groups of 5 to the front, wherever the Pentagon decided the front happened to be that day. They would get to take pictures and describe things in theory, but their report would have to be shared with everybody else. There'd be no competition, and it would have to be vetted by Pentagon censors. So obviously, the American public saw nothing. The reporters were permitted to see nothing, and it was a kind of comical, finally, to see hundreds of reporters in Dhahran, which is where the press center was, recycling censored reports from the front, which showed nothing. There were 2 or 3 honorable reporters, Chris Hedges, Bob Simon of CBS.
Taxation is slavery? For sure, bro. For real. Dictatorship world. What's up, man?
Who went off the reservation, so to speak, and saw a little bit. But these were the exceptions. Susan Sachs from Newsday was another person who tried to do a good job.
Didn't they go to the Saudi ambassador's home, sent their
shit.
Even though the Bush administration was sending soldiers into Saudi Arabia, when
I'm
it
fucked
came
here.
to the press getting permission, they said, you'll have to get permission from Saudi Arabia.
All right.
Well, this was a way to lobby the Saudis
There
for
we go.
favors. It was still going to be the Pentagon that decided who got to go where when. But the feeling was among the networks was if we can get Prince Bandar to cut us some, give us some, do some favors for us, cut us some slack, maybe he can use his influence with the Bush administration to give us better access than the competition. And this brings us back to the present day. I mean, we're in bed with the Saudi Arabians going back a long way. And the idea of the American media begging for favors from a Saudi prince, well, it's an ugly image. And it also speaks to the hypocrisy of the American media back then and still today about the First Amendment. I mean, there were a group of us that sued the Pentagon. Sidney Schanberg and The Nation and Harper's Magazine, we sued the Pentagon over this. We lost, and over the censorship plan. But for the most part, Katharine Graham, Sulzberger, the heads of the networks, they didn't do anything. That's all in my book also. You can see what they said about it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we look at President George H.W. Bush's legacy when it comes to war, particularly the Iraq War. Juan?
Well, Rick, I wanted to ask you, following up on what we were talking about the agreement of many of the major media companies to go along with the censorship protocols of the Pentagon in the war. Ironically, this was the first live televised war, and those of us who remember the pictures of the bombers hitting different parts of Iraq and Kuwait. So you had this irony of, on the one hand there was censorship and control, on the other hand it was a televised.
Is it? I haven't read it. Yeah, no, I haven't read that one.
War, so the American people.
Damn, I
got
fucking
this idea of
lost.
These precision-guided bombs that the United States was unleashing on the Iraqi forces.
Right. Strictly speaking, it's not the first televised war. You could say Vietnam.
Master. At least I lost to a master. That's good.
But live televised war, yes, in the sense that you have these long press conferences, if you can call them that, run by Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the overall commander of the Allied forces, as they were quaintly called, who turns out to be a brilliant PR man. And what he understood was it better to talk over.
Oh. What are you talking about, man? Battle. Thanks, man. What are you up to today? Oh. All right, I guess I'm first. Is there any bots? Yes, there is a bot. Oh, I should have looked. I don't like playing with bots. Democracy Now! I know, it's pretty fucking cringe. Democracy is cringe, bro. What should I do here?
The reporters at the press conference and show pictures in real time if possible.
Nice.
Sometimes
what do you do for work?
Sometimes they were videotapes to show what the Army was allegedly doing before anybody could check it out. So he brilliantly, I mean, it looks very old-fashioned. He's got a television set up on the stage in Dhahran, showing allegedly precision-guided precision missiles hitting their targets every time to make give people the feeling that the American Army is invincible.
Let's turn to the U.S. military commander in charge of Iraq who you're referring to, General Norman Schwarzkopf. During a news conference January 31st, 1991, he explains how the U.S. has been targeting Iraq's Scud missiles.
Last night in western Iraq, we also attacked and destroyed 3 Scud TELs with F-15s, and I feel we preempted a missile attack on Israel last night. Now, I certainly can't.
Construction, nice, same. I own a concrete company.
You can never say that.
What type of construction do you
I
do?
have a high degree of confidence that we're getting better and better at our ability to find them, and I think this tape speaks for itself in our ability to find them and destroy them.
That's Norman Schwarzkopf, General Norman Schwarzkopf.
Yeah, he's the one who led the Gulf War. He's the one who led the attack on Iraq in the Gulf War.
And the day before, actually, they showed pictures of them, of the United States Air Force allegedly blowing up mobile Scud missile
All right,
launchers.
let's send one of these guys.
At that point, people were very upset,
alliance
frightened.
request. Which
that
one
the,
should we send an alliance
Iraqis were going to
request
hit
to?
targets in Israel. They did get a couple of Scuds through the defenses into Israel. So they had to have results.
What?
They had to show that they were taking out the Scud missile launchers. And so they claimed to have knocked out 11 of them. After the war, Scott Ritter and Mark Crispin Miller did some good reporting and refuted this, said that no Scud missile launchers were blown up.
So I'm playing against...
But the mobile Scud missile launchers. But
sucks.
the point is that in real time, the press, the media, could
just
not
start taking out
challenge
red.
anything that was said. Here's the video. Here are the generals with their pointers. How can you argue with
Oh,
this?
no!
There's nobody on
Fuck.
the ground, no reporters in the field who can verify anything or contradict anything. It's not easy, even under the freest circumstances in wartime, to confirm or refute what the government says. But there's zero chance in this war. So the American public gets the impression that it's a clean war, a sanitized war.
We just
we're
take
hitting every
out
target. One of the great
red
statistics
is what it
to
looks
know
like.
is that 93% of the tonnage dropped on Iraq and Kuwait in the Gulf War was conventional
one
dumb
giant
bombs.
stack.
Most of them from Vietnam era B-52s.
That's what we have to
Only
do.
7% of the
one big
tonnage
stack.
fired were laser
And take
guided
out
missiles,
red.
which is what they're talking about here. So
it's possible to say that it was
Yeah.
under George Herbert Walker Bush that the United States government perfected the propaganda control of media coverage of the war.
Yes, and none of these things are new. In other words, if you go back to World War I, you've got Belgian babies were being bayoneted by the Germans. I mean, it's an old propaganda trick. So killing babies has been used before.
Renovations, nice. Where are you from, man?
Actual technical sophistication, using the latest media technology to subvert democracy and to manipulate people and to make them feel good about the war ultimately.
New kitchens, new bathrooms, and new kitchens. Nice.
Schwarzkopf, CENTCOM, Pete Williams at the Pentagon, and the Bush administration. This was the pièce de résistance.
Your final thoughts in the last 30 seconds on the review of President George H.W. Bush's life that we're seeing.
I kind of fucked up my plan right there.
Well, I'm horrified. There was a column in the Wall Street Journal yesterday by William McGurn.
We're gonna go
headline George Bush's Wonderful Life, where he literally compares him to George Bailey in It's a Wonderful Life, which is crazy on its face because George Bailey is a kind of populist. He's opposed to the power of Mr. Potter and his bank and so on and so forth. But George Bush was not a peace-loving guy. I'll never forget George McGovern saying to me, and George McGovern,
we have 15 seconds.
McGovern having been a bomber pilot in World War II, saying, you know, most of us came back from World War II. Most of us who came back from World War II had enough. Bush didn't get enough. Didn't get enough violence.
We're going to have to leave it there. Rick MacArthur, publisher of Harper's Magazine, author of
Ooh,
Second Front.
maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Juan Gonzalez.
Democracy. Let's see here. I want to get one where it's not a weird game. Why the fuck are all these last two games I've played have been so weird? Because there's bots. I hate fucking bots, bro.
Good afternoon, everyone.
The case of
It's
Julian
really
Assange.
an
honor to be
Bro,
here
Julian Assange
to
is
welcome
a hero,
the
honestly.
Belmarsh Tribunal, convened by
Former Congressman Tom Lantos, one of the 5 Holocaust survivors featured in The Last Days, was personally involved with creating and perpetuating another series of atrocities.
Let's see if there's more. Let's see if we can just get a video about Tom Lantos.
Former Congressman Tom Lantos, one of the 5
Paste.
Holocaust survivors
Search.
featured in the
Tom Lantos here in Butte, Montana. What? Intern. California? What part of California are you from? I live up in Montana. Could I kill Red?
I realized that all my family was
Nope. Maybe not. Let's see what this guy does if he blocks me.
There he was, and there I was, and he lost everybody, and I lost everybody. I had one uncle that remained, he had one aunt that remained alive, and so we were very grateful to find
Let's see if I have any cards. No, I do not. Does he have cards? I think I could kill him right now. Oh, nice. I have some friends who used to live over by there.
Eastern Europe Holocaust survivors suffering under the communism, coming to America was coming to the promised land. He never really dreamed that he would be going to Congress. That wasn't part of his, wasn't part of our life plan. But then suddenly the man who represented
Oh, man. Fuck me.
had that terrible
Fuck
tragedy.
me.
And so my husband decided
End attack phase.
that he
Boom.
would give it a try.
Damn. That fucking sucks. I thought that I would have had enough troops.
It wasn't a question of Republican or
I just got some
Democrat.
shit
It was a
dice
question
on those
of
rolls.
Communists or Nazis or the West. So he could never get very anxious and excited about party politics. You know, this was to him, it meant either democracy or communism or Nazism. These were the big options, you know, and he was basically always fighting for democracy. And he felt, you know, that was the core value of his existence.
Human rights are indivisible. And whether the rights of individuals are violated in the Soviet Union or Iran or Cuba or South Africa or Tibet, it is our responsibility as Republicans and Democrats in a free legislative body to stand up and to speak out against these outrages.
Hopefully he doesn't have any
And then, of course,
trade.
we got a big delegation
He
came
does
from
not.
the State Department warning
Sick.
my husband that if he goes through with this invitation, we will be totally disrupting American foreign policy initiatives, and the State Department put a tremendous pressure on him to stop it. But of course, you know, the Congress is an independent body, and basically my husband could tell the entire State Department delegation to go fly a kite. That's what he did. Human
Right
rights
now.
leaders are one of the most valuable members of the human community, and many of them are pursuing
let's see.
their very important
All right.
missions, unseen and unknown and unrewarded by the world. And so our
Do you think
goal
that I could get it?
is
8?
to bring these people to the attention
Next
of
phase.
the world, to give them recognition, and to inspire young people. to
There we go.
follow
Phew.
these steps.
All right.
If we want this world to be a better place, we have to see to it that everybody participates.
Trade
and
now.
everybody has an opportunity to a decent
12,
decent way of life.
8,
Decent
9,
life,
10.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have to promote that goal.
Next phase. Boom. 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 Break. Boom. 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 End attack phase. Boom. Put that there. All right. Phew. All right, and I get another. Oh man, just a horse's trade.
We know you're hovering over that button, but we need your help. We have a better button, we promise. Right on time. Not bright enough? Make up for.
The subject of this video is a YouTuber called PaxTube, whose video repertoire
never heard of
includes analysis
PaxTube.
of how deep the Giga Chad meme is, trying to convince people Attack on Titan is about Marxism, and how apparently the Crusades were pretty cool, according to him. On March
I mean, they
24th,
were pretty
PaxTube
cool.
decided to join
The
the
Crusades were
proud tradition of
based as
creators
fuck,
who
bro.
have discovered that you've all been lied to. Every historian was wrong. They found the truth, and they're going to show you how, all in a 15-minute YouTube video.
In this video, you'll be finding out why the Crusades were not only morally justified, but were actually a historic achievement. Buckle up, because there's a lot to cover.
This video is not just about PaxTube. My
weird.
intent here is to use the misconceptions and outright lies fronted by PaxTube as a jumping off point to teach you some interesting aspects of the Crusades that you may not have heard of, and point you in the direction of literature that might be conducive to further learning. I first heard of PaxTube when I saw my friends making fun of him on Twitter because he was freaking out over allegations that his favorite underage presenting VTuber may have had sex before, and that even more shocking to him, she may have dated a black man. This is a deeply unserious individual. PaxTube is a special kind of online LARPer called a tradcath, or a traditional Catholic. They're not actually traditional Catholics by any meaning of the word, instead adopting some weird reimagined return LARP
Boom.
aesthetic based on cherry-picked aspects of Catholicism
Next
that they
phase.
think are neat. Because these tradcaths are usually terminally online young men who, unlike many of their
End
great
attack
heroes,
phase.
did not
Boom.
choose their celibacy, they tend to gravitate towards
Alright.
power fantasies emerging from distorted and often completely incorrect conceptions of history. Commonly, in fact, these historical power fantasies run counter to pretty much every aspect of traditional Christian virtue. This is especially evident in the fetishization of the Spanish Empire and its conquistadors, who were strongly condemned by the Catholic clergy at the time for their transgressions, which included the kidnapping of native women and forcing them into sexual slavery. This is a fantasy that might be appealing to incels who have never felt the touch of a woman and, probably related to the former, never treated a woman like a human being and an equal. They also
wasn't real.
fetishize another part of it.
Spectrum Business is made to work, just like your small business.
All right. Are we getting trades? No. Attack phase, boom.
As soon as the Gulf War ended, many asked, how many Iraqis died?
A fuckload of them.
Almost 30 years on, we still don't know. Mostly because the coalition's leaders didn't want us to. And no, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's an example of war propaganda and an impossible job. After the Vietnam War, a myth sprang up in the American right-wing community and
The
among other
American right-wing
institutions, the
community.
military, that the war wasn't lost on the battlefield, but at home. These people talked of us stabbed in the back by the civilians and blamed the media for giving the wrong impression of what the war was like and talking too much about casualties. This really is just a bitter conspiracy theory and not at all why the Vietnam War ended, but it's what many believe. As a result, there was a hesitancy among the Americans, who were, for all intents and purposes, in charge of the coalition in the Gulf War, to work out how many Iraqis died. Part of the reason for this, it was argued by John Heidenreich, a former military analyst at the American Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, was, quite simply, fear. Senior officials fear that any estimates they release will provide ammunition to Pentagon critics. A high estimate could bring charges of barbarism. A low estimate might bring accusations of a cover-up. And any estimate could evoke unwanted and unfair parallels between Desert Storm and the body count mentality of Vietnam. Senior officials then would rather not say anything at all. The media was kept under pretty tight wraps in the Gulf War, which meant that the coalition had the opportunity to let the public back
Alright, I got a full trade.
everything they wanted them to know, and almost
Shit!
none of what they didn't. The policy arrived at then was to not report on the Iraqi human losses.
Is it gonna
but they
go
would
in?
report on material ones. To this end, the coalition's commander, General Schwarzkopf, would comfortably tell reporters that from midday on January the 29th, 1991 to 3 a.m. on January the 30th, the coalition had destroyed 178 trucks, 55 artillery pieces, and 52 tanks. He was far less comfortable talking about the people in those vehicles. He had a special enmity for CNN reporter Peter Arnett, because Arnett would report on the civilian casualties. In fact, when reporters did ask Schwarzkopf for just how many Iraqis he thought had died in the war, he skirted around the issue and said, "I would probably say that no, there will never be an exact count." And indeed, nobody did count. Also, nobody really could.
There's
But
Dark
people
Face,
wanted to
boom.
know. One of the first investigations into the number of Iraqi dead was not long after the war in 1991, when the DIA was essentially
Ah, shit,
forced
it does
to
have a
produce
dude. It does have a
information
trade.
to do so. They said that there wasn't enough information to know, but they guessed perhaps 100,000 combat deaths, give or take 50,000. Later, they would announce that they didn't believe their own report was accurate. But the number stuck and got into popular knowledge, even though nobody actually knows whether or not it's true. In 1992, the 100,000 figure was challenged by Lieutenant General Horner, who was in charge of the air campaign, when he said that the Iraqis had between 10 to 30,000 casualties. Yet, in 2 books on the war, which came out in the following few years, very high estimates were given. Ramsey Clark's book, US War Crimes in the Gulf, which isn't very reliable, said perhaps up to 200,000 Iraqis were killed in the 6 weeks of war, while Douglas Kellner's The Persian Gulf TV War, which isn't entirely reliable either, gave an even bigger estimate of 243,000. Oh, and let's not forget Horner's maximum estimate of 30,000. Casualty figures are always murky at the best of times. For World War II, I've seen anything ranging from 40 million to 85 million, and in the immediate aftermath it will always be highly off the mark, because people simply can't get an accurate number. Yet, another attempt came in 1992, when a US Census Bureau employee, Beth Osborne Dapont, decided to do her own estimate. She arrived at about 158,000. This included not only the Gulf War itself, but also the anti-Saddam rebellions which followed, and the deaths caused by the effects of the bombing campaign. These figures were used as a basis by journalists such as Alex Thompson and Robert Fisk in their books, though Thompson gave Desert Storm as killing 53,000 people, whereas Osborne Dapont gave 40,000, and Fisk gives the overall total of 157,000. Osborne Dapont's figures got a lot of publicity.
Sick. They let me have those 3.
To release them and accused her of lying.
Alright.
But how accurate are they? Well, she didn't have any access to classified military files, and so had to use educated guesses. She guessed that the war probably killed as many as 13,000 civilians, while Middle East Watch claimed that no more than 3,000 civilians died during the bombing. After
Alright,
she was
sick.
fired, Osborne Dupont's bosses changed her figure to 5,000 civilian deaths. It was realised in 1992 that the number of Iraqi troops the coalition actually faced might have been wildly overestimated, which messed with the casualty estimates. By November 1990, the coalition believed that they were facing off against upwards of 400,000 Iraqi soldiers, though other estimates placed it at almost 500,000.
Alright, I'll see you later, man.
However, a year later, this number had changed, and it was announced by the House Armed Services Committee that the 700,000 coalition troops were actually only facing off against perhaps 183,000.
Alright, I got another
Most Iraqi units
10
were
trade.
command due to desertion. The committee also
Alright,
whew.
whew.
Casualties down to 9,000 in the air campaign and 120,000 during the ground campaign, though they said that the vast majority of that number deserted rather than were killed, so the total number of casualties isn't that clear still. Heidenreich explains that the number of Iraqi troops guessed to be in the war zone was inflated on purpose, though it was really off the mark to begin with anyway, because it was militarily safer to assume that the enemy had more troops than the coalition believed, just in case they actually did. This should have been corrected post-war, but it wasn't. In the post-war period, the US only buried 577 Iraqi corpses. This doesn't, though, account for all the bodies buried by other nations, the Iraqis themselves, or those which were never found for whatever reason. It's also impossible to even try to work out from the statistics that we do, such as those in T-55 tanks, for example. A T-55, which was used a lot by the Iraqis, has a crew of 4. So, if we are to assume that every single T-55 crewman died in every tank destroyed, which is highly unlikely, then let's pick on the Battle of Khafji in late January and early February 1991. The Gulf War Air Power Survey said that 474 Iraqi tanks were destroyed by the coalition aircraft alone during the period of the battle, which would mean that over 1,896 Iraqis died in this battle alone. But the Gulf War Air Power Survey is wildly off the mark. The coalition themselves, in a rare moment of giving Iraqi losses, announced that only 11 tanks were destroyed in total, not necessarily all by aircraft, and they guessed that the Iraqis lost only 32 dead in total, and not all of them were tank crewmen. So it's really impossible to even begin working out any numbers. But there's another huge factor missing in all this: the Iraqi point of view. At Khafji, the Iraqis claim they actually lost 66 killed in action, as well as 112 armoured vehicles, though they made no distinction between an armoured car, an armoured personnel carrier, or a tank in this record. At any rate, the 3-day battle involving thousands of men saw less than 100 Iraqis killed. But here there is another problem.
I wouldn't be playing like this if I wasn't playing against a bot.
Firstly, there are very few Iraqi records available, and second, there is no way to know if the numbers are accurate. But we can see from the Iraqi perspectives that we do have that the numbers were probably far less than imagined, mostly because of the ineffectiveness of the air campaign. Lots of Iraqi military eyewitness accounts seem to agree that very few people died during the bombing raids. According to one study, largely based off of these accounts,
Victory.
the House Armed Services Committee, Iraqi units suffered perhaps a 2.5% death toll from it. But even this could have been an exaggeration. After all, will you have a clear
Beginner,
memory
yeah.
of how many people were killed after almost 40 days of bombing? Me neither. And were they killed, or
Damn.
did they desert? This number could
Battle.
also be more a reflection of smaller unit losses. Iraqi prisoners couldn't have any idea how many men their division had lost. But if their company lost 1% of its strength to bombs, then this could have been taken by the coalition for the Iraqi army as a whole. This means that while losing an average of 1% of a company might have meant 10 men, it could be increased to 10,000 per corps by mistake. There are other examples too. The coalition announced that they destroyed huge numbers of Iraqi vehicles on many bombing raids.
Let's go home and see if there's anything. I actually did want to watch this. Ooh. Why did I fast forward?
What exactly is the sandbox then?
It's a 3D
Ready.
metaverse. The building blocks are voxels.
Like Randy pouring the outrageously popular Cred sports drink.
I just watched this last night. I think it was last night, or else it was 2 nights ago. I forget which one. But it was pretty good. The ending was a little weird.
Live on the Zone pay-per-view, December 23rd. Buy now at DAZN.com.
Opera GX. Trying to play a game while you're watching your favorite YouTuber on the side, and then boom, you're...
Trey Parker and Matt Stone gave us an early Christmas gift this year with their latest special, South.
I was surprised that they made another one so soon. Yeah, we got a bot, so we'll do this. An attack phase, boom. Boom.
Not suitable for children, a scathing indictment of OnlyFans, the influencer economy, and South Park itself. We're gonna break it down, but first, a quick recap. The newest craze to hit South Park Elementary is the status symbol Cred, a sports drink endorsed by influencer Logan LaDouche.
I do think that it's just a new form of the same fucking thing, though. Like what they were making fun of.
A play on Logan Paul's Prime drink. All the kids proudly flex their cred, except Clyde, whose dad and stepmom forbid him from consuming the sugar-laden beverage, making him the odd kid out.
Let's go.
Meanwhile, the
Make
parents are
alliance
outraged
request.
to discover that the school's art
Make
teacher is
alliance
making an
request.
extra $10K a week selling
Make
nudes on
alliance
OnlyFans.
request.
How can people be so irresponsible as to
Make
push
alliance
adult
request.
content on the internet when they know children will see it? In an attempt to supplement his income, Randy starts making revealing OnlyFans content, much to Sharon's dismay. The only way to make him stop is if Sharon one-ups him with an OnlyFans account of her own, which takes off.
Right,
Tired of feeling socially ostracized, Clyde turns to Nathan to get some fake black market cred. But when the other kids find
Fake
out
black
it's just
market
apple juice in
cred.
a Cred bottle, Clyde, along with Cartman's affinity group of cred drinking elite, are labeled posers.
Cred Affinity Group uses fake cred.
Randy seeks advice from OnlyFans customer service on how
Bro,
to
a
take his wife's
10v5? This guy's a noob for sure. Alright, now if you were smart, you'd... Yes. At least he was smart enough to do that.
exploding popularity. The representative suggests he associate his content with trending topics in order to increase discoverability. So Randy adorns his videos with the hottest thing right now, Cred hydration drink. The views go up, but problem is, they're from children. Clyde hatches a plan to reclaim
that
their
was...
reputation by getting
Damn, he only lost 1 in that role. That was impressive.
their hands
That was
on
some
a
good
limited
dice.
edition Cred at a special event outside of town. But when they arrive, they're met by a frenzied horde of children ready to die to get their hands on it. The riot ends with the boys empty-handed. Sensing that there may be something more to the Cred fad than meets the eye, Clyde proposes
What?
the boys seek out
How are
LaDouche
these people
and
getting
investigate
such good dice? What the fuck?
Randy meets with an influencer agent who suggests he pair up with a sponsor so he can get some cash and benefit from an algorithm bump. Randy is then auctioned off, bidders competing to use him as a mouthpiece for their agenda, whether it be the Chinese government, Big Pharma, Mattel.
That's funny as
or
fuck.
the war effort in Ukraine. The FBI the auction and arrests Randy, claiming that
Or the war effort in Ukraine.
the inclusion of Cred into his videos has caused minor
I'm surprised that they didn't do the war effort in Israel either. But then they probably would have gotten called fucking anti-Semitic and shit. So,
making their own adult content. likely a play on Oliver Anthony's Rich Men North of Richmond lyrics.
Look out for miners, not just
Miners in an island
The boys
somewhere.
find LaDouche, and just as he's about to reveal the shadowy
You
authority
got people in the streets, they ain't got nothing to eat.
behind the plan to influence children, he's assassinated. The incident is quickly covered up, with the gunman assuring everyone that tech company data suggesting that...
Bro, why is everyone attacking such big... This is scary.
ought to be uncritically accepted. In a surprising twist, it's revealed that Clyde's stepmother had orchestrated LaDouche's promotion of Cred to start a dialogue with her stepson. The episode ends with South Park returning to its usual rhythm. The boys reclaim their popularity by showing off their new flavor of Cred, and Clyde, despite his disillusionment with the cynical enterprise, takes a big ol' swig and pretends to like it.
It tastes amazing.
The end. The criticism at the heart of the episode isn't only one leveled at Logan Paul, OnlyFans, and the influencer economy, but also at South Park itself. Prime, OnlyFans content, and the entire data mine.
Yeah, there was one joke that it was like they were definitely making fun of themselves. All right. Finally, after this happens all the time, where someone will accept your alliance after you get a continent. They'll be like, "Oh,
marketing operation.
I actually want to be aligned with that guy."
But it's an open secret that children are the tastemakers, the most passionate consumers, and the cohort that is most likely to stay loyal to your brand if you get
Is he really going to attack me?
out in parts like when Randy says,
"Kids aren't gonna see this."
And the shot lingers for just a bit too long, hinting that South Park is just as willfully oblivious about its appeal to children as the other culprits. As one of the pioneers of popular adult animation, South Park gained prominence in the late 90s by occupying the form of a children's cartoon. With its colorful 2D world, charming minimalistic construction paper characters, child protagonists, and subverting it by filling it with, in the words of Sheila Broflovsky, foul language and toilet humor.
Nothing but foul language and toilet humor.
In the South Park movie, wherein Terrence and Phillips stand in for South Park the show, Mrs. Broflovsky even directly makes this criticism that even though it's made for adults, kids are gonna see it.
And it's not intended for children. But of course children are gonna see it. Can I finish?
I remember being a third grader absolutely mesmerized by the vivid cartoon world of South Park that looked so similar to other cartoons I enjoyed, only to have my fragile little mind warped by the depravity of Trey and Matt's vision.
Sorry, I can't help myself. That movie has warped my fragile little mind.
South Park generated insane hype from children like myself. Advertisers flocked to Comedy Central, and Matt and Trey got rich, giving them a direct gateway to the most impressionable and most vulnerable demographic. In the late 90s, South Park sold an N64 game, a PS1 game, plushies.
They're coming out with a new game actually here in a little bit. I kind of want to play that on stream once it comes out.
Kid-sized t-shirts, plastic figurines. It wasn't exactly subtle that the show was adult content for children. But aside from merchandising, entire episodes were very clearly aimed at kids, not unlike Randy pouring the outrageously
man, this
popular
might be
Craig Sports
ruining
drink all up on his daddy
my,
parts in a desperate grab for relevance. South Park made episodes like Chin Pokemon,
Oh, such a nice big penis, American.
which they piggybacked
Nice
off the
big
Craig craze of
penis,
the time,
American.
Pokemon. The entire premise of the episode is that Pokemon, or Chin Pokemon, is a foreign language to adults,
I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
a phenomenon that uniquely appeals to children. It logically follows that episodes like this would carry with it a similar appeal. The same could be said for World of Warcraft, Guitar Hero, Lord, PewDiePie, or any of the other cultural phenomena South Park comment on that enable an almost 27-year-old show to constantly remain relevant with younger generations. Even this episode features a jab at Logan Paul and Prime, which will undoubtedly draw attention from Paul's community. community of young fans. Just as tech companies are able to get away with this hidden campaign on children by claiming that they're only collecting data on adults, even though everybody knows children use devices owned by their parents, South Park includes a famous disclaimer at the beginning of every episode claiming that the show they're about to see is not suitable for anyone. It's a functional admission that disclaimers prescribing an intended audience for content are pointless. In this episode, they go even
At least he
further
knows
with
how
disclaimer
to
that-
have the stack on the outside. That way that you don't have to break.
Specifically asserts that the
Hopefully
episode
no
is
one
not
takes out his stack because he's not building it up good enough.
As the one that Randy's OnlyFans exhibitionism is of a, quote, extremely erotic nature. This is why at the end of the episode, Clyde takes that long, painful swig of cred. It's the Kool-Aid we all have to drink, the sandwich we all have to eat. Influencers, showrunners like Matt and Trey, tech platforms, all have to play the game. We're all participating in an attention economy where wars are being fought to consolidate the loyalties and consumption habits of the most bankable and most vulnerable demographic, children. We're all entertainers, and we're all guilty of playing the cynical game of piggybacking off popular trends and allowing our voice to promote interests.
Kind of like
outside
card
of
trapped right now.
Oftentimes when people
Maybe I
passively
won't be after
criticize or humiliate themselves, it's
after
because they
purple
think that
moves.
doing so will exonerate them. But something that I admire about modern South Park is that Matt and Trey aren't trying to exempt themselves from the criticisms they dish out. They're not claiming to be more authentic than those other people trying to hustle you. If anything, the point is that the quest for authenticity in the advertising-dominated media space is a futile one, as the entire system lives and dies on its ability to influence people to consume the right product or support the right cause. The algorithms will dictate what content is seen, and what optimizes return on investment for advertisers and special interests will dictate the algorithms. Also, what should we make of the ending in which it's revealed that Clyde's stepmom is the one who paid LaDouche to promote cred and influence Clyde? Is the point that positing hidden Matrix-like controlling authorities is silly, which I made a video about recently? Is it that parents are also complicit in the manipulation of children? Was it just a convenient resolution that nicely bookends the story? To be honest, I thought this was a strange revelation, one that seemingly upsets the critique of the other 90% of the episode. If I had to guess, I think this is a moment where the episode steps outside of its social critique and becomes a personal moment for Trey, as is increasingly common in modern South Park. Just as Clyde's mom uses cred and Logan LaDouche to get the attention of her stepchild, I think this South Park special is Trey invoking Logan Paul and Prime.
He should move those two to up there. Because see, we both have this, and we're
of South Park about figures they cared about, the only way to reach them. It's hard to say. This is kind of a wild guess, and I'm not particularly fond of trying to armchair psychoanalyze artists, but seeing as South Park is basically Trey's vlog in narrative form, I think the speculation is warranted. Overall, I thought this was the best South Park offering of the year. The show is at its best when
I don't know, the Panderverse was pretty good.
it hits that sweet spot of insightful commentary with aggressively stupid jokes. Nothing pairs better with a
I almost have to kill
cynical consumer society
Red
than a healthy serving
after this.
of Dick
Maybe
and Walt's
not.
jokes. When I heard they were making an episode about OnlyFans, I was expecting it would be full of moral claims about how it pressures women into sex work or promotes unhealthy digital relationships for men, but I was happy to see that they took a less obvious route and really widened out to the bigger
Why did he attack
With
so
Not
much?
Suitable
That
for
was
Children,
dumb.
Matt and Trey really nailed the 45-minute format and proved once again that even a decades-old show can still diagnose the cultural moment. Hey, appreciate you guys watching. Be sure to check out my Ko-fi page if you want to support the channel. If it interests you, monthly donations are now possible. Also, hit me up on Twitch, subscribe to the channel for more content. All those links are below, and I'll see you all in 2024. Thanks again, y'all. Peace.
Are they gonna attack?
When
What
you
are they
have these
doing?
woke revolutions, it requires all of us at some point to say no.
Okay, I thought that he was blocking so that I couldn't take him. I don't get why I wouldn't have taken... yellow. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would have done that? That was a dumb move. Ha. He should have taken yellow. Maybe he's waiting. But I'm gonna take yellow next, if...
Like Randy pouring the
Looking back.
Good afternoon. I'm Raleigh.
I don't know.
President of the Foreign Policy Research Institute in Philadelphia, and welcome to our latest installment of FPRI's Mainline series. This afternoon, we'll be looking back at the Gulf War and talking with our senior fellow in our national security program, Samuel Helfont, and the discussion will be moderated by our other senior fellow in the national security program, John Noggle. John Noggle is also head of the Haverford School, and he's a retired lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army, and he was also on the team that produced the U.S. Army and Marine Corps Counterinsurgency Field Manual. As part of this discussion, they'll be looking at the legacy of the Gulf War 30 years later.
There we go.
What are the key takeaways from Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, and how we can learn the right lessons, both military and diplomatic, from our current engagements. This event is part of FPRI's Mainline series,
And attack
which features
phase,
discussions on
boom.
global affairs and national security. We'd also like to thank our members and partners for their generous support, especially our Mainline series sponsors, Eileen Rosenau, Jim Gately, and John Piasecki. And of course, also express our gratitude to our host for the series, John Noggle, and the Haverford.
When was this posted?
We're truly grateful for your
2 years
support.
ago?
We say it often, but it's heartfelt. And we'd also like to remind you that while our events are free to you, they're not free to us. So if you're already a member, please consider, if you're not already a member, please consider becoming one and providing support to our programs. Also check out our website, www.fpri.org. If you appreciate in-depth, serious discussions about the important issues of the day, please support us. Before we get started, if you have questions, we'll be turning to Q&A, so put those questions in the chat box at the bottom of your screen. For technical or Zoom issues, also let us know about those in the chat box. If we can, we'll try to help you with those. We'll also be putting some maps, some links to maps in the chat box. So without further ado, let me just turn it over to John.
Thank you, Raleigh, very much, and let me join Raleigh in welcoming all of you to this discussion. As Raleigh said, I'm John Noggle, your host for the Mainline Briefings, and I am delighted to welcome you to today's retrospective on Operation Desert Storm, 30 years on. So 30 years ago today was the first day of ground operations for Operation Desert Storm, and I know that because I was a Tank Platoon leader in that particular war, and so I can contribute something of a ground-level view. Even
Man, they had a shit.
Examines the hiker. And our guest speaker is no stranger to FPRI. Sam Helfont is an assistant professor of strategy and policy in the Naval War College program at the Naval Postgraduate School in beautiful Monterey, California. He left just before this winter. Good timing, Sam. Sam is also an affiliate scholar in Islamic Studies at Stanford University and still retains a senior fellowship here at the Foreign Policy Research
Wait, what did that say?
in Philadelphia. His research focuses on international history and politics in the Middle East, especially Iraq and the Iraq Wars. Sam is the author of Compulsion in Religion, Saddam Hussein, Islam, and the Roots of Insurgency in Iraq, published by Oxford University Press 2 years ago. Sam holds his doctorate and master's degree in Near Eastern Studies from Princeton University. Prior to moving to Monterey, he completed a 3-year postdoctoral lectureship at the University of Pennsylvania downtown. He has also served as a visiting assistant professor at Haverford College, right next door to where I sit right now. And Sam's talk today is based on an article he recently published in the Texas National Security Review titled
Damn,
The
they're
Gulf War
out.
Afterlife, Dilemmas, Missed
Mm,
Opportunities.
that's not
and
good for me.
Post-War Order undone. I think we'll probably
That
post
is not
the link
good.
in the chat if you haven't had a chance to see it already. But for now, Sam, welcome back to the main line.
Thanks, John. It'd be great to be out actually in the main line, but one day I'll make it back.
One day you'll make it back, but for now, this will have to do. So Sam, let's start at the high level. How do people normally understand the Gulf War? What's the conventional wisdom? And how is your understanding unique, interesting, and different?
I don't know about unique, or interesting, but it's certainly different. So I guess my memory of the Gulf War, I was 10 years old, and I lived in New Jersey. Yeah.
Really?
And my parents brought.
I was full ground. Thanks.
Yeah. So
10?
I was 10, and I watched it on TV, and my parents brought me in. 'Cause I was in New Jersey, so but the New York part of New Jersey, not the Philadelphia part.
How old? I wasn't. How old was I? Gulf War was 1990. 1990. Yeah, no, I wasn't even born
And so,
yet.
we
Yeah.
went to the ticker tape parade. We saw all this, spectacle, and I just remember it being kind of successful, right? And as I got older, you start learning more about American history. And you see, there was Vietnam, and that was a disaster, And the Gulf War was some kind of redemption of that, right? And then as I got even older, right, we had the Iraq War, which in 2003, which I took part in the Navy, and that turned into a big quagmire. And you had this kind of Gulf War in the middle as this shining example of success, right? And it's popular images of it that way, but also in some scholarship, especially people like to compare the Gulf War and the 2003 war.
Yeah, to the Iraq War.
But right, we start thinking about this, right? And I've thought a lot about it, especially myself being a veteran of the 2003 campaign. How did we end up there in 2003? And how did we? What have we been doing for the past 30 years, right? I mean, it's 30 years now for the Gulf War, and we still have people fighting in Iraq, right? And this is not, obviously, right now, it's not a high point, in terms of numbers or sacrifice or anything like that. We still have people there, and for a good quarter century, Iraq was at the center of our foreign policy, right? That's where we sent all of our aircraft carriers. That's where deployments were going, right? In terms of money, everything, it was going towards Iraq, and not for any good reasons, right? I don't mean good reasons. It wasn't a success, right? We weren't sending people back there to solidify our successful policy. We were sending people there because we were struggling, right? And so I'm not the first person to go down this line, but I probably dug more into the archives than anybody else who's tried to answer this question and try to look at the long tail of the Gulf War. And you start looking at the long tail of the Gulf War, and you see that a lot of the problems that we faced in many other, certainly in the 1990s, but even into 2003 and afterwards, were all problems that originated in the Gulf War. And so as we move further away from the Gulf War, and we start to see that it had this long tail of really just quagmire and problems that it produced, it starts to look less and less like a good war. It also starts to look less and less like a clean and precise war that was often told too, because the damage that the Gulf War actually caused in Iraq turned out to cause us a lot of damage in the decades that followed. We had trouble. We had sold the war as one thing, and immediately after the war,
are they gonna break me?
Looking at it, this is not what you told us.
They're gonna break my 10.
We can talk about the ins and out of that later if you want. But that really undermined our diplomacy, and is one of the reasons that we got sucked in to this sort of 30-year quagmire.
No.
Country that most Americans hadn't heard of previously.
Let me push back on that a little bit, Sam.
Yeah.
My view of Desert Storm was shaped up profoundly by
Fuck yes.
by U.S. News of all people, which is a fantastic title, of Triumph Without Victory, which argued that an overwhelming military success, expulsion of Iraq from Kuwait in a 100-hour ground war, was marred by a failure to follow through at the end. And there was a belief that Saddam Hussein was deeply weakened by the war and was going to fall. And that didn't happen in part, right? Some people, me, have suggested that as simple a thing as post in the peace treaty at Safwan, Norman Schwarzkopf, who didn't have guidance on this point from Washington, allowed the Iraqi government to continue to fly helicopters. And they used those helicopters in the wake of Desert Storm to put down uprisings among the Shia and Marsh Arabs in the south that might have led to his ouster. And so, but I'm interested in your thoughts on that. But then my broader disagreement with you, I think, is you suggest that the 30 years, all the errors of the 30 years can be traced back to Desert Storm, and I draw a pretty clear distinction between.
No, I think it can be traced back to Desert Storm for sure.
As Richard Haas does, between the two Iraq wars, right? So Desert Storm, Richard says, I agree, was a war of necessity. The 2003 war, a war of choice. And while it is entirely possible that if we hadn't invaded Iraq in 2003, we would still have a tank battalion task force rotating through Kuwait to provide security to that small country. None of those folks would be getting killed, and we wouldn't have seen $4 trillion, the 6,000 plus American lives, the, I don't know, 1 million Iraqi lives that were lost in the second war. So maybe you can break those down a little bit.
Yeah. So, of course, the book you mentioned, U.S. News. There's also an academic literature that talks about winning the war and losing the peace. This is a big academic literature that's out there. I mean, I guess as someone who treats your strategy and policy, I have a fundamental problem with the idea of winning the war and losing the peace. In most cases, I mean, I guess it's possible to win the war and lose the peace, but it probably ranges from it sort of stems from a false understanding of what war is, right? War isn't just defeating your enemy on the battlefield. War is supposed to establish a more perfect peace, right? As one famous theorist of strategy says, right? It's supposed to set up the peace, right? And making the peace, the war termination issue is it's called, is part of the war, right? It's not a separate topic to be dealt with, later, right? So that's one thing.
So let's stay on that,
yeah.
Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
The dividing two words, because our own Frank Hoffman has weighed in on this particular point.
I see him.
I'm going to ask you to dig in on that a little bit. So Frank asks, says the end game wasn't worked out in advance. Colin Powell, then National, Jim Sherman, right?
Sherman,
Sherman. sought to shut the war down at the end of day 3 and day 4. CENTCOM ended up negotiating armistice without much political guidance. I think that is an accurate statement from Frank. That's not usually the case, but that one I think is accurate. What accounts for the failure of, because I agree with the point you just made, that the war continues after the shooting stops with tank battalions like mine, held in reserve, ready, we weren't in reserve anymore, we were just outside Basra. We could have kept going. The threat of force to compel the enemy to do our will, we were in a ceasefire, but we could have picked it up again. We were in a position of enormous strength to achieve whatever our war goals were. But there appears to have been, Frank's suggestion, a disconnect. The transmission wasn't connected to the section.
Yes, that's true. But it's not just, so the war termination, ideal. So, I mean, we'll get to lessons later, but one of the lessons is, these guys get an A for effort for trying on the Gulf War, right? They really did try. But how difficult it is to do this is hard, right? In a finite amount of time. And particularly parts of the air campaign weren't tied to these broader goals, right? So it's not just the end of the war. It's actually what happens, if we're talking about 30 days from today, which I know, you got Frank Hoffman and you got some ground guys here, and the war began today, 30 years ago, right? But if you ask the Air Force, it didn't begin, today, 30 years ago, right? It had been going since mid-January. And the problem was the Air Force wasn't necessarily, they weren't necessarily aligned with what this war termination strategy was going to be, because it had, from what I understand, it wasn't finished yet. They had a working group. They had a war termination working group that finished its work after war termination had taken place. So they never finished it, which meant it was never aligned with operations and plans. And it didn't really affect the ground war as much, except for that it was truncated at the end, and they didn't really know where to stop. And it was kind of off-the-cuff decision, right, at the White House after 100 hours. But for the air campaign, it comes out much clearer, because they start destroying targets deep inside of Iraq, right? That to cause the U.S. an enormous amount of trouble in the decade following the war, right? Because what you do is you set up, you basically just,
I won't say it on stream. Yeah.
Where are you guys going? Okay. Yeah, leave her here, because you know how she is.
With what?
Snitching, telling people what they got from other people.
You disassemble a country is what they do, right? You take out the power plants, right? You take out all the infrastructure. You make it so that it's very difficult to have any kind of economic life there. And then you have these sanctions in place, right? Which is all good and well, and everyone's on board with the sanctions. Actually, the sanctions at the beginning of this thing were kind of championed by the anti-war peace activists, right? So everyone was on board with this in 1991. The problem is what the war does. Where does the war leave in its wake? When everyone goes home and you have the ticker tape parade. I mean, I start this article for those who haven't read it, but I start the article where there's a ticker tape parade in downtown Manhattan. Well, in midtown Manhattan, the U.S. is at the UN, and it's struggling because even our allies are saying, wait a minute, we're going to keep these sanctions on the Iraqis, but there's cholera, there's typhoid outbreaks, people aren't, they don't have clean water. We just, the water plants, the water filtration isn't working. How long are we going to keep the Iraqi population, which really doesn't have any influence on its government, in this situation? The U.S. says, well, we're just going to keep it until they comply with the ceasefire. And at first, we're able to get people to other states and stakeholders to go along with us. But that fades fast, and over the next decade, it causes us an immense amount of problems. I mean, Russia recalls its ambassador the United States over this issue, these issues in Iraq, which you think about, the whole post-Cold War system, right?
What?
Am I supposed to stay up here?
You can do whatever you want. Just chill.
One of the themes of the article, the outcome of the Gulf War does a tremendous amount of damage to the entire New World Order that Bush says, was one of the reasons Bush says we're fighting the war to begin with. Ideally, the war should be helping us to establish this objective, right? He lays it out in his speech on September 11th. One of the political objectives is a new world order, the fifth objective, right? He doesn't put it in the classified documents, but that's what he tells the world that we're doing there. Ideally, the world should be, the war should be fought in a way that helps us to achieve that objective. I think looking back at it now, the war was fought in a way that didn't necessarily help us to achieve that objective.
Okay, and we're getting a great discussion going on war termination. I want to get us there.
Yeah.
And perhaps I'll put my other question, the second half of my question, decoupling right, the 91 war from the 2003 war until later. Let's back off a little bit and share the warm glow of satisfaction. What did the U.S. do right in Operation Desert Shield and Sea?
So, yeah, there was a ton that was done right in these wars, which is why it has a reputation that it does. I mean, diplomatically, you're not going to get much better than this, right? You're setting up not just alliances, right, but people are paying the bill. I mean, at the end of this war, the U.S. had to actually, issue some refund checks, right? Which you don't get much better than that, right? When it comes to, the economy, the planning was.
What?
You killed my car once again. You don't know how to fucking take the keys out of this shit.
Oh, sorry.
Was done, very well, right? The political leaders handle politics, right? They hand over strategy to the generals, which is usually a smart move, right? The way it's executed, at least on the ground, is very good. Quickly dispatching the Iraqi army, which was a significant. It's easy to forget how big and how powerful the Iraqi army was. Tactically, yes, there was some loss of life, but I mean, the U.S. outperformed everybody's expectation on the ground. Tactically and operationally. So, at a number of levels, this was, there's a lot to admire here, right? Diplomacy, the economics behind it. If you read NSD 54, which was the planning document, this is like a textbook of what it should look like, right? That's President Bush's orders in January 1991 to the military. So there's a lot there, and I don't want to take away from any of that. I think it's more a testament to just how difficult war is, and it's a kind of a cautionary tale about going down one of these roads that the unintended consequences could be significant, which in this case, I argue that they are.
And we're going to turn to those now. I often say that Desert Storm, the United States military took the fourth largest army in the world and turned it into the second largest army in Iraq in a period of 100 hours. As it absolutely melted away, and I think you're correct on the tactical, the operational competence, the diplomatic competence. James Baker, right, gets a new biography of James Baker out.
I just won.
His finest hour of many very fine hours and extraordinary, amazing things. But let's turn then.
I just won.
The United States. We talked some of that.
Yeah. From the military perspective, and I've tried to get to the bottom of this, right? And I haven't been able to do it yet. And maybe the documents will come out at some point. But there was a disconnect. There was a disconnect between what this political and diplomatic leaders are saying, and particularly what the Air Force was doing. And it seems that, Schwarzkopf and Powell to some extent, sort of just let the Air, as long as the Air Force was going to support the Army on the ground, they sort of let the Air Force do whatever they wanted, other than that, right? Because the Air Force came with a plan which really wasn't supportive of the Army, and then, the Army kind of looked at that and said, no, that's not going to work. You're going to have to support the Army. So, well, we really want this other theory of strategic bombing to sort of be practiced here, to be worked, not practiced, but you know, to be part of the plan, right? They didn't think they needed the army to win the war. They thought they could just win it in the air, right? And they were going to try. Now the army convinced them to come on board with, you know, providing air support to the ground operation, right? A more joint effort. But they still carried out this other operation, which really hasn't been looked at enough. I mean, these deep bombings inside of Iraq, hitting infrastructure and the essential systems of the Iraqi state with the intention of imploding the Iraqi state, it doesn't seem to work, right? There have been some you know, some academic studies of this, you know, in the 1990s, that, you know, it just didn't seem to work. It didn't really accomplish much. Where the Air Force did best was supporting the ground troops, which I know you Army folks will love to hear that, right? But what they didn't do well was stopping. Once it became clear that this strategic bombing inside Iraq wasn't going to help, they didn't stop. They just kept going. They just keep looking for more and more targets, and they found more and more targets. They only stop after they bomb and they don't stop because the Air Force tells them to stop. The White House tells them to stop after they bomb they mistakenly bomb a bunker, right? The Al-Amaria bunker, right? Kills 400 civilians, and eventually the White House goes, no, that's it, right? You guys got to call this off. After the war, this sets up the United States with a tremendous dilemma, right? How do you enforce a ceasefire, right? Without troops on the ground, you have to do it through some sort of coercive sanctions, right? But you're now sanctioning a country that has been bombed into, you know, it's not oblivion. I don't want to compare it to World War II or something like that. But, you know, where there's significant
There we go.
Right? Now this suffering was exaggerated
Beautiful.
by Saddam, but it was based on some real, real suffering on the ground, which did tremendous damage.
I said beautiful.
And as you follow this, through all the way through the Clinton years.
What are you eating?
You can look at the conversations that Clinton is having with our
Expert. Beginner.
with our
Really?
allies.
Red was an expert? Didn't
So
really seem like an
we're in the Air
expert.
Force, which they should have. And they didn't coordinate what the end of this war is going to look like, right? Because the Air Force also
What?
is operating on the idea that, hey, there's going to be regime change.
Oh, I said, what you
and after
eating?
there's regime change, then we'll quickly go in and rebuild all this stuff.
Alright, I gotta go
So it's
take a
fine,
piss.
Right? It's okay to go a little bit.
Some bread.
Oh, nice. Some banana bread?
Yeah. But chocolate chip.
There we go.
Run like the wind.
Yeah. 5. Alright.
You like.
Join.
Dexter, destroy some things, because we're just going to go right in at the end and fix it. Because they imagined there was either going to be a capitulation or regime change. They didn't plan for the U.S. is going to have a presence on the ground to rebuild the country. And by the way, we're going to sanction them, right? At the end of it, and not let them rebuild their own country. So, you know, again, if you read the article, I talk about the long tail of this, which leads right into the 2003 war. I mean, if you follow the UN Security Council debates, they go straight through. And they're still debating the things in 2003 that they were debating in June 1991. It's the same debates: regime change versus not regime change, inspectors versus non-inspectors, sanctions versus not sanctions. Even the title of the debates at the UN are the same. It's the situation between Iraq and Kuwait in 2003 that we're debating.
I put in the chat, I think, John Warden's 5 things right, which was the Air Force's strategic bombing model, which has been subject to some criticism. I'm impressed by your point, Sam, that the Air Force expected there to be regime change and that they thought we were going to be able to fix all the things that we've blown up, and the political cost, the diplomatic cost of that continued.
I wish I could make this louder. I can't hear them.
Some more of the questions. The Gulf War was a regional war, but you suggest it was more than that. Can you talk to that contention?
Yes. So this gets a little bit to. I mean, I sort of mentioned earlier that Bush had said that there was a new world order, right? This is part of his way of selling the war.
Yeah, that clip is fucking crazy.
And there's been some debates over whether or not this really was.
My grandpa told me that when he saw Bush say that they were going to have a new world order, he's like, he said it! He saw it on the news and he's like, what? He's like, he said that they're doing it.
He obviously used the term new world. He said on September 11th, 1990, he gets before Congress and he says, we're going to war. He lists the normal objectives. We're going to remove the Iraqis from Kuwait. We're going to have establish regional stability, all these things. And he says there's other objectives.
My grandpa was a John Bircher, if you know what that is. The John Birch Society. Which is pretty fucking based, bro.
World War.
People used to think that the John Birch Society was crazy, but now you look at it and you're like, huh. They were right about a lot of shit. All right. There we go.
Right? This isn't really even about Iraq and Kuwait. This is about world order. Now, there's been some debates.
Yeah, no, this was about oil and us being in control of the world. And also probably a little bit about Israel.
Years about how much this was just rhetoric or whether or not...
Wanting us to do it.
Some more recent scholarship was a good book that came out on the Bush administration by Jeffrey Engel a year or two ago, maybe a year ago, where he FOIA'd everything, and there was some interesting debates in the Security Council right at the beginning of August.
Jeffrey Engel.
They discussed this, right? And
Jeffrey Engel. When the world seemed new. What was I?
And Powell and Baker wasn't there; he was abroad at the time. But Cheney for sure. They're kind of, what do we get? We're not doing anything about this. What do we care about Kuwait? Right? There's a trope that this was a gas station. There's whether it's an ExxonMobil, I forget the term, Total versus ExxonMobil, whatever it is. Who cares who sells us the gas, right? And by the way, Iraq's got this giant army and it's really far away. Are we going to go there? Like, why? What's the point of doing this? It just the juice isn't worth the squeeze. For this. And they have a different view, and their view is, wait a minute, no, the Cold War is coming to an end. We need. What kind of world?
Well, the Cold War already did come to an end. By that time.
Are we going to live? Bush says this is going to, this is about the next 100 years, right? It's about world war. It's that big, he says.
Basic.
And what they tried.
Yeah, the Cold War basically came to an end at that time.
What they do is figure out what is the system that we want. What is the world system that we want to live in, right? There's debates going back all the way back to the beginning of the UN, right? The UN is going to be this institution that is going to replace aggressive warfare, right? It's going to replace it with the rule of law. We're going to have these other instruments of international power, like sanctions, weapons inspections, whatever else enforcement of UN resolutions at the Security Council, right? We weren't able to do any of that throughout the Cold War, right? There's only a couple of really small instances that were where the U.S. and the UN was able to actually enforce the Security Council resolutions. Once when Korea, but the Soviets aren't there, right? So this would count. And then there's a case of Rhodesia, which was a small issue that basically everyone agreed on. And so this is the first case that they say, hey, you know what? We have a violation of the international system. We have unity at the Security Council for the first time since World War II. Let's try out all these tools that we gave ourselves, 50 years ago, and let's make this work, right? And so they tie Iraq to all of these other ideas, right, which go back at least 50 years, probably longer. I mean, the origins of this in the late 19th century, right? And then Iraq gets tied to these issues. Iraq is really a test case for all these issues, which matters for policy in Iraq. One, when Somalia goes bad, we just say, you know what? that was a great trip to Horn of Africa, but we're out of here. Yeah, we're done, right? When Iraq starts to go bad in the 1990s, after this war is over, the U.S. can't wash its hands of it, right? Because it's not about Iraq at all. It's about if sanctions don't work, right? If we can't hold a regime to account with sanctions and weapons inspections, then what does world order look like, right? Then we're back to the might makes right kind of rule of the jungle that led to all these disasters in the 20th century. So what you see is the Gulf War is really a part of this sort of world-building enterprise, right, by the Bush administration, which is strange because they're usually seen as more conservative and more realist in their outlook. But it's fairly clear that the idea of simply liberating Kuwait from the Iraqis was never going to be enough to deploy 500,000 people and possibly take, obviously it didn't happen, but possibly take casualties.
So they had to make up that there was babies getting getting taken out of incubators and shit.
Because it wasn't about Kuwait, it was about this sort of idea of world order, which has come to shape our Iraq policy for the past 30 years. I mean, look at Bush at the UN, the younger Bush at the UN. He's making a lot of the same arguments that his father made. And it was, very much arguments that come out of an intellectual context of some time. It was in the history, and all these things are going on, right? That made these ideas more believable. So I think that's one way of the Gulf War is not so much a regional war; it's more of a global moment in international history that has to do with the evolution of the international system.
And many of those ideas collapse, I would argue, in Bosnia, as well as in the Second War in Iraq. I want to stay regional though for just a second. Nico Laus's great question: did going to war with Iraq, which had been our partner during the Iran-Iraq War, did it strengthen Iran's power in the Middle East? Was Iran the big winner of the Iraq War? Militias destabilizing Lebanon, Yemen.
No, I probably don't have as many troops as other people, but
this is going to be a little bit of a,
hopefully I win.
Here, and I'll say this is going to be a little bit of a historiographical question, right? Because in my view, right, for me, the more I've read into this, the more I've sort of come to terms with 2003 was just another sort of phase, a later phase of what we began in the Gulf War, right? It's the same UN resolutions, it's the same ideas. And if you understand the Gulf War in that way, right, then yes, Iran is the big winner over the long term, right? In 1991, Iran, they haven't gotten there yet, right? It's clearly good for Iran that Iraq has taken a beating, but they're still there, right? They do try to, incite some violence inside of Iraq as part of these Shi'a uprisings at the end of the war. Certainly they lose a threat to them, right? Iraq is not really going to in any place to invade Iran again. But most of their gains come later, which is actually one of the reasons why we didn't overthrow Saddam. I saw Ambassador Dan Kircher had written in the comments there a question about the UN and the mandate that the UN gave us, which is exactly right. There's a number of reasons why we don't go rolling up into Baghdad in 1991. One is the UN, as the ambassador suggested. Another is there was a recognition, especially by our allies, right, Saudi Arabia and Gulf allies, that this will empower the Iranians, as it did after 2003.
And it's Old Home Week. A bunch of old friends here on the call, which is terrific.
Hey, Gibbs, can you get that off of my chair?
Red one. The pattern is full. I want to pick up Bernard Monk's question. How much, as we talk about this new world order idea, how much concrete planning was done for that, right? As in the Bush administration and in what is widely regarded to be a pretty capable national security policy team.
So this is a really interesting question. The truth is not much, especially when it comes to the war, right? Now there is some diplomacy afterwards, right? The diplomacy of bringing everybody together, right? It's sold as a new world order. We have transcripts now of different world leaders from Japan and elsewhere coming to the United States and saying, hey, yeah.
What were you doing on the computer earlier?
What?
Oh, earlier today. What were you doing on the computer?
In the game.
What? Playing a game?
Yeah.
Nice. Why don't you go try playing the game some more?
Because I just don't want to.
No, you don't want to? Alright.
I like what you're doing with New World. What's interesting, though, is when you look at the message that they were sending the military, it's completely absent, right? So there is a National Security Directive 45, which comes out in August. It's kind of Desert Shield and the Gulf Crisis, direction to the military. It has 4 objectives. None of them deal with international order. None of them deal with the world order. There's nothing like that. Then Bush gets up in front of Congress the next month and says, we have those 4 objectives, and now we have a 5th, right, which is this new world order. And they start speaking about it publicly. It's great. But come January, when NSC
the fuck is this guy doing?
The orders to the military, it drops off. There's only 4 again. There's only 4 objectives. The 5th objective that has been, touted around the world is not in there, right? Now I don't know, would this have affected planning? It could have affected some of the targets that the Air Force was going after, for example, right? Is this aligned with this kind of diplomatic posture that we're having, right? Can we go overboard on some of these blowing up, power plants and things like that, and this international order? Now afterwards, after the war, Bush comes back to it, and the the national security strategy is titled the New World Order, right?
Damn, that sucked.
Again, you know, I don't want to say that the Gulf War and the aftermath of the Gulf War is the only thing that undoes this New World Order. You mentioned Bosnia, of course, is there. There's a whole bunch of examples. I mean, the NATO expansion into Eastern Europe is another big one. But then there's just a whole bunch of examples of sort of humanitarian interventions that go awry, right? I mean, Somalia, Haiti is really problematic at first. Rwanda, we're not able to do anything about, right? And this really taints, you know, a lot of the spirit that was going on in 1989, right? After the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Gulf War, people were really up on, hey, this really is going to be something different. And all of these events sort of coalesce to undermine that idea of a new world order. I guess where I try to make the intervention here is to say that Iraq is as important, maybe more so, than the rest of these in undermining this kind of system of a new world order throughout the 1990s. I'm talking well before George W. Bush, well before the Iraq War. I mean, by the end of the decade, this has done tremendous damage to what this new world order is supposed to be.
And this is Paul Sparks notes that Rwanda was a French colony, their job, not ours, to resolve, or if they had the capability to do so. But that doesn't, I don't think, detract from your broader point that this broader idea of the New World Order was tarnished. I'm still going to cling to the idea of Desert Storm as a bit of a bright shining light, to quote a Vietnam book, and Frank Hoffman notes the organizational culture questions, the
what?
Armies.
Said you have 30 people already.
Reflects back to Vietnam, and the desire not to get thrown into regime change. Right, the strategic culture questions, the Air Force doing what it does, rather than necessarily what's in accordance with national objectives. But Mike Noonan asks an interesting question. To what extent was Saddam Hussein, in his actions, in his post-war strategy, responsible for dimming the luster of what appeared at first to be a remarkably successful international use of arms?
Yeah.
Well, our ambassador told him that we would be fine with him, that we wouldn't care if he invaded, basically. So...
I mean, Saddam is successful. He's a candy.
Give me
leader.
that. Give me it.
I mean, to go real briefly, what happens afterwards, right? There's a realization after the war, in the spring and the summer, that Iraq is a big mess right now. We did a lot more damage than we admitted. We need to rebuild the country, right?
You want to see where
the UN comes up with a plan. The Secretary General
Kuwait is?
His advisors out to Iraq.
That's Kuwait right there.
The guy by the name Prince Sadruddin Aga Khan.
That's Iraq.
He comes back with a plan, which basically is some version of the oil.
Do you know where
we need to allow Iraq
Israel
to
is?
sell oil. We need to monitor
right
that,
there.
and we need to use that oil.
Right next to Egypt.
Allow Iraq to use the revenues from that oil to rebuild
England?
The U.S. at the time seems to still be thinking regime change, right? This is in July, and is not willing to allow Saddam to reconsolidate his power through this program.
Well, this thing is
and so
shaped real weird.
Create a new program,
up at the
which becomes
top.
the Open Food Program, which is
Oh, it's my turn.
Passed a number of
What's
resolutions.
this one, Jace?
2 resolutions, right? And this basically takes the ability to buy and sell oil and distribute the resources out of Saddam's hands and puts it into the UN's hands, right? So it does the same thing, except for it doesn't empower the Iraqi regime. The problem with that plan is that Saddam, and this is where Saddam comes in, says no. And I'm not doing that. I don't care. My people can starve, right? And what this does is it sets up basically a game of chicken, right?
This
To the United States and its allies.
That's
Saddam Hussein on the
Australia.
other hand, and they're playing a game of chicken with the fate of the Iraqi people. Now,
That is weird, because it's like square at the top, so it's shaped real weird.
Right? They're just simply not going to win that game.
Saddam was more willing for his people to die than the United States was to be at least partly responsible for them dying.
Absolutely.
That's right there.
So in the aftermath, and the U.S. doesn't get this.
yellow
At first.
one?
They don't get it. You can tell in the conversation. They just simply don't.
What's one? What one?
They think they could just blame
That's
Saddam.
Canada.
It'll be fine, right?
That's
But
huge.
in the end, with all these
Yeah,
people,
Canada is big.
Are starving to death or dying of all sorts of preventable
Mexico?
diseases in Iraq afterwards. Now, a lot of it might have been
Where
Saddam's
is
fault,
Mexico?
and he could have easily alleviated that situation. But politically, that doesn't matter, right?
Is Mexico on
It's
here,
not going to matter.
Jace?
Politically, people are going to see Iraqis dying. They're going to see America pushing the sanctions and not allowing it to happen. So, you know, what the reality is, the perception is often, as I'm sure many people here in this audience know, is often more important, right? And the perception here is that this is the United States doing this to the Iraqi people out of spite for Saddam. So, and Saddam, you know, afterwards, he does a number of other very interesting things. He's a smart ruler. You know, he's getting involved in all sorts of like influence operations around the world. They're extensive. I mean, actually, in the final stages of the book right now on this topic, Saddam's strategies from between the 2 wars, going through the Iraqi archives, and I mean, we're talking, you know, really extensive operations. Their ability to sort of coax people out of the American-led orbit. First
Damn.
The Russians, then the French, then basically everybody else except for the British. You know, by the end of the 1980s, right before, again, I want to say before George W. Bush is elected, because some people will just look at that and say, oh, you know, he screwed this up. I mean, by the end of the 1990s, it's basically the United States and the United Kingdom against the rest of the world, right? Maybe the Netherlands is a little bit on board with us, but we've basically lost this political fight to Saddam Hussein over the decade after. And Saddam had a lot to do with it. It's not just our.
DC. Let's keep moving forward chronologically. I apologize to somebody had a great summary of the organizational culture argument I made. I fat-fingered my response and your question disappeared. I'm sure analysis is exactly right. I think
What?
rather than as a coherent
No, that's not
military effort
DC.
as we would have liked to have seen.
That's
in Desert
Madagascar.
Storm, to a certain extent, the Army and the Air Force were doing what
You
they
know
did.
from the movie
Navy was also doing
Madagascar? Yeah, that's where it is.
Perfect.
They lived there?
Yep, that's where the animals were.
Where's Mexico at?
Where's Mexico?
Yeah.
It's right under the U.S. See, there's where we live, right up here.
Right here?
Yep, right up there. And then this is Mexico.
Right there?
Yep.
The big one's at?
Yeah.
What the amphibious assault that they wanted to do.
Why
But just
is
moving
right
on through
here,
time
I think.
as the sanctions regime came under
This
stress, as
is
Sam just
right.
said, to
What'd you say?
This one is Hawaii.
No, that's not Hawaii. Do they have Hawaii on here? Oh, there it is. It's blue, so it matches with the...
Where
There's
we
Hawaii.
live.
We don't live in Hawaii? What are you talking about?
Hawaii! We're almost past Hawaii. 'Cause Hawaii's like close where we are. How far away? 500 miles. So 400 miles from here. 300 miles from Montana.
Fucking hate when people do this. They say that they're aligned with you, but then they just stay in your fucking bonus.
the attacks of September 11th and the almost immediate turn toward Iraq, toward Saddam Hussein, despite the fact that there were no links between Al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein's Iraq at that point. John Piper asked a question, was Saddam's attempted assassination of Bush 41, George W. Bush's father, one of the causes of what ended up being America, in my opinion, taking advantage of the September 11th attacks to try to bring to a close a failed post-Desert Storm decade of work in Iraq?
I mean, I don't think it was one of the main causes. Is it a cause? Is it? I mean, as a historian, right? I'm not looking for a single independent variable here, right? Like a political scientist might do. Yeah, you throw it in the hopper with everything else. Certainly, Bush has a few choice quotes at some point. George W. Bush, this guy tried to assassinate my dad, right? Certainly shapes his outlook. His outlook on Saddam as being just somebody. I mean, after September 11th, it seems that what Bush wants to do is it's not a new world order, right? That's not what he's after. But he feels like there needs to be some sort of rules out there, right? We can't just allow this kind of rogue states, and whether he's right or wrong, right? So it seems to me that this was his and his administration's thinking, right? That you can't allow these kind of rogue states to just disregard the norms of of the international community, because you're going to end up with all these hotspots, and you're eventually going to produce places like people like Bin Laden who are going to come here. Bin Laden, of course, didn't have connections since the mid-1990s. Bin Laden and Saddam had some connections in the mid-1990s. Uday, Saddam's son, had gone to Sudan to meet with him, and they had planned some operations together against the Americans, or started to plan, but it doesn't seem like it went anywhere. It seems to have fallen apart in 1996 when Bin Laden is kicked out of Sudan and goes to Afghanistan. The Iraqis seem to have lost contact with him, at least according to the Iraqis. Some people in the Bush administration mistakenly did think that Saddam had connections with Bin Laden. That was usually just a matter of them ignoring what the intelligence analysts, or the competent intelligence analysts, were telling them. So there was that belief wherever they got it from. Part of it was from this 1990s thing. I have some old theories on that, but it can go. I don't want to get off on a big tangent, here. But yeah, I think it was more about Saddam being the sort of the poster child of rogueness after 9/11, especially rogueness in the Middle East, right? Who's going to not play by the rules, who's not going to abide by any of the norms that we're supposed to be abiding by, right?
Shit.
Which really put him at the center, right? And a lot of it has to do with his history, right? That's post-Gulf War, right? I mean, we've been fighting with Madeleine Albright in her memoir says this was the most persistent problem that we've had, right? They didn't simply just say, and they came in, so the Clinton administration came in thinking that Iraq is not going to be an issue for them, right? It was not high on their priority list. They were worried about other things. There were a few people in the administration early that wanted to focus on Iraq, but the big heavy hitters weren't interested in Iraq, right?
I will fucking attack you if you don't start moving out of my fucking shit.
The biggest problem that the last administration left for us, right? So it's not that they just, hey, we had Iraq under control. I remember the Gulf War, he tried to kill my dad, and I'm going to go after him. Iraq was slipping away, right? It was slipping away from the ceasefire agreement. The sanctions were falling apart. And yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Although, President George W. Bush did in fact say when asked, right? He tried to kill my dad, right? So that, I don't think we should completely discount psychology and the influence of individuals on history. My own boss, Paul Wolfowitz, right, very personally connected to the Marsh Arabs, and right, he was the first voice that we know of, literally on September 11th, as Deputy Secretary of Defense, telling George W. Bush that he was going to have to go after Saddam. Right? Going after bin Laden and the Taliban was not going to be enough. Trying to tie these pieces together, we're down to about 10 minutes. Former President of FBI, Alan Luxemburg, with a great point. The Gulf War did result in the deployment of U.S. troops to Saudi Arabia, which we know was, I'm going to argue, I'm interested in your thoughts, to what extent was the presence of U.S. troops in the land of the two mosques, one of the drivers behind Al-Qaeda's focus on the United States as the far enemy?
Yeah, I mean, I think the literature on this is very clear, and bin Laden was, was fairly clear about this. The question, I guess, is how instrumental this is, right? How much is bin Laden actually just saying this because he knows this is a winning argument, versus how much did he actually do? Right? There's been some, Thomas Heckhammer, if anyone knows him, as one of the best writers, I think, out there right now on global jihad. He just wrote a book showing how jihadis had called the caravan, showing how actually this sort of antipathy towards Saudi Arabia, this narrative that comes out after the Gulf War more publicly, actually existed prior to the Gulf War. It's not brand new. But on the other hand, the Gulf War certainly gives it much more, much more power, right? It's an easy argument to make. Saddam is making the same exact argument, right? We have their propaganda now. It's the same thing, and they're selling this all over the place. It certainly allows bin Laden to gain supporters, right? Become more powerful than he would have otherwise. Not just the fact that the U.S. was in Saudi Arabia, but that they used their presence in Saudi Arabia and other Arab Muslim countries to attack a fellow Arab Muslim country, right? This was a big selling point for bin Laden. Now, I don't want to say again this is the only thing, or that devoid of this, bin Laden wouldn't have existed, or wouldn't have been able to carry out 9/11 or anything like that. We'll never know that. We do know that this helped his cause.
I want to tie one more war into this conversation, if we can. Paul Sparks, a great question. Looking at the connection between the desire to, as I suggested, first sparked by Paul Wolfowitz, to attack Iraq after September 11th, led to minimization of the number of troops and other resources available for Afghanistan, possibly leading to the prolongation of that war.
Could be, yeah. I mean, was Afghanistan going to be solved, without, if there was no Iraq? I'm a little bit skeptical that you were going to solve Afghanistan. I mean, Afghanistan's a big mess, and probably, we weren't going to solve any of the problems in these countries. We would have had a better shot at it, and maybe there was a window there, right, very early on, to help fix things. But if you have what little economy is, it's based on, heavily based on heroin, and you have these different. I mean, it was going to be it wasn't going to be an easy problem even without Iraq, right?
I'm just gonna kill them.
But again, I can't replay history, but I'm skeptical that Afghanistan was gonna be on the road to some bright shiny future.
I can say that from the rooms I was in, very quickly after the invasion of Iraq in 2003, Iraq took up all the air in the room.
If they don't get the fuck out, I am going to kill them.
The Bush 43 administration could focus on for 3 to 4 years.
And it happens again. So I mean, I was in Qatar at the KAOK.
This is pissing me off.
In 2014, I did a
Combined Air Operations Center.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, sorry. The Combined Air Space Operations Center in Qatar. And I got there in February, and all we were talking about is Afghanistan, and we're going to get it right, and we're going to do it, and there's going to be elections, and June, ISIS takes over Mosul, and nobody cares about Afghanistan anymore, right? So anytime we start to focus on Afghanistan, Iraq always just kind of reasserts itself and pulls all of the oxygen out of, and those are the two most clear times, but I'm sure there are other times as well, right? When
I really hope they don't have a fucking 10 stack. I would.
This is the last question I'm going to take up. The questions have been terrific. We could keep this conversation going. It's been an awful lot of fun. But our own Bob Kaplan asks, might Saddam's regime have collapsed into chaos in 1991?
Because they could kill me if they have a 10 stack. That sucks. Are they trading? Fuck! Fuck me!
Administration thought it was going to do. They didn't think, they thought it was unstable enough that they didn't need to push very hard for it to go all the way down. But I think there was no expectation at that time and no appetite for occupying post-Saddam Iraq in 1991. I think getting that degree of willingness to do that required an attack on the scale of September 11th of the United States.
I think that's right, and I think so. Looking back on this, they don't. I mean, you're right. Bush says it later, right? He's very clear about this later. Cheney says it later as well, that they were anticipating regime change, right? And they thought that they pushed hard enough, and it turns out that they were wrong. It could be these helicopters had, you know, as I think you mentioned earlier, right? We allowed, you know, Schwarzkopf, because the bridges were out, so they allowed them to fly helicopters. It could have been, you know, just I think someone else mentioned in the comments, Vietnam syndrome, right? Schwarzkopf was like, we're out of here, right? I mean, that's it. We're going home. We're not getting pulled into that again, right? I think Saddam was probably in a lot more influence and strength at home than anybody gave him credit for. I think in America, we tend to think, these tin pot dictators over there, no one, you know, without the army, they're nothing, right? Which there's some truth to that, right? If Saddam didn't have an army protecting him, he would be in trouble. But, you know, Saddam actually had a lot of support inside of Iraq, even in southern Iraq, even among the Shiites, right? So those Shi'i rebellions that are put down, right? They're put down by the Republican Guard in combination with the Iraqi tribes, the Shi'i tribes in that area, right? And actually, the commander of the Republican Guard who puts it down is a Shi'i himself. So, you know, this sort of clear line that we draw between, you know, Saddam and the Sunnis on one side and Shi'is on the other. I mean, the Shi'is have a lot of support for Saddam. They won't admit this now. It's kind of like the Free French, right? I mean, everybody was in the resistance. But, you know, but at the time, even you look back at the oral histories that they've done since then, right? A lot of times the Shi'is are being tortured in some horrible dungeon somewhere, right? It's another Shi'i from his neighborhood that's torturing him, right? So I'm not so sure that Saddam was going to fall even without these helicopters. He had a lot more support in the country than we often get him credit for, and which, I mean, this is a whole other conversation, but which really messed us up in 2003 because we got that completely wrong. Right.
And three of the things we got wrong in 2003. Jack Shapiro's question: the decision to disband the Iraqi army was catastrophic in terms of inflaming the insurgency and removing assets that from the folks I talked to were willing to help us maintain order in the wake of our invasion. So catastrophic order. But that, sir, is going to be a topic for another discussion. There is clearly great interest in the Middle East on this net, and I'm thinking that we're going to need to do more conversations like this in days to come. Sam, you've been terrific. Your article is terrific and interesting and provocative, and I encourage everybody to read it. I'm grateful to this fantastic audience for the wonderful questions you've asked. I'm again going to encourage you, if you're not yet a member of the Foreign Policy Research Institute, please check us out. It's fpri.org and consider joining us. This has been an awful lot of fun. Sam, final words?
Thanks a lot. Join FPRI. It's been very good to me over the years, helped me make me who I am. Yeah. Thanks a lot, John, for having me. It's been great. Hopefully we can do it in person again sometime.
That will be terrific. We look forward to that. But until then, really pleased we can use this technology to have these conversations while keeping everybody stay safe, wear your mask, stay home, and we look forward to seeing you all again soon. I think we have Space Force next month, so look forward to seeing you again. Take care, everybody. Go FPRI.
Oh, they are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more friends
That was
you're
so.
shopping for?
This is so fucking annoying. That person did this to me. Aw, thanks for giving. Hopefully me. Oh no, he's gonna give red the fucking green kill. Oh no, he's gonna go through. Well played.
Good afternoon.
What if Iraq was invaded in the Gulf War? What do you mean? What does this even mean? Ooh! That's loud as fuck.
Hello everybody, RJ and Bree here. Welcome back to What If, the alternate history series where I speculate what could have been if history had gone differently. The Iraq War was one of the most tragic and controversial conflicts of the 21st century, bearing great consequences that continue to haunt the Middle East and the world to the present. But what if all that trouble began 12 years earlier?
From 1979 to 2003, the Republic of Iraq was ruled by the dictator Saddam Hussein and his Ba'athist regime. Baathism is an ideology based on the principles of Arab nationalism, Pan-Arabism, Arab socialism, and secularism. The Ba'athist Party of Iraq essentially wanted to make Iraq the dominant force of the Arab world and kickstart a renaissance of Arab culture, values, and society. In 1990, tensions were escalating between Iraq and its small neighbor to the south, Kuwait. Iraq had owed a lot of money to Kuwait in the wake of the Iran-Iraq War and was refusing to pay up. Second, Iraq had accused Kuwait of drilling underneath the border and stealing Iraqi oil. Third, Saddam Hussein was calling into question Kuwait's sovereignty. He claimed that Kuwait's existence was merely the product of British imperialism when they carved up the Middle East after World War I. Finally, because Iraq failed to defeat Iran in the previously mentioned Iran-Iraq War, Iraq needed to look somewhere else to acquire more resources and power, and because of all the previously mentioned reasons, Kuwait was the perfect target.
I thought that they were gonna come in and then set up in here, and I was like, damn, bro.
In 12 hours, Kuwait is defeated and occupied. Saddam quickly declared victory, and Kuwait was made the 19th province of Iraq. However, despite that Kuwait had been completely and utterly defeated, the war wasn't over just yet. You see, there was one small detail Saddam didn't take into account. The detail being that it was the 1990s, not the 1890s, and wars of conquest were now generally frowned upon. The invasion was almost universally condemned by the international community. Even the Arab League was split over whether to support or condemn Iraq. Then U.S. President George H.W. Bush had this to say on the matter: Iraq will not be permitted to annex Kuwait, and that's not a threat, not a boast, it's just the way it's going to be.
Ugh, those damn anti-imperialists.
November 1990. In a rare moment of competence, the United Nations gave Iraq an ultimatum to withdraw from Kuwait by January 15th. Saddam refused to back down, and both sides prepared for war. A U.S.-led coalition amassed 1 million troops in Saudi Arabia on Iraq's southern border, known as Operation Desert Shield. Meanwhile, Iraq, the world's fourth largest military at the time, was able to rally 600,000 troops to fight off the coalition. January 17th, 1991. The coalition forces began Operation...
Hopefully they don't have a trade, and then I'm just gonna fucking kill it, because... it's annoying the piss out of me. Are they gonna attack him? Okay.
Desert Storm. The U.S. Air Force began bombing major Iraqi cities like Baghdad. The ground campaign of Desert Storm began on February 24th. Coalition forces crossed into southern Iraq, and Iraqi-occupied Kuwait. The Iraqi army was outnumbered, outgunned, outmaneuvered, and overall, outmatched. Iraq retreated from Kuwait in a matter of days, burning down Kuwaiti oil fields as they went. However, the retreating Iraqis suffered even more casualties on their way out, being bombed by American jets on Highway 80, now known as the Highway of Death. On February 28th,
the pictures of the Highway of Death are fucking crazy.
Bush announced that Kuwait had been liberated and declared a ceasefire. Both sides agreed to peace, ending hostilities on March 1st. Kuwait was freed, but Saddam was allowed to stay in power. H.W. Bush's administration did of course receive some criticism from the public for allowing the dictator to stay in power. But why didn't the United States and the other coalition nations continue the war? Why didn't they overthrow the madman right then and there? Well, first off, Saddam needed to stay in power in order to maintain stability inside Iraq and prevent the rise of rebels, terrorists, and total anarchy. Secondly, Bush 41 chose not to invade Iraq in order to prevent the massive loss of American lives an invasion would cost. This is why the Gulf War is now generally remembered in a positive light. It was a nice, short conflict that achieved its desired outcome, and our troops returned home as quickly as they were deployed. President Bush chose not to invade Iraq because he had the foresight to see that overthrowing Saddam would be more trouble than it was worth. Of course, this intelligence clearly did not run in the family. Saddam continued to rule Iraq until 2003 during the presidency of George H.W. Bush's son, George W. Bush. His administration accused Iraq of stockpiling weapons of mass destruction and having involvement in the September 11th attacks. Those allegations were used as justification for an invasion of Iraq and the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. After the invasion, both those accusations turned out to be completely false. Now, thanks to the invasion and W's failure to stabilize Iraq in a successful or timely manner, Iraq is now in a state of constant chaos.
But what if we did overthrow Saddam in 1991? What if Bush 41 had poor judgment and instead of declaring a ceasefire, had continued the war and invaded Iraq? What would be the long-term consequences on global politics?
March 1991. The United States renews its offensive into Iraq, stating the objective of overthrowing the Ba'athist regime, declaring it a threat to peace in the region. The immediate consequence of this
Sick,
invasion
I
is that
do
the
have a
American-led coalition
10
would instantly
trade.
fall apart. Like I said earlier, the UN merely demanded Iraq withdraw from Kuwait, but it did not call for the removal of Saddam's government. By going through with an invasion, by international standards, the US would have become the aggressor. The rest of the coalition would have opposed extending the war to Baghdad, and the US would have to continue the war on its own. The only help America would get would be from Shia and Kurdish rebels. This alternate invasion would be very similar to the one in 2003 of our timeline. Iraq only lasts a couple of weeks before Baghdad is captured. Saddam flees and goes into hiding, but he is eventually captured. With the fall of the old regime, the US installs a new government with the hope of eventually bringing democracy to Iraq. Of course, in hindsight, we now know how disastrous overthrowing Saddam would be. The US created a massive power vacuum, just like in our timeline. A Ba'athist insurgency would rise up against the American occupation and the new government. What this alternate H.W. Bush naively believed would be a short occupation that would bring peace and freedom to Iraq would instead escalate into a costly and bloody occupation that would go on for years. As the Cold War comes to an end, America would be bogged down in Iraq into the new year. This brings us to 1992, or more specifically, the 1992 US presidential election. The race was between the incumbent Republican Bush, the Democratic candidate Bill Clinton, and the independent candidate Ross Perot. The US economy was in recession, and Bush had already alienated most of his supporters by breaking a promise he made a few years ago by raising taxes. The only thing Bush had going for him was the success of the Gulf War, and even then he still lost to Clinton. But because the Gulf War is still going on in this timeline, and since a president never loses re-election during the war, then Bush would win the election this time, right? Wrong. Starting a war does not guarantee a second term. Every time a president won re-election during a war in real life, it was only because the war was going well for the US and or popular with the American public. Not winning a war is exactly why Truman didn't run for re-election in 1952, and fighting an unpopular war is why LBJ didn't run again in 1968. By late 1992, this alternate Gulf War would have met neither of those criteria. The war still would have been a stalemate against the insurgency. Any public support for overthrowing Saddam that existed in early 1991 would have dissipated by the election. Bush 43 in our timeline was only able to invade Iraq and win re-election in 2004 because of the lingering trauma from 9/11. Alternate Bush 41 does not have that advantage either. Realistically, not only would HW not win the election, but he would lose even more than our own timeline. Failure to stabilize Iraq in a successful or timely manner, Iraq is now in a state of constant chaos. But what if we did overthrow Saddam in 1991? What if Bush 41 had poor judgment and instead of declaring a ceasefire, had continued the war and invaded Iraq? What would be the long-term consequences on global politics? March 1991. The United States renews its offensive into Iraq, stating the objective of overthrowing the Ba'athist regime, declaring it a threat to peace in the region. The immediate consequence of this invasion is that the American-led coalition would instantly fall apart. Like I said earlier, the UN merely demanded Iraq withdraw from Kuwait, but it did not call for the removal of Saddam's government. By going through with an invasion, by international standards, the US would have become the aggressor. The rest of the coalition would have opposed extending the war to Baghdad, and the US would have to continue the war on its own. The only help America would get would be from Shia and Kurdish rebels. This alternate invasion would be very similar to the one in 2003 of our timeline. Iraq only lasts a couple weeks before Baghdad is captured. Saddam flees and goes into hiding, but he is eventually captured. With the fall of the old regime, the US installs a new government with the hope of eventually bringing democracy to Iraq. Of course, in hindsight, we now know how disastrous overthrowing Saddam would be. The US created a massive power vacuum, just like in our timeline. A Ba'athist insurgency would rise up against the American occupation and the new government. What this alternate H.W. Bush naively believed would be a short occupation that would bring peace and freedom to Iraq would instead escalate into a costly and bloody occupation that would go on for years. As the Cold War comes to an end, America would be bogged down in Iraq into the new year. This brings us to 1992, or more specifically, the 1992 US presidential election. The race was between the incumbent Republican Bush, the Democratic candidate Bill Clinton, and the independent candidate Ross Perot. The US economy was in recession, and Bush had already alienated most of his supporters by breaking a promise he made a few years ago by raising taxes. The only thing Bush had going for him was the success of the Gulf War, and even then he still lost to Clinton. But because the Gulf War is still going on in this timeline, and since a president never loses re-election during a war, then Bush would win the election this time, right? Wrong. Starting a war does not guarantee a second term. Every time a president won re-election during a war in real life, it was only because the war was going well for the US and or popular with the American public. Not winning a war is exactly why Truman didn't run for re-election in 1952, and fighting an unpopular war is why LBJ didn't run again in 1968. By late 1992, this alternate Gulf War would have met neither of those criteria. The war still would have been a stalemate against the insurgency. Any public support for overthrowing Saddam that existed in early 1991 would have dissipated by the election. Bush 43 in our timeline was only able to invade Iraq and win re-election in 2004 because of the lingering trauma from 9/11. Alternate Bush 41 does not have that advantage either. Realistically, not only would HW not win the election, but he would lose even more than our own timeline. And who knows, maybe he'd lose so hard that Perot might actually win some electoral votes this time around. After the election...
Alright, let's figure this out. What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
Listen.
A portion of Bill Clinton's presidency will be spent trying to stabilize Iraq and getting America out of there. So in this timeline, we can probably expect there to be quite a few suicides in the military. When or if Clinton would be able to end the war is hard to determine, but let's assume that this alternate Gulf War would be about as long as the Iraq War in our timeline, lasting 8 years, ended in 1999. During this period, the conflict would have a major political and cultural impact in the West that we didn't experience until the 2000s. Anti-American sentiment would be on the rise and would hurt U.S. relations with the rest of the world. Shortly after America withdraws from Iraq in 1999, comes the presidential election of 2000, an election fought between George W. Bush and Vice President Al Gore. Given how badly the alternate Gulf War would have tarnished the Bush family name and how close Gore came to winning in our timeline, Gore certainly would have won the election instead. Gore becoming president would result in America becoming more eco-friendly and would expand gay rights earlier than our own timeline. But these policies may get sidelined so Gore could focus on a much greater issue, 9/11. Since Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan had nothing to do with the Gulf War, they wouldn't have been affected by the changes to the timeline, so 9/11 still would have happened. Just 2 years after getting—
What?
I said those guys are not bad people.
Which guys?
I'm showing on the screen.
Which ones?
Election instead.
The
Gore
ones
becoming
that
president would
had-
This guy?
No, not that.
result in America becoming more eco-friendly and would
They had
expand
the
gay rights
Indian-
earlier than our own timeline. But these policies may get sidelined so Gore could focus on a much greater issue, 9/11. Since Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan
These guys? They're not bad? Yeah, no. Not bad people at all.
had nothing to do.
I hate the other one.
Huh?
It came on. I think those guys are good because they had an accent.
Because they have an accent?
Yeah.
What?
And
What's
I
that
like-
even supposed to mean,
And I
Gavin?
like their accent when they talk.
do with the Gulf War, they wouldn't have been affected by the changes to the timeline, so 9/11 still would have happened.
They're
Just 2
pretty
years
cool
after getting out of
when
Iraq,
they
America
have
would have
an
been forced into
accent
another
when they
war in the Middle
talk.
East. It is an actual possibility
Ooh.
that some people might blame H.W. Bush for
When they're
9/11,
saying
believing the
stuff.
occupation of Iraq caused Al-Qaeda to attack America, further tainting his legacy, even if it isn't true. To make matters worse, just like in our timeline, a mere 3 years after the end of this alternate Gulf War, the United States would have to return to Iraq to combat the rise of Islamic extremists in yet another gosh damn war. So yeah, it doesn't look like America's leaving the Middle East anytime soon. In conclusion, invading Iraq was a bad idea, and doing it 12 years earlier wouldn't have changed that. With all the time we've wasted in the Middle East, we could have been doing something productive, like annexing Canada. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. This is RJ Humphrey, alternate historian. Have a nice day, and stay safe out there.
Guy is? Trump Biden.
Fire in this area so that they continued to think that we were going to be attacking along this coast and therefore fixed their forces in this position. Our hope was that by fixing the forces in this...
I think that purple is going to win. Mainly because I got fucked over by yellow, but I should have had a better plan. I should have. That is still my fault.
One year after the Gulf War ceasefire, the Discovery Channel is proud to present the following special presentation. August 1990, the Iraqi forces of Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait. By January, America enters a war in the Middle East. 1 year later, the key players in Operation Desert Storm are gathered for the first time, brought together by former Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Perle. Now resident fellow of the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C., Perle conducted exclusive interviews with the Gulf War's top command and organized the Institute's panel discussions of the conflict and its aftermath. Policymakers and military leaders offer a day-by-day account, the futile negotiations, the tense preparations for combat, and the battles in the air and on the ground. The Gulf Crisis, the road to war. In our first episode, top government officials remember August 1st, 1990, the day Saddam Hussein's army invaded Kuwait, and they describe the frantic week that followed as America and its allies struggled to agree on a response. The American Enterprise Institute panel discussion is led by Harvard Law School professor Arthur Miller. Charles, Where were you? I was in Aspen, Colorado, where I just arrived with Mrs. Thatcher, who was there for a meeting with the president the following day. The action moves to Aspen, Colorado, where President Bush and British Prime Minister Thatcher are to discuss an invasion that Thatcher has already condemned as absolutely unacceptable. When the president left for Aspen, he had some understanding.
I might be able to pull out of this, but I doubt it. I can't let you have this. Bro. You can't have this. You're already ahead. Ugh, Gabs, can you get that out of here? This smell's making me sick.
Why?
Of the state of our planning and what possibilities existed, not specific options, but a range of possibilities that he should consider as he thought about this in the course of his trip to Aspen and back. And the president and I discussed it at length going out to Aspen, and especially the significance of what had happened. August 1990, the Iraqi forces of Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait. By January, America enters a war in the Middle East. 1 year later, the key players in Operation Desert Storm are gathered for the first time, brought together by former Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Perle. Now resident fellow for the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C., Perle conducted exclusive interviews with the Gulf War's top command and organized the Institute's panel discussions of the conflict and its aftermath. Policymakers and military leaders offer a day-by-day account, the futile negotiations, the tense preparations for combat, and the battles in the air and on the ground. The Gulf Crisis, the road to war. In our first episode, top government officials remember August 1st, 1990, the day Saddam Hussein's army invaded Kuwait, and they describe the frantic week that followed as America and its allies struggled to agree on a response. The American Enterprise Institute panel discussion is led by Harvard Law School professor Arthur Miller.
Charles, where were you? I was in Aspen, Colorado, where I just arrived with Mrs. Thatcher, who was there for a meeting with the president the following day.
The action moves to Aspen, Colorado, where President Bush and British Prime Minister Thatcher are to discuss an invasion that Thatcher has already condemned as absolutely unacceptable.
When the president left for Aspen, he had some understanding of the state of our planning and what possibilities existed, not specific options, but a range of possibilities that he should consider as he thought about this in the course of his trip to Aspen and back.
And the president and I discussed it at length going out to Aspen, and especially the significance of what had happened, more than simply one country invading another little country. What did it all really mean?
President and Mrs. Thatcher met in Ambassador Cato's ranch. That's a slightly unlucky place, tucked up in the hills 10 miles outside Aspen. It was a relaxed meeting, a large room, comfortable room, just the President and Mrs. Thatcher and General Scowcroft, and I was there too.
The president was ready for what Mrs. Thatcher came with, which was the same idea that this is more than just another case of a border incursion or something. This has great significance. So there was a meeting of mind of the two. They were both heading in the same direction, and they tended to reinforce each other.
It's been said that Mrs. Thatcher had to put the backbone into the president. That's just wrong. I mean, they both arrived there absolutely determined that this was something which could not be tolerated. I think the genuine sense of outrage was the thing I remember very strikingly on the part of both of them, that this should have happened. I think also a slight feeling of history, a memory of what had happened when in the 1930s we failed to move to protect small countries when they had been invaded.
Iraq's invasion of Kuwait defies every principle for which the United Nations stands. If we let it succeed, no small country can ever feel safe again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
President Bush gave a midday speech that day, which, ironically, involved the Middle East. The strategic essence was to change the focus of our defense planning from a global war with the Soviet Union to dealing with regional conflicts. And in fact, in our secret planning, the regional conflicts that were of the greatest concern were in the Persian Gulf, like an Iraqi invasion of Saudi Arabia. This had been planned to be a major unveiling of a new defense strategy, but of course no one noticed in all the other things going on.
The brutal aggression launched last night against Kuwait illustrates my central thesis. Notwithstanding the alteration in the Soviet threat, the world remains a dangerous place with serious threats to important U.S. interests wholly unrelated to the earlier patterns of the U.S.-Soviet relationship.
The two of them then drove back to the ranch, and they had a further discussion there. And the second time, I think the military aspects were rather more in their mind. Not, as I recall it at that stage, the need perhaps to use force to eject Iraq from Kuwait.
What were the Iraqis likely to do? Were they simply going to stop at Kuwait? Could they just continue marching on down the border into the Saudi oil fields, which were right in the line of march, and what in fact could be done to stop that sort of thing?
What's going on the ground?
No, I had a long talk with King Fahd just now. We're just reviewing options.
It's now August 3rd, and the second
8 a.m. NSC meeting takes place. You had the three senior people at the meeting. Besides the president, you had Brent Scowcroft, Larry Eagleburger, and Dick Cheney. Each gave a several-minute statement at the beginning.
I had told the president that I was concerned, and I thought we had to get over the significance of this in the world that we were living in, and that if he didn't mind, I would do what I don't usually do at NSC meetings, and that is open the meeting with a statement of the larger significance of this. And he said, well, maybe I should do that. And I remember saying, well, I do, and you sit back and let the debate develop. So that's what I did, and try to set it in a broader stage of the overall significance to U.S. vital interest of what had happened.
I told President Bush what was brought home by Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait was that he did not have to take Saudi Arabia in order to dominate the Gulf. Once he had Kuwait, he had some 20% of the world's oil reserves, and he had the largest army in the neighborhood. He was in a position to dictate policy to everybody else in the Gulf.
The general thrust of what I said, which was, again, after working it out with Bob, was essentially that, Mr. President, this is a far more important issue than simply the invasion of Kuwait, important as that is. This is, in its own way, the first real test of this new world order that we're trying to put together. And if this aggression is permitted to proceed, it sets all the wrong standards for that new world order. It sends messages to the Gaddafi and the Kim Il-sungs, etc., that, if you will, with the collapse of the bipolar world, with the removal of one of the two superpowers, in fact, perhaps the rules of the game have changed, and the pipsqueaks like Saddam Hussein can do more rather than less because they aren't constrained by their big brother. And under these circumstances, it's absolutely essential that the U.S. collectively, if possible, but individually if necessary, not only put a stop to this aggression, but roll it back.
These are large geopolitical stakes.
Well, thank you.
However you assess the stakes, this was going to be a turning point. It was the first test of what you might call the post-Cold War era, and everybody knew that there was just a sense, a palpable sense of history in the room.
Is it your sense on the 3rd that the president was sharing these views as expressed?
Well, very much so. The only reason the president held back, I think, based on everything I know from the day, was that once the president speaks at a meeting, it certainly sets the tone, and it can inhibit what other people are prepared to say.
You might say.
You might say.
There was a period of time there, and it was a lot longer than any of us in the Defense Department liked, where all we had there were basically aircraft and some lightly armed ground troops, and nothing on the ground that really could stop large tank columns as they move forward.
In some ways, I thought for a lot of us, those were probably the worst couple of days of the crisis. Once you got over the initial shock of the invasion, where the gap between what Iraq had or could bring to bear and what we actually had on the ground or in the area, the gap was probably the largest it ever was for the entire crisis.
On the next episode, U.S. troops move into the Persian Gulf by the thousands. Intense negotiations.
Gabs, how about you go play on the computer for a little bit? Why? What? What?
I said because I have to. I'm not saying nothing to you.
Yeah. It's just uncomfortable having you sitting here staring at me. You want to watch TV or something? You want to watch TV or something? That's it. I've chosen to lose, basically, but
how can you lose?
Continue, but Saddam Hussein refuses to back down in New World Order, Part 2 of our three-part series of the Gulf Crisis, The Road to War.
I'm riding the waves of the caffeine crash.
Coffee. 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 I can't perform my best work while I'm drinking a bunch of coffee.
Crashes. Crash. Crashing.
Jitters.
Jitters. Jitters.
Jitters.
I used to be an avid coffee drinker, but I hated how it made me feel.
I really needed to start to think long term. Coffee wasn't cutting it.
I switched one of my cups of coffee a day with mud water, and I immediately noticed the difference.
Energy. Energy. Energy.
Energy.
Focus. Focus.
Focus. I haven't had any jitters or crashes.
Gets me going without getting me going. Oh yeah. Oof. Smell that? That's just a really good smell.
So good. It's delicious.
This is a life changer.
there we go. Do you want me to get you a TV show started or something?
U.S. defense official saying the U.S.
You want me to get you a TV show started or something? I've just been keep getting fucked over.
Why?
'Cause
So you lost?
Alright, Gubs. TV show. The thing that sucks is I bet that those people were a bunch of noobs. Except for Yellow, maybe. Yeah. Oh, no. They were a grandmaster. All right.
These
Oh. Hmm. Rumble. Bro, if Trump picks Nikki Haley as his running mate, I will not vote for Trump. That's just a deal breaker for me. I'll vote third party or something. I cannot stand Nikki Haley. She's a neocon cunt, honestly. Fuck Nikki Haley. I love Trump, but no, if he has Nikki Haley as his VP, I will not do that.
Be honest with you, there's not really a whole lot going on the whole week. That's why I really haven't been doing much of a show, because there's just nothing going on. I just can't get into it.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's not much going on at all.
Show when there's really nothing happening. So
All right, what's the move here?
about the war in Gaza. And given an update, it's day 76 of the war, and it's been brutal, as you know. And our big two stories tonight will be covering the potentially imminent war with Lebanon. Israel may go to war against Lebanon, or rather Hezbollah in Lebanon very soon. That is at least what they're threatening. They're saying that Hezbollah has to move away from their border, and the United States is saying the same thing. And this could be a negotiating tactic, because I doubt that Israel really wants a war with Hezbollah. But then again, they might just be crazy enough to do it, since they have forces on the northern border, and based on some of the rhetoric, it's possible. So we'll talk about that. We'll also be talking about a new hostage deal, which may be coming together. It also may not. We're in kind of like the fourth phase of the war, and I'll break down the timeline in a moment.
Damn.
But if you've been paying close attention to the war,
Purple's a bot. Shit.
Stopped for a couple weeks towards the end of November, beginning of December, when there did appear to be not a ceasefire, but what they have been calling these humanitarian pauses. Even though, by definition,
Humanitarian pauses.
it is a cessation of hostilities, a stopping, a ceasing of firing, they don't want to call it that. And there are reasons why, but they are going to a lot of trouble to not call it a ceasefire, and this was in order to get most of the non-male and elderly, so the female, the women, the elderly civilian hostages negotiated back to Israel, but the hostilities have since resumed. Whatever there was, if there was a ceasefire, it is now over, and so they are discussing with Egyptian and Qatari mediators to see if they could put together a new deal that would see more humanitarian aid going in, cessation of the bombing again, in exchange for more.
If this guy was smart, he would have already he would use that soon.
So we'll get into all that. We'll get into the latest stuff. It's going to be a good show. It's good to be back here. The show's been all over the place this week. I apologize, but like I said, it's like, one, it's the holidays. Two, there's nothing going on. I'm just like flying into Christmas break here. I don't usually do a big, well, actually, I typically do a break for Christmas. But I wasn't planning on it this year, but I'm just trying to get across the finish line of Christmas, and nothing going on, so it's just,
this year Christmas has been like, it's been such a pain this last year.
hasn't really happened this week, but I'll be back probably next week. I might take a little time off around New Year's. I'm thinking of getting out of here and taking a short little break because not like I've been missing quite a few shows, I feel like, lately, but I've been doing a lot of streaming. I've been doing the show, I've been doing the Rumble exclusives, so I think I might take a small break, and also been working on a lot of things behind the scenes as well, so but I'll let you know. Most likely, of course, I'll be doing a show not on Monday, but I'll probably be back Tuesday and Wednesday, and probably Thursday, Friday. I'm thinking, right? 27, 28, 29. Yeah, so I'm thinking I will at least do a show Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and of course next Wednesday is our huge fundraiser. It's our big Money Bomb marathon stream. So I think I'll probably do Tuesday. We'll do the big stream Wednesday. I'll be doing a show on Thursday, and then I think I'm gonna take Friday off, maybe take Monday off the following Monday. So that's kind of like the tentative schedule. I know it's been a little all over the place lately. So that's that. And just another reminder, Wednesday I'm doing my huge marathon fundraiser stream, and it's for the America First Foundation, which is my 501c4 nonprofit, our big end-of-the-year fundraiser, and we're going to be raising a lot of money. The goal is to get to, I'm thinking 50,000, because that's what we have in terms of matching. We have a donor that's going to match every dollar that's donated up to 50,000. So we're
nice
for that, because again, that's what's covered under the sort of double or nothing money bomb situation. And I hinted at some of the projects earlier in the week. We're planning on doing a feature-length documentary next year. We're going to be doing APPAC 4. We're going to be in the 2024 election. We're going to be doing a new studio. We got a lot of big plans for next year to really take things to the next level. So we're starting it with a little round of fundraising, crowdfunding at the end of the year. So that's the plan. And like I said, all throughout the week, it's going to be a marathon stream, going to be all day. We'll have guests. We'll have all sorts of other like little events and ways to participate. My nose is itching like crazy right now. I don't know why. It's my allergies. distracted. It like hurts. What is that? My nose is like right here. It's like hurting right here. I don't know why. It's like all of a sudden my nose just started hurting. Anyway, I'll try to fight through that. Just kind of distracted me a little bit. Anyway, so that's Wednesday, and like I said, we might be doing like a gaming tournament. We're gonna be doing call-ins. We'll have super chats. It's gonna be an all-out thing. We've never really done it before, but it's gonna be fun. It'll be our first one, and we're just gonna have fun with it. We're gonna play around with the format. So stay tuned for more information. I'll be posting more info this weekend, and that'll be that. So that's our schedule. My last show before Christmas, but I'll probably see you Tuesday. So I guess with that, we'll dive in. Before we get into the news in Gaza, there is one other thing I wanted to talk about. This is one thing that's kind of been going on in the background for the past few days, and I'm sure you've heard the rumors, but there's a very disturbing report that came out this week from CBS. Based on some rumors, I feel like were circulating even before that. People have been talking about this now for, I feel like, maybe a week, maybe two, which is that Donald Trump is considering Nikki Haley to be his running mate. Have you heard this?
Yeah, that's...
And it's been all over Twitter. And as I said, it was in this big CBS report, although I feel like it was being discussed even before that. They say that he's going to pick her to be the running mate. And I suppose I can see why. I can see the reasoning. It makes sense in a very narrow way, because I know that Donald Trump wants a female running mate. And that's
why?
For maybe his weakness among women in the electorate.
Oh,
And
yeah.
most likely he wants somebody who has a little color. And the point of the vice president on the ticket is to sort of hedge.
What the fuck is Nikki Haley?
Not be in love with the guy at the top of the ticket. At least that's the conventional wisdom. Usually you put a statewide office holder from a swing state, or maybe you put in a woman, or maybe you put in a black person, or maybe you put in someone more moderate, or someone more extreme, depending on who's at the top of the ticket. And so...
No! That is exactly what I didn't want.
Trump was looking at a short list of all women, like Carrie Lake and Marjorie Greene and Kirsty Noem from, is she from North or South Dakota? I think one of the Dakotas. And that was the list. And I don't know that Nikki Haley was ever considered. What's more, not only is she a woman and she's not white, but also she is rising in the polls. And she has appeared to have supplanted DeSantis as the runner-up and leading in the second-tier race that's been going on at these debates, and everybody that doesn't or hasn't already committed to supporting Trump. She's actually now, according to some polls, at 30% in New Hampshire, which is 15 points behind Trump, which is kind of a big deal, because she was never that high initially at the beginning of the race. So, I kind of get it and again, on one level, I kind of get it from a strategic point of view. He's looking for a woman. She's non-white. She is, at this point, really his only competition, if you can even say that. I mean, she's not really. I don't think there's any chance she'll become the nominee, but there is a scenario where she finishes second in New Hampshire. Maybe she finishes first in South Carolina, second or first. And then there's a real competition between her and Trump. And so, from a strategic point of view, you can kind of understand what he's thinking if that's true.
Why the fuck did that guy make the angry face after I tacked a purple? That made no sense.
The race, and that maybe she will help him consolidate support on the Republican side on the ticket and get a little support from women or, you know, more moderate types. You can sort of understand the idea there. On the other hand, it is the worst idea ever, because she represents the opposite of Trump in basically every way. She is hands down the worst candidate that's running right now. She's a neocon, she's a social liberal, she's establishment. I don't even think she's tough on immigration. So she's like against every single thing that Trump ran on the first, the second time, and now. And not only that, her temperament is against the president as well. Trump is rough around the edges, and lately he's been talking about how immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, and you know, all this stuff. And Nikki Haley is quite the opposite. She said in 2015 that Donald Trump...
What? What were you screaming about?
I saw a monster.
No, you didn't, Gabs.
Yeah, I did. He's on TV.
Oh.
You're winning?
Yeah. Go watch your show, Gabs.
was like Dylan Roof, okay? Dylan Roof was the guy, of course, who killed all those black people years ago. And she said that Trump's rhetoric inspired Dylan Roof. So they couldn't be further apart in terms of style, in terms of substance. And I think everybody understands. I mean, even at Turning Point USA, they were booing her. When she was mentioned, I think by Tucker Carlson, she was booed. Very negative response. And I feel like that's the sentiment in the entire MAGA base. Of course, she went out. She was in the Trump administration for a couple years as the UN ambassador. And I believe she basically started trashing the president from the moment she left that position. And effectively began running for office. She left, joined the board of Boeing, bought a $2.5 million house, and then immediately began preparing to challenge the president for the nomination and trashing him, and especially after January 6th. But this is, you know, and I hate to tell you this, but I've heard from people that are in the know as well, and I don't even want to say this because I know it's going to dampen enthusiasm a little bit, but you got to stay with me here. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has not changed, okay? The reality of the situation is that Donald Trump was one of the biggest reasons why the first term was not what it was supposed to be. And that's because Donald Trump is not very interested in governing. He doesn't pick the right people. He doesn't pick people that are loyal. He doesn't pick people that are America first or on side. For whatever reason, he just has these blind spots. He has these severe defects when it comes to his style of government. He's a great campaigner. That's why he's good at winning primary campaigns. That's why he's good at getting votes. He is not good at governing, and he doesn't even seem to be interested in it. And so when we talk about the failures of the first term, or the shortcomings of the first term, it's because of the fact that he picked all the wrong people to do the hiring in the White House and in the administration. That's why for years there was no progress on the border, there was no progress on bringing the troops home, or any of the major things that he promised, a middle-class tax cut, an infrastructure bill. It never happened, never materialized. Until the very, very end when they did a big shakeup. And you'd like to think that he is aware of that, and he learned from these mistakes, and that it won't be like that again. For example, people like Kushner and Ivanka having the reins. I hate to tell you, but it is going to be like that again. In fact, it already is like that again. It is like that with his campaign. It is like that with his endorsements. And if he wins, it is going to be the same battle in the administration that it was in 2017, which is a little bit heartbreaking, which is a little bit devastating. And I have this on good authority. I happen to know that this is the case. There are a lot of efforts where there are various factions that are selling to their donors and to other people on these different projects where they're going to find the personnel that's going to be in the Trump White House. And some of them are good and some of them are bad. And despite there being an overwhelming awareness of this, I mean, it seems that the movement is very cognizant and conscientious of this fact. Donald Trump seems to not be. He seems to have not gotten the memo. And it seems that headed into 2024, once again, it's going to be another all-out battle between the people that are actually loyal to him and that are actually America first and the neocons and the Jews and the Jared Kushner types and the Israel firsters and the establishment people. It's going to be another battle. And so when I hear from CBS or you hear these rumors that he's considering Haley, I believe it. I believe it. I believe that it will happen. Or rather, I don't necessarily think it will come to fruition, but I believe that he is considering that. I believe that that is a completely accurate report, and I would hope that he would clarify and say that it isn't. I would hope that in the coming days he might say, oh, that's not true, I'm not considering it, but I think that he hasn't addressed it yet. Well, it doesn't tell us anything good about what's really going on. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she wound up being the VP. I would not be surprised in the slightest if by the end it was a Trump-Haley ticket. I hate to say it. I hate it. I hate that outcome. I might not even vote for him if he puts Haley on the ticket. But I wouldn't be surprised. I hope that's, like I said, I hope that's not the case. I really don't want it to be her for obvious reasons, and I would probably boycott. But I wouldn't even be a little bit surprised, because that's how he rolls, and that's how he has operated since the beginning. And it is a crying shame that we have to work with. And I know that might frustrate a lot of people. That's why I say bear with me. But that's the game, and that's the way it is. Trump's going to be the nominee. Biden's going to be the nominee. Trump, if there is any chance of somebody like us getting in the White House, it's going to be through Trump. And that's it. So, you know, I know that's not the ringing endorsement that people want. People want to hear that everything's going to be okay and he's going to get elected. He's going to get elected this time, and I hope so. But that's only going to happen if we fight for it. Trump's a guy. It is what it is. He is what he is. And if we want it bad enough, which is to get in the administration and get near the levers of power, then that's what we have to work with. We got to work with him. And with all this bullshit that he...
What?
Where's the ibuprofen at?
I don't know, Gabs.
Just where's the ibuprofen at?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Some people want to take their ball and go home. They say, oh, you know, I don't...
Yeah.
I don't like Trump, I don't like this Kushner stuff, and blah, blah, blah. Let's support the other Republican nominee. I mean, what's the alternative? It is what it is. And we had some good people, and I got many people jobs in the first administration, and I'd like to get more Goipers into the second administration if he wins, you know. And that is what we have to work with, is what it is. Sadly, and unnecessarily. I mean, it should, in theory, be avoidable, but it isn't. So I hope that he will put out a statement in the coming weeks and say, yeah, you know, that's not true, that's fake news, but I don't think we just got to make our voices heard. Because he listens to the people, I'd like to think. And, you know, if you go to a rally and boo Nikki Haley, you get in the True Social or whatever, but he needs to know we're not going to vote for him if he takes Haley. But I wouldn't be surprised. So anyway, so that's that. But I want to move on. I want to get into the latest in the war in Gaza. And we'll go through the latest news here. The first story is about the potential second hostage deal. And like I said at the top of the show, the war in Gaza has kind of taken on 4 distinct phases at this point. There was the initial attack by Hamas on October 7th. There was the Israeli retaliation, the bombing and the blockade that began almost immediately, and that lasted from the 7th until the 27th of October. On October 27th, Israel began their ground invasion of North Gaza. On November 24th, there was a ceasefire, a humanitarian pause. And then on December 4th, there was the resumption of hostilities. So, October, it was the bombing and the blockade. Most of November, it was the initial invasion of North Gaza for about 2 weeks. At the end of November, beginning of
What the
December...
fuck is this guy doing?
And here we are in December, and the war rages on. And actually, the fighting has expanded now into South Gaza. So now, the Israeli military is not only in North Gaza, of which they, I believe, now control most of it, but they have also began their incursion into the south as well, which is a recent development. So we're in stage 4, or phase 4 of this war. There is no end in sight. Israeli officials have said that it is going to last anywhere from 3 to 7 months. Some have said it's going to last years, up to 10 years. At least that's what they said at the very beginning. So we really have no idea how long it's going to go on. We don't even know what they're trying to achieve. They have not actually said with any specificity since the beginning what their tactical objectives are. They have said that their goal is to free the hostages and destroy Hamas. Freeing the hostages is a concrete victory condition. Destroying Hamas is a little bit ambiguous. What really does that mean? Does that mean they're going to kill 40,000 Hamas fighters? Does that mean they're going to assassinate all of the leaders of Hamas? Does that mean they are going to take military control over the Gaza Strip? They have not said, again, what the tactical objectives here are. With any specificity, what they really want to achieve other than this vague notion of destroy Hamas. That's all we've heard. The war is 76 days old. We really still have no idea what a victory looks like. That's why we don't know the timeline, and no one can really predict their next move. And so this is where we are in the war. Day 76, it's in North and South Gaza. Still no clear defined objectives. And now they're negotiating another ceasefire. That's the latest update, is that the Palestinian side and the Israeli side are speaking to each other through mediators in Egypt and Qatar about potentially another ceasefire in exchange for more hostages. But there seems to be an impasse about the number of hostages and what Israel will give in return for that. And this is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, Israel and militant groups based in Gaza have resumed talks on reaching an agreement that would see Israeli hostages released. However, the parties' demands remain far apart. The Wall Street Journal reports the talks will be held in Egypt and include representatives from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or PIJ. PIJ is another militia group based in Gaza. Wall Street Journal reports that Egyptian officials say Israel is demanding Hamas release 40 captives, including all women, children, and elderly men with compromised health, in exchange for a 1-week pause in fighting. According to the Journal, Hamas is seeking a 2-week pause in fighting. However, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh met with Iranian officials on Tuesday and said the group was seeking a permanent ceasefire. The problem this time, he explained,
Bro,
interpretations from
what the
Hamas.
fuck?
Hamas insists this time the deal cannot be a prisoner exchange solely. It has to be based on a permanent ceasefire. Hamas official Ghazi Hamad said, our vision is very clear. We want to stop the aggression. What's going on the ground is a catastrophe. Hamas says the remaining female captives are soldiers in the Israeli military. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says a permanent end to the war with Hamas is not possible, as Tel Aviv is determined to eradicate the group. He said, whoever thinks we will stop is detached from reality. All Hamas terrorists, from the first to the last, are dead men walking. A previous hostage agreement saw Hamas release dozens of women and children captive in exchange for Israel releasing Palestinian women and children imprisoned by Tel Aviv. That agreement broke down on December 1st, and Israel resumed military operations in Gaza. At the end of the ceasefire, over 100 Israelis remain captive in Gaza. So, this is where we are, and there are pressures on both sides. It's sort of tricky. On the Israel side, they want to continue the war, and it seems the apparent goal of Israel is to annex the Gaza Strip. And I've talked about why I believe that and what evidence there is to support this. In terms of hard evidence, there was a memo that was leaked in October at the very beginning of the war, and the authenticity of the memo was verified by the Israeli government. And the memo said that their goal is to take control of Gaza. They said that there will be no international coalition that will govern Gaza. There will be no Arab coalition governing Gaza. They are not going to let Egypt or Jordan govern Gaza. They said the creation of any kind of Muslim or international government or an independent Palestinian government, they said would not solve the fundamental problem, which is that Gaza is incubating Muslim extremism, anti-Israel militarism, and the only solution is for Israel to control the Gaza Strip. And if you listen to any of the Israeli officials, they would verify that. They've also said repeatedly, in public statements, not just a memo, but they've said that there will be no coalition of Gulf countries running Gaza, there will be no American or European thing. They said they are going to resume military control of Gaza for the first time since 2006. Moreover, we are led to believe that this is not merely going to be a military occupation because of what they are doing to the people and the infrastructure of the region. According to the Associated Press, they have destroyed 30% of every building in Gaza. 30% of all the buildings have been partially damaged or destroyed by Israel in the war. Okay, 30%, including every single hospital in northern Gaza. They have displaced 1.5 million people. They have killed 20,000 civilians. And the war is far from over. The war is, as a matter of fact, expanding as they are now moving into South Gaza. So when you take all of that together and you consider that publicly and privately they're saying that they will control Gaza, there will be no Palestinian or international coalition government there. They've said they will take military control. When you consider that they have forced nearly all the Palestinians out of their homes, and then they destroyed those homes so they have nowhere to return to, it would seem obvious that what they seek is not merely to control Gaza militarily, but to annex the Gaza Strip and to send civilian settlers there to rebuild the Strip as part of Israel, as part of a greater Israel, as they are doing in the West Bank, as they have been doing in the West Bank since '67, which is to not merely control it with the military, but also to have a civilian presence as well, a sort of civilian expansion agenda through the settlements. That seems to be what they're doing, just in terms of the level of destruction and their insistence that there will be no government there other than their own. It would seem that that is the objective.
Is it gonna break?
That's what they want.
Fuck.
On the other hand, they are under pressure from the international community. The UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, Russia, China, all of their Arab or Muslim neighbors, and even the United States are calling for restraint. All of the West is almost uniform in saying that Israel should be more restrained and should avoid civilian casualties and should allow the necessary humanitarian aid into Gaza. In the East, it's much more robust. They're saying not only should Israel allow humanitarian aid and restrain themselves, they're calling for a cessation of hostilities and for the creation of a Palestinian state, an independent, sovereign Palestinian state in Gaza and the West Bank. So the whole world is demanding, the world's populations and the world's governments, and even these supranational bodies like the UN are demanding that Israel stop. So Israel wants to annex Gaza. They're doing it slowly and gradually to avoid casualties in their military. They're doing it systematically. But they're doing it in a very brutal fashion, and this is sort of necessary because this is a war of conquest. This is a brutal war to drive all the Palestinians out of their territory so that they never return. And so as a consequence, the whole world is pushing them to stop, but there are elements even within the Israeli government that are pushing them to continue, including a religious extremist named Ben Gvir, who says that he will cause the Netanyahu coalition government to collapse, the Israeli government within their Knesset to fall apart, if Netanyahu tries to stop or restrain the fighting. So there's international pressure to stop, there's domestic pressure to continue, and of course the will of Netanyahu and his party is that they want to annex Gaza virtually at any cost. So that's on the Israeli side. On the Palestinian side, what they want is for their Muslim neighbors to join the fight. They're looking for Hezbollah to intervene, they're looking for the Houthis, or the Popular Mobilization Front in Iraq and Syria, or Iran to send in support. I imagine they're hoping that if Israel takes enough land, if they are close enough to totally taking over the Gaza Strip, that this would elicit a strong response from the axis of resistance across the region. And so that's apparently why they're stalling. I mean, ideally they want a ceasefire, they're using their hostages as leverage, as bargaining power, but what they're really counting on is for the various elements supported by Iran in the region to apply pressure to Israel so that they cannot sustain the war effort. And they've done that in a variety of ways. For example, Hezbollah has mobilized along Israel's northern border, and that has forced Israel to deploy some of their most elite forces to their northern border, as opposed to fighting in Gaza in the south. And so that's one piece that has been moved on the chessboard. By putting Hezbollah on Israel's northern border, Israel's forced to divert forces that would have been in Gaza in the south. They have to instead have them deployed in the north. They've also had the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria bombing the United States, which does create pressure in the U.S. The United States does not want this war to escalate or widen. They don't want to be fighting in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. And so by consistently applying pressure to the United States, it forces the United States either to escalate, which it doesn't want to do, or to restrain Israel to alleviate the pressure coming from these militias backed by Iran and Iraq and Syria. They're getting bombed all the time. When they're bombed, they're forced to respond, but every time they're forced to respond, they risk escalation, which they'd rather not do. So they call Israel and ask them if they'll stop killing civilians. That's another way in which Iran is applying pressure. The third way that Iran is applying pressure And the most recent example is with the Houthi movement in Yemen, where the Houthis have recently begun attacking ships in the Al-Mandev Strait out of the Red Sea by attacking all these ships destined for Israel, or even other ships that may be owned by an Israeli company or something like that, or really by attacking any ships at all. Major companies are forced to divert trade, and instead of going through the Suez Canal and through the Red Sea, they're forced to go and circumvent all of Africa and pass by the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa, which increases shipping costs and shipping time and disrupts the global economy, disrupts the global price of oil and other things too. Major European companies have said that they're not going to send their ships through the Red Sea as long as the Houthi movement is attacking these ships. And that's another way that they apply pressure on the United States. The United States doesn't want to fight Iran. They don't want to fight Hezbollah. They don't want to go to war with Yemen. They certainly don't want to do all of that at the same time. Their support for Israel against Hamas alone is already forcing them to divert resources from Ukraine and from Taiwan. They were already losing in Ukraine with all their support for Ukraine. Then they had to support Taiwan with China's increased presence and military drills around that island. And they're ready to transition from Ukraine.
What are you doing? Is JJ home? Oh.
Eating popsicle.
Nice. What were you watching?
I was watching the Grinch, Mr. Grinch. And then I quit watching it. Because I got a headache.
Ukraine and Taiwan. Now.
What?
Yeah, I got a headache.
Oh.
I don't get headaches very often.
Yeah.
I do pretty good not having them.
Yeah. Sweet. Now I can consolidate all my troops into one place.
What time are we gonna go to church in the morning?
Because it's Christmas Eve, it's going to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright. I'm excited.
You're excited?
Mm-hmm. Excited to see my friends. I like seeing the printer. I like listening to him.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's funny tomorrow.
Why is he doing that? I don't like that.
how they're consumed with the Israel-Hamas war. They certainly don't want to be taking on all of the Middle East at the same time, which is what Iran is sort of counting on, is by applying pressure in a sort of surgical way, in a very calculated way, they're getting the United States to intervene effectively on their behalf to get Israel to agree to these pauses and to sort of delay the inevitable. So that's what's going on both sides. That's where we are in the war. And, I guess we'll see where it goes if they'll agree to a ceasefire. It seems unlikely. Palestine says they want an indefinite ceasefire, and that is also what the Houthis are saying, and that is what the IRGC is saying, and that's what Hezbollah is saying. And Israel will never agree to that. They will not agree until they either kill all the leaders, which would be a very provocative action, or until they have completely taken over Gaza, which would potentially also provoke a response from Iran and its proxies. So we'll be watching this peace process in particular. The other big development that's happening is that Israel is threatening a war with Hezbollah. And that's our featured story, is whether or not Israel potentially will go to war against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And this is something I've covered really from the beginning, which is which side really wants a war. And it would seem that Hezbollah does not want a war with Israel at all. And we know that because they have been remarkably restrained in their approach. They are mobilized on Israel's northern border, and they have struck Israel consistently ever since the war broke out, but in extremely limited capacity, and not inflicting many casualties at all. So not only has the fighting been muted, but also their leader declined to declare an all-out war. You remember that very public statement that he made, I think that was towards the end of October, beginning of November. The leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, came out and said that, well, we already are at war. When we do these little tit-for-tat strikes across the border that don't even kill anybody, that doesn't constitute an all-out war, and if Hamas is on the brink of losing, maybe then we'll step things up. That's what they said initially. And a lot of analysts have said that Hezbollah does not want to go to war because they're listening to the people of Lebanon. Lebanon has been struggling economically, and they've been suffering as a country, and so they do not want Israel to invade them. Every time Israel has invaded Lebanon, there's been a lot of brutal and deadly fighting, like in the 80s or in 2006. So it would seem that Hezbollah, responsive to the needs of the Lebanese people, it's listening to them. They don't want to go to war against Israel, but they are merely there, as I said earlier, to divert Israel's forces from Hamas and to check Israel, to remind them that they are on the border, and if necessary, maybe they would intervene. On the other hand, it would seem that Israel is trying to provoke a war with Hezbollah. They have evacuated their border. They have deployed their forces to the north. And as I said on a show, I want to say this was 1, maybe 2 weeks ago, Israel has been striking deeper and deeper into Lebanon. They're not just striking Hezbollah's forces on the immediate border, they're striking many miles deep into Lebanese territory. They've also been killing Lebanese civilians, and they have consistently had provocative rhetoric talking about how Lebanon will not be able to field Hezbollah as close to Israel as they have in the past. They've said that we're going to change the situation on the ground for a generation. Most recently, they've been threatening and saying that if Hezbollah doesn't move further north, that Hezbollah will be destroyed. So they're now outright threatening a war with Hezbollah. And it's an open-ended question as to whether that's a legitimate threat or maybe that's some part of a... And this is a story on this. This is from New York Times. It's this quote. Israeli officials say Tel Aviv is moving closer to a full-scale war with Hezbollah. The IDF and Hezbollah have traded fire along the Lebanon-Israel border since October 7th. IDF spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus said Monday, "We are closer today to war with Hezbollah than we were yesterday." And the directive to the IDF is, of course, to enhance readiness, to prepare, and to be capable of defending Israeli civilians. The Defense Minister Yoav Gallant explained that if restoring security in the area cannot be implemented diplomatically, then we will not hesitate to act. Last week, an IDF official told Newsweek that Tel Aviv plans to remove Hezbollah from the Lebanese border. The official said, quote, "We will not return to the situation that was on the 6th. It means we will not allow our civilians neither in Gaza, enveloped, nor on the Lebanese border to be under this threat." The official continued, "We are prepared for war with Hezbollah. We are on alert for that. We have the people, the personnel that is exactly ready for that, but we don't want to do it yet." Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah explained the current military group is attacking Israel to force Tel Aviv to split its forces between Gaza in the south and along the Lebanese border in the north. He said Hezbollah is not seeking a wider conflict with Israel. The IDF has hit several civilian targets in Lebanon. A group of easily identified journalists in southern Lebanon were attacked by an Israeli tank, leaving 1 dead. Tel Aviv has also deployed white phosphorus in Lebanon. The White House is backing the Israeli proposal to have Hezbollah withdraw from the Israeli border. According to the Financial Times, the U.S., the UK, and France are exploring ways to convince Hezbollah to pull back from the Lebanon-Israel border in a diplomatic push to prevent a full-blown conflict erupting between them and Israel. Replacing Hezbollah with the Lebanese military along the border could open a window for Israel to attack southern Lebanon, as Hezbollah is a far superior fighting force. So this is, and we talked about on, I think, Monday or Tuesday about the potential for a war with Yemen. This is the potential for a war with Lebanon. Consider what's going on in the entire region. I'll remind you sort of where we are here. You have Israel. Israel was attacked from Gaza by Hamas, which controls Gaza. So Israel blockaded, bombed, and has now invaded Gaza to destroy Hamas. Okay, that's the local war. This is your Serbia versus Austria-Hungary. This is the beginning. Israel at war with Hamas in Gaza. But you also have the Iranian-backed Hezbollah in southern Lebanon on Israel's northern border, where Israel has matched them. At the same time, in Iraq and Syria, you have Iranian-backed groups bombing U.S. forces. The United States is in Syria, in the east. The United States is in Iraq. And Iran, over the past 20 years, since the deposition of Saddam Hussein, has supported Shiite militias in both countries, and especially since the Syrian civil war. And so now those proxies have bombed American forces in Iraq and Syria over 100 times since October 7th. In Yemen, the Iranian-backed Houthi movement in the northwest of Yemen is now attacking Israeli ships in the Red Sea, which is not only an affront to Israel, but also an affront to the United States and the world, because it is causing a disruption in a global shipping route. Petroleum products travels. This is how the war has expanded. And I would also add, in minor ways, in the West Bank, the entire population now supports Hamas, and there has been isolated fighting and rioting over there as well. So this is where we are in the Middle East. Now, on Monday, and what we just talked about a moment ago, the United States said that we are going to go to war with Yemen. We will begin potentially bombing Yemen directly because they're interfering in the global shipping routes. So the United States is now engaged with Yemen. They're also engaged in fighting in Iraq and Syria. They keep threatening that the more Iran attacks them in Iraq and Syria, the more that they will escalate. And so now you have the United States bombing the Iranian paramilitary group, the IRGC, in Syria and Iraq. We're engaging almost directly with Iran in two countries. And now, Israel is saying that if Hezbollah does not leave their northern border, then we will destroy Hezbollah. If we can't get them, if we cannot convince them to leave the border, then we will destroy them. And Israel is engaging with the United States, France, and the UK to negotiate or demand Hezbollah to do the same, to leave southern Lebanon, to leave Israel's northern border. And if Hezbollah doesn't, then Israel will attack. Now the thing is, Hezbollah is the strongest force in Lebanon. They're stronger than the Lebanese military. Hezbollah really runs Lebanon. And so if Hezbollah withdraws from Lebanon's southern border, Israel could invade. Hezbollah deployed to Israel's northern border, rather not to attack Israel, but in anticipation that Israel would attack Lebanon. Because Israel is threatening everybody. Israel is saying, as I've said from the beginning, they have said that they are going to fundamentally alter the geopolitical situation on the ground for 50 years, for a generation. We're going to change things forever. That's what they keep saying. They're talking about a greater Israel. There is a, like I said, the evidence suggests that they are preparing to annex Gaza. And so Hezbollah deploys to the northern border, or rather Lebanon's southern border. And they have said repeatedly, we do not seek a war with Israel. The Lebanese people don't want it. Hezbollah doesn't want it. They've been remarkably restrained. And now Israel is saying, well, they have to leave. As we basically clean up in Gaza, as we expand the war and we finish them off, well, now we don't want Hezbollah on our northern border. We're going to be on our northern border. We will have our most elite forces. We will have a massive number, because most of the people in Gaza are reservists. Israel's real ground force is on their northern border with Hezbollah. And now they're saying Hezbollah must retreat. Hezbollah must withdraw and effectively leave Lebanon's border open. And now we, the United States, and the other NATO countries are attempting to convince Hezbollah to leave under the threat from Israel. And really, when you think about it, Israel is threatening not just Hezbollah, but they're also threatening us. When Israel says, if Hezbollah doesn't leave, we will destroy them, that is just as much a threat against Hezbollah as it is to the United States. Because, of course, Israel is threatening Hezbollah and saying, you know, we'll kill you, you better leave, or we'll go to war with you, and we know the Lebanese people don't want war. But it's also a threat against the United States, because the United States does not want this war to escalate and widen. The United States knows that if Israel gets into a fight in Lebanon, it is going to draw Iran into the conflict. It will draw all of Iran's proxies in, and that will draw the United States in. Because if Israel goes to war with Hezbollah, Iran is bombing the United States in Iraq and Syria more than they are now, and we will be forced to defend Israel. So we will not only have to defend our own interest in the region and our own assets in the region, we will also be politically and strategically drawn into the war to defend Israel and to make sure that Israel wins in Lebanon. So when Israel says, if Hezbollah doesn't withdraw, we're going to war with them, they're saying that to the White House. They're not even, they're really even saying it more so to Washington than to Beirut. They're really saying, more so they're saying to Washington, if you don't force these guys to go back, we're going to shit on everything and make you clean it up. We're going to dump everywhere. Because they know full well.
And then we're going to have to defend them.
And the United States will be deployed everywhere and have to clean it up, which we absolutely cannot do. I mean, we just do not have the means to do that. The debt is $30 trillion. It's an election year. We already spent $250 billion in Ukraine. We have to begin arming Taiwan to prepare for a potential Chinese invasion in the next 5 to 10 years. We're already outmatched in the Pacific. And Israel is saying, you better convince Hezbollah to back off, or we will turn the Middle East into a global war, into a regional war. Something the United States absolutely cannot afford to do, but will be forced to do to our own detriment and at our own peril. 2 areas. So now the United States is committed in Yemen. Okay, think about all the ways that the United States is engaged in this conflict. We have our aircraft carriers there. We have our fighters there. We're shooting down missiles that Yemen is launching at Israel. United States military bases are being bombed every single day.
This sucks. The only thing that's out right now is the bot.
In both Iraq and Syria. We are retaliating with airstrikes every single day in Iraq and Syria. We're giving $10 billion in aid to Israel. potentially, the way that this could expand is that we would be negotiating Hezbollah's withdrawal from the Lebanese border. We're negotiating with the Gulf states on some kind of solution to the Palestinian refugee crisis. We're begging Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Jordan to take Palestinian refugees. We will wind up taking a lot of refugees ourselves. And we're also now involved in Yemen, where we're deploying a major strike force to protect the shipping lanes in the Red Sea. And any one of these theaters could pop off at any given time. Israel wants more. They want us to support their war in Lebanon. They want us to destroy the Houthi movement with Saudi Arabia in Yemen. They want us to bomb Iran and Iraq and Syria. Ultimately, and I think this is the goal, I really genuinely think that Israel's goal is to do precisely this. They want to instigate this regional conflict. They know they can't be the aggressor. If they attacked Gaza outright, maybe the United States wouldn't support them right now. They had to have Gaza attacked first to justify this worst humanitarian catastrophe in this century. They had to let their guard down and stand down and allow Hamas to attack them to justify this. In the same way, I think that Israel is waiting, and they're killing as many people as possible. The brutality is part of it, because they want to provoke the region into attacking them first. Because I think their ambitions are they want to annex the Golan Heights. I think they want to defeat Hezbollah forever. I think they want to topple Assad. I think they want the Houthi movement destroyed. Fundamentally, they want the United States to confront Iran. They want the United States to denuclearize Iran. They want us to bomb their centrifuges. They want us to topple the Iranian government. I think that's their long-term vision. And this is what they've spoken about repeatedly over the decades. They've said that they want to destroy all of these strong Arab dictatorships. And when you look at it, they've been mostly successful. You know, 20, 30 years ago, the Middle East was a dangerous place for Israel. And if you go back even further, very dangerous. You had a very strong Iran, a very strong Iraq, a very strong Syria, a strong Libya. Libya is done. Iraq is done. Egypt has been pacified and neutralized. Jordan, same thing. Syria has been destabilized. In the wake of 20 years of conflict of the United States defeating all of Israel's enemies, there's only one country, there's only one that has survived and remained strong and stood to benefit from the chaos, and that is Iran. Iran's biggest rival in the region was Iraq. And now that Iraq is gone, Iran has moved in. And as people have pointed out for a long time now, for the past 10 years, Iran has expanded its influence all over the region. And now Iran has become the only rival to Israel in the entire Middle East. Israel has no rival, it has no competitor in the region other than Iran. As we've talked about throughout the year, Israel was on pace to normalize ties with all of the Arab Gulf states, meaning that Israel would be allied with Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Bahrain, and as a consequence, you know, Saudi Arabia controls that entire region. So that would mean Yemen and Oman and the rest of it. They had already achieved peace agreements with Egypt and Jordan. Iraq is under the suzerainty of the United States. Syria was destabilized. Lebanon was weakened. And so their only rival was Iran, who was building up its influence by backing these militias in all these different countries, Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, propping up Assad in Syria, backing the Popular Mobilization Front in Iraq. And Israel thinks this is unacceptable. Israel can have no competitors, can have no rivals. This is what they've been building towards. They've said for the last 25 years, the United States must bomb Iran. The United States must attack Iran. We must topple the Islamic Republic regime in Iran. And they can't get the United States to do it like they could with Iraq because there's no 9/11. So they're instigating this regional war. Well, we will be forced to intervene in virtually every country in Israel to defeat Iran. And I think that's what they're deliberately trying to do. And specifically, this is what Netanyahu wants. And Netanyahu knows that basically, unless that happens, he will be thrown out of power.
What?
So there's a very scary, sinister agenda going on here, and I don't think it's by accident. I don't think it is. I don't think it's simply good luck that Israel appears to be setting up to achieve its ambitions, which is to dominate the Middle East. 70 years ago,
What, Gabs?
the Middle East was dominated by strong Arab socialist republics, powerful Arab dictators rich with oil money, awash with cash, getting armaments from the Soviet Union. 70 years later, Israel, if Iran is taken out, Israel dominates the region. There is no competitor. It's over. You know, Turkey's a NATO country. Egypt and Jordan are the number 2 and 3 recipients of U.S. aid. Saudi Arabia has been our partner for 70 years. We're doing arms deals with them. Syria and Iraq have been leveled by war. If Iran is gone, that's it. Israel controls the whole place. Through the nuclear power, they would be the center of this IMEC corridor, this India, Middle East, Europe corridor they're trying to build. And this paves the way. We're talking about protocols of Elders of Zion. We're talking about Israel at the center of the Afro-Eurasian continent, at the center of global trade, geopolitically dominant in the region, and with its support from the United States and even enjoying good relations with Russia, and maybe mediating between the two. We're talking about Israeli domination of the planet. Like you thought it was bad when you had Wolfowitz in the government. You thought it was bad when they did the war in Iraq. I mean, we are talking about Antichrist, like end times scenario. Protocols of Elders of Zion, a plan that was laid thousands of years ago. I mean, this is what we're talking about. And it's pretty scary to think about. Or there might be nothing we could do. So, that's that. Yeah, that's the Merry Christmas, by the way. But if you can't see how this is all coming together, you're not paying attention. You gotta pray for peace. You have to pray that Israel stops, that the United States can get Israel to stop. Because otherwise, we are talking about some scary stuff. It's not difficult to see. I mean, let's say Iran's out of the picture and Israel starts building the third temple. Who's gonna stop them? Israel at the center of global trade between India, China, and Europe, and Israel enjoying relations with East and West, with the communists and with the liberals. It's scary. They'll be the center of, you know, a lot of the technological developments, a lot of trade, nuclear power. This is not good. We're in the end game here. They are close to achieving every last infinity stone, and when they do, say goodbye to the universe. We're all gonna die. So anyway, that's that. I want to move on. We're gonna take a look at our super chats. That's not really a great Christmas show. Not really a great Christmas message, but nevertheless, hey, wake up. This is what's going on. All right, but I'm gonna get set up. We'll do super chats and then I'll get out of here. Let's take a look.
All right. Actually, let's just go home and find a different video.
Consequence of the Houthis' attacks on private ships moving through shipping lanes adjacent to Yemenese territory, the United States is palling up with its allies, and we're doing a goddamn united front. Let's go.
Attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea threaten the free flow of commerce in the region's vital waterways, endanger innocent ship workers, and are a flagrant affront to international law. Simply put, these attacks threaten global prosperity. Yesterday, the Department of Defense announced the establishment of Operation Prosperity Guardian, a multinational security initiative focused on advancing security in the Red Sea in the face of this threat. We welcome the participation of our allies and partners, the United Kingdom, Bahrain, Canada, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Seychelles, and Spain in confronting the threat. In addition, the United States High Representative Joseph Borrell, on behalf of the European Union, NATO Secretary... Secretary. Said in addition to the United States. Yeah, in addition to the United States. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, on behalf of NATO, and a group representing 44 partner nations will soon release a joint statement condemning the Houthis' ongoing and numerous attacks on merchant vessels. The growing list of attacks includes the Houthi-led seizure of the Galaxy Leader, whose crew, hailing from the Philippines, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Mexico, and Romania, remain unjustly detained. We once again call for the crew's immediate and unconditional release. There is no justification.
Right, okay. So yeah, one of the, all right. Remember how we looked at this on stream a little while ago. Remember how the, I'm gonna find it again so we can get that funny impact. Wiki, let me see. Why am I blanking right now? The pirates. Why do I keep thinking Saudi pirates? That's not what they are. Somali pirates, that's it. Pirates conflict. So we can see the, piracy off the coast of Somalia, where we can see the, the world uniting against something that everyone on Earth wants. Clean shipping lanes. Belligerents. On one side, we have the Somali pirates. And on the other side, we have... Yeah, everyone. Absolutely everyone. The world united against the Somali pirates. And we made them less of a problem. This was the same conflict that led to one of the very, very, very rare positive United States-North Korea public acknowledgements, where a U.S. Navy vessel rescued a captured North Korean, what was it, a fishing boat? It wasn't a military vessel, I forget. and it led to a positive, you know, a statement of appreciation from North Korea to the United States, which is awfully nice. Yes, our North Korean allies in the war against...
Not much. What about you, dog?
Piracy. The sea is serious business. Yes, it is. So as we can see, Houthis attacks on private ships moving through shipping lanes adjacent to Yemenese territory. The United States is prowling up with its allies, and we're doing a goddamn united front. Let's go.
Attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea threaten the free flow of commerce in the region's vital waterways, endanger innocent ship workers, and are a flagrant affront to international law. Simply put, these attacks threaten global prosperity. Yesterday, the Department of Defense announced the establishment of Operation Prosperity Guardian, a multinational security initiative focused on advancing security in the Red Sea in the face of this threat. We welcome
How do I get it so that it shows? How do I get it so that it shows the troops? Huh. Because I see people playing it, and then they have it so that it shows
and Spain in confronting the threat.
the troops on there. But
the United States High Representative Joseph Borrell, on behalf of the European Union, NATO Secretary.
Oh, there we go.
Said in addition to the United States. Yeah, in addition to the United States. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, on behalf of NATO.
Okay.
A group representing 44 partner nations.
That was easy.
Will soon release a joint statement condemning the Houthis' ongoing and numerous attacks on merchant vessels.
What are you up to, Wumbo?
Attacks includes the Houthi-led seizure of the Galaxy Leader, whose crew, hailing from the Philippines, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Mexico, and Romania, remain unjustly detained. We once again call for the crew's immediate and unconditional release. There is no justification.
Right, okay. So yeah, one of the all right. Remember how we looked at this on stream a little while ago. Remember how the I'm gonna find it again so we can get that funny impact. Wiki, let me see. Why am I blanking right now? The pirates. Why do I keep thinking Saudi pirates? That's not what they are. Somali pirates, that's it. So, pirates conflict. So we can see the piracy off the coast of Somalia, where we can see the world uniting against something that everyone on Earth wants. Clean shipping lanes. Belligerents. On one side, we have the Somali pirates. And on the other side, we have... yeah, everyone. Absolutely everyone. The world united against the Somali pirates, and we made them less of a problem. This was the same conflict that led to one of the very, very, very rare positive United States North Korea public acknowledgments, where a U.S. Navy vessel rescued a captured North Korean, what was it, a fishing boat? It wasn't a military vessel, I forget. And it led to a positive, a statement of appreciation from North Korea to the United States, which is awfully nice. Yes, our North Korean allies in the war against piracy. The sea is serious business. Yes, it is. So as we can see by this graph right here, it's not really a graph.
He's ahead by a ways.
Is that? No, it's just a map. Yeah.
It's not good.
As we can see, a number of boats go through here. How many boats? I don't know exactly. See this little time lapse. This is from 2012. You know, funnily, this is back from when the Somali pirate crisis was still happening. So maybe this was actually kind of like diminished a little bit. A large number of boats make it through here. You know, it's a critical shipping lane for everyone. for the United States, for China especially. Lots of stuff making it through here. The world wants safe shipping lanes. And there's actually a pretty significant level of international investment in the maintenance of these safe shipping lanes because, again, everybody benefits. You know, in a world of international commerce, everybody benefits from making sure these lanes are safe. You do not want pirates because, again, if you have incidents like what the Houthis been doing, you know, if you have incidents like piracy ships being taken over, destroyed, sunk even, it makes people much less willing to send ships through. I haven't really talked about this much because it's very complicated and I don't know that much about it. But international shipping is like a really, really, really shady business. You know, companies will have stuff loaded up onto cargo ships, and the cargo ships are like registered in certain countries to benefit from certain laws, and like captains change hands, stuff shifts around. There's a lot of wacky stuff going on in the open seas, but it's usually not piracy. It's usually more like mafia tier shit, you know? It's complicated, but hey, it works. They do a lot of wacky stuff, but you know, if it works, it works. So if see, all of the ships moving through here, the Red Sea, got to go by Yemen, where the Houthis control things. The Houthis have, of course, been sort of waging a war against Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has been genociding people in Yemen. The Houthis are sort of like an independent, semi-independent, like regional force, relatively well armed too. Now the Houthis, just a moment, Houthis map. Live UA map. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself here with what exactly is going on. Live interactive map of the Yemen war. Over here in red, we have the territory the Houthis control. Now, you might notice they control the territory right next to that one incredibly narrow strait that all the boats have to go through. Wow, that...
Valvoline Full Synthetics offer 24 times stronger protection against engine-killing contaminants than the industry-leading synthetic to ensure your car still runs like new, year after year. Get 24 times stronger protection with Valvoline.
Sure is some important territory they control. Now, Saudi Arabia, which is this gigantic chunk of sand right here, has been carrying out essentially a genocide in Yemen for years now using United States weapons. One of the reasons we've been assisting Saudi Arabia is A, we like their oil, and B, we want them to control this region and sort of rein it in because we don't like the idea of the Houthis, who are, one second, Houthis flag. Houthis who are, as we all remember, waving the flag of God is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam. So, your call has been forwarded. We don't want these guys, you know, operating right next to a critical shipping lane. We don't want them around at all, to be honest with you. So, we've been assisting Saudi Arabia in the genocide that they've been committing. Now, has Saudi Arabia successfully dealt with the Houthis? No. The Houthis are stronger than ever.
What are you doing?
Yes, and the Houthis
did you
are
get
backed
picked
by
up?
Iran, which is where they get a ton of support money, weapons.
Oh, you did? You didn't tell me. Who picked you up?
Saudi Arabia and blah, blah. So, the Houthis are stronger than
Oh,
ever.
really? In
fact,
what?
I think the current... Hold on. Houthis...
In what?
Strength. Don't they have, like, 6-digit numbers of people?
In my car?
Not soldiers, but in total, like, as a part of their...
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that
Here
you
we go.
took...
According to Wikipedia...
What are you
back
guys
in
doing?
2011, 100,000. In 2020, 200,000. So, you know, they're going...
Oh,
up.
so are you getting
State
brought back
allies, Iran, alleged, denied by Iran.
Oh, nice.
North Korea, alleged.
All right.
Oman, alleged.
Well, see you
denied
later.
by Oman. Eritrea, alleged, denied by Eritrea. Libya until 2011. What happened to Libya?
Yeah.
And Russia, not alleged. Hello, Russia. Look, it's complicated, okay? Anyway, Houthis, lunatics, jihadists, backed by Iran, supported by Russia. We don't like them. Saudi Arabia has done a terrible job of fighting them. The fighting has sort of waned down lately. You know, Saudi Arabia is not actually part of the coalition that the United States is forming to protect shipping in this area, which suggests to me that Saudi Arabia wants to try to, like, make a deal with the Houthis, which in my opinion would be a good thing, because that would probably bring an end to the conflict and the slaughter of civilians.
I'll see you
in
later.
Yemen, which, how many lives has that taken? Bombing campaign has killed an estimated 20,000 civilians. So less than what, less than what Israel has done in the Gaza Strip. And, oh, nice. And this has been going on since 2014. So it took Israel like 3 months to kill more civilians than Saudi Arabia did in 8 years. That's just from the bombing campaign done by Saudi Arabia, though. The total number of deaths in Yemen are mostly because of the famine. I think about 250,000 have died indirectly due to the destruction of resources and so on. You know, as always, imperial war against insurgency going about as well as it always does, that is to say very poorly. So, the Houthis over here, tepid sort of rate of things right now with Saudi Arabia. We'll see how that goes. But the Houthis, you might have guessed this from a curse upon the Jews being in their official flag. But they don't like Israel. Really don't like Israel. Really, 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 really don't like Israel. When Israel began its most recent genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip, the Houthis responded with, among other things, threats. They sent a couple missiles over, you know. Now, do the Houthis actually care about the Palestinians? No. Like most groups in the region who hate Israel, the massacre of Palestinians is just a convenient excuse for them to ramp up tensions and galvanize people against Israel. If you are on Twitter and you think that the Houthis are legitimately, you know, like pro-Palestinian in any capacity, you're a mark, you're a fool, you're an idiot. You're a buffoon, is the thing, you know. The Houthis and the, you know, Yemenis tradition have been putting out a lot of really funny videos because they're a very theatric people. I saw one of like 2 guys with guns dancing over the Israeli flag. They were doing a whole bit. It was very funny. Oh, here we go. Wait. Yemeni Houthis perform traditional dance on captured ship. Okay, yeah, big warning on social media. If you see any accounts that are actually like promoting the Houthis, okay? That's a bad account. They do love their dances though. This isn't a good dance video. I feel like I've seen better dance videos from them. Oh, here we go. No audio on this one? That's a shame. I kind of want audio on this one, you know? Those people dancing have about 3 days left to live. That is true. These are dead men walking, as we'll see. Oh, here we go. I found it. Now, we can't deny that they do be bopping. I don't think that's a pro-Houthi
What
statement.
the fuck?
They do be bopping. However, please remember that this is motivated entirely
This
by
is pretty
anti-Semitism,
funny.
not by any actual interest in saving Palestinians. That's the most unintimidating video I've ever seen them out. Listen, okay? It's their culture, all right? Who am I to, you know, deny them their little treat, their little dance, okay? So, anyway, the Houthis, following the recent kerfuffle that Israel has caused, you know, have, people are going to take that out of context. Obviously, the October 7th by Hamas was what initiated the current conflict, but Israel then chose to do a genocide, so whatever. The Houthis have responded with ramping up aggression, and they have started capturing ships over here. Now, this is a critical shipping lane, so capturing ships here spooks a lot of people. If with international shipping, nobody with international shipping on America's watch. It really is that simple. It's that simple. America, you heard the list of countries that are participating. Saudi Arabia is not, presumably because they're interested in building better relations with Yemen and the Houthis. China is not, and they've been taking some shit for that. China, Houthis. It's not a very explanatory article. Houthi rebel missiles in the Red Sea have a link to China. Oh, that makes sense. I don't think that China is disengaging because they want to maintain good relations with the Houthis. I think they're disengaging because this is a whole political snafu they don't really want to get involved in. The Houthis are backed by Iran and Russia, after all, and I don't think China wants to exacerbate tensions there. I also don't know if China has, like... I don't know if they want to spend the money or the time on this, to be honest. This would be... When was the last time there was a, like, actual military coalition between the United States and China of any kind? Because I feel like this would be potentially a show of weakness from China. Like... China does the paper tiger stuff the same way that Russia does, right? If the United States showed up with all of their, like, gigantic, you know, modern naval equipment, and China showed up with their, like, weak bullshit, I feel like it would make them look quite weak, you know? The last thing that, you know, paper tigers want to do is actually be seen controlling paper tigers, you know what I mean? For more information on American Empire, let me take a look at this PBS NewsHour clip. but China is not a paper tiger. Well, compared to what they say they are, certainly. If anything, America undersells its military power. Like, Russia plays it up a ton. China plays it up to some extent, but they definitely overstate their power. Yeah, they don't want to look like they're playing second fiddle. Yeah. No, Russia is far more of a paper tiger, or I guess was more of a paper tiger, than China.
We return now to the conflict in the Middle East and rising tensions in the Red Sea, where about 12% of the world's global trade passes through, and where Houthi militias in Yemen have been attacking ships. The Houthis say their attacks are in support of the Palestinians. Yesterday, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced a new multinational effort to protect ships in the region. But
yeah,
how
no
will
kidding,
that
Mr.
work?
Slynn.
To that, we turn to former commander of U.S. forces in the Middle East, retired General Frank McKenzie.
Hi.
He's now the executive director of the Global and National Security Institute at the University of South Florida. Thanks for being with us, sir. And help our audience understand first, who are the Houthis and why exactly are they attacking commercial ships?
The Houthis are a proxy of Iran, and they've seized governmental control in a coup in Yemen several years ago. They've been largely responsible for the mass starvation in the country. And with Iran,
That's just going to write off American support for Saudi Arabia, like mass. Yeah, okay, but total bullshit. Right away. Wonder what's been going on in Yemen. Certainly nothing that American munitions have helped create.
Pursue a policy for the destruction of Israel. They're not completely under the direct control of Iran, but Iran provides their equipment, provides their resourcing, and all their supplies, but they're not directly...
We provide equipment to Saudi Arabia. Does that mean that it's a proxy war that we're involved in?
The beck and call of Iran in this matter. The Houthis have wanted to attack Israel. It's very hard for them to range Israel proper. So they've settled on instead trying to cut off communication of maritime shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb area, down at the southern end of the Red Sea.
And as we mentioned, the U.S. announced this creation of this multinational task force to protect commercial traffic through the Red Sea. How exactly will that work? And in your estimation, will it be enough to deter future attacks?
The ships will be important.
If I was him, I would move into America right now.
Will be out there shepherding the merchant vessels through will be very important. But what will be equally important?
I would move into America. He's a pussy.
Bab el-Mandeb. You need to see what's going
Well,
on.
no wonder he's a pussy. I mean, he went for fucking Australia.
Unmanned aircraft, drones, all kinds of other intelligence gathering systems to actually see what the Houthis are up to. And this also has another effect. We know from many years of dealing with Iran, they don't like to be observed. It can have a deterring effect. In 2009,
This is such a fucking Holden blood feast impulse where everything has to go back to Iran every single fucking time. Seriously, like, it's such a, like, every time, you know, it all has to orient back around that.
Our heavy use of ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets around the Strait of Hormuz prevented the Iranians from carrying out nefarious attacks. May or may not be enough with the Houthis. They tend to be very aggressive. I think at some point we're probably going to have to consider striking some of these Houthi launch sites, command and control posts, radar outposts, those things that make their attacks possible. The Houthis will respect that. They will understand. And frankly, I think the odds of an escalatory spiral coming from a self-defense strike down in Yemen, those odds are very small.
BP is now the latest company to announce it's going to be pausing shipments through the Red Sea. As we mentioned, with so much global trade going through that area.
Let's see what the fuck happens here.
What does it mean for the future of big business?
Well, I think if we're unable to reestablish and reassert the right of free passage here and keep the Houthis from making these attacks, everything's going to slow down. It's 14 more days to go around Africa to come up, either east or west, and that will tend to exert greater pressure on the market, probably the energy market first, but other markets as well. So it's in everyone's interest. Every nation that moves on the global commons actually has an interest in ensuring that the Bab el-Mandeb is going to be open for the right of free passage of ships.
As you mentioned, the Houthis are an Iranian proxy. What does all of this suggest about the...
I'm trying to see what exactly the composition of the naval fleet that we've sent there is. We've sent the U.S. aircraft carrier Dwight D. Eisenhower, it seems. One carrier group is probably enough to, like, completely wipe out the entire fucking Houthi-controlled coastline and every installation near it. Yeah, I don't know how... It's not really a matter of firepower. It's just a matter of, like, how much territory you can cover. Of course, aircraft carriers are just that, aircraft carriers, so you can cover a decent... Is that not the one near Israel? Isn't that one the old Ford? Did they pull one off of the coverage of Israel?
Potential for Israel's war against Hamas to escalate into a wider regional conflict.
So I think the odds of the escalation beyond Gaza are actually fairly small right now. Lebanese Hezbollah has not chosen to enter the fray, despite the fact they're exchanging low levels of fire with Israel on its northern border. Iran has not chosen to directly attack Israel. Those are important things that have perhaps been overlooked. Hamas is not getting a lot of support from those two entities. Now, the Houthis are. But again, as I said, the Houthis have limited ability, actually, to strike Israel. They're reduced, carrying out attacks down around the Bab el-Mandeb, and they are doing that. But I believe that's a problem we can solve. We may need to be a little more aggressive about it than we've been to date, but I believe that's a solvable problem. But the larger issue is... I
fucking hate Holden Bloodfeast shit. Sorry, I was just looking it up. Yeah, the Eisenhower controls the Carrier Group 2. So that's 6 cruisers/submarines, 7 in the destroyer squadron, and 9 air wing squadrons. Embarked
I don't know what this move is.
The USS John F. Kennedy. Oh, I thought this was part of the Dwight D. Eisenhower. Currently serves as the flagship of Carrier Strike Group 2. Okay, so maybe that information's outdated, or they switched it around recently? I don't know. Aircraft carriers don't move on their own. The term overkill comes to mind. Yeah, well, if we have carrier strike groups, might as well use them, right? Counterpoint, Vosh, Houthis are the only armed forces with a documented space warfare engagement. Oh, shit! As of 2023, no large-scale battle or war is known to have taken place in space, though a number of single-instance tests and demonstrations have been performed. On October 31st, 2023, during the 2023 Israel-Hamas war, Israel's Arrow 2 system intercepted a ballistic missile launched from Yemen by Houthi rebels. This successful interception occurred outside of Earth's atmosphere, thus making it the first recorded practical instance of space warfare. Holy shit, I didn't even hear about that. That's incredible. A family of anti-ballistic missiles designed to fulfill... Okay, so they intercepted it all the way out in space. God damn. Here's a page on the ships involved. Oh, yeah. It's called Operation Prosperity Guardian, by the way, which is, I think, quite funny. Commanders and leaders. On the American side, we have Joe Biden. Where does it say? U.S. Combined Maritime Forces will control... When was the last time the Combined Maritime Forces did shit? Probably pretty often, just like inconsequential stuff. For the vessels, HMS Diamond, Lancaster, Chinningford, Middleton, Bangor, Cardiff, and the Italian frigate Vergiano Fasan, 3 U.S. destroyers and a French warship. The U.S. contingent might also include the USS Carney and Mason. So whether or not the aircraft carrier goes there, I guess currently indeterminate? Or does the Combined Task Force only refer to non-American... How does white mode Wikipedia not blind you? Well, I couldn't be blinded by that. Every time I look at my skill, I'd be blinded if that was the case. I think those are the ships that are doing the patrolling. The carrier group is more backup. That makes sense. So these would be the ships that are actually, like, keeping order around the shipping vessels, and the U.S. carrier group might just be, I don't know, like, shooting inland. Because that former NATO officer said they might strike, like, Houthi radar posts and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure in order for them to do that, they would need an aircraft carrier. I mean, I guess you could just fire missiles from modern battleships, but they would probably want the aircraft carrier for that. We don't have battleships. Destroyers, the current term. Battleships are too cool to be around these days, you know? Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. They're just obsolete now. We need to return to tradition, man. If you want to siege an inland settlement, okay? Fuck aircraft carriers and fuck missiles, okay? What you do is you aim 50,000 cannons in the general vicinity of where you want to fire, and you hope you hit it. You spend like the U.S. tax dollar equivalent of investment in an entire state in like 3 minutes, and you reduce that area and every area around it to ash. The humane way of doing naval warfare, okay? Dude, can we talk about the real solution instead of jerking off to war? Wait, first of all, battleships are objectively cool. Don't be bigoted against autistic people. For 2, this isn't jerking off about war. I just think they're cool. For 3, I don't really mind what the U.S. is doing. Sorry, like, fucking with international, like, maritime trade obviously is going to get the world brought down on you. Like, this literally just happened with the fucking Somali pirates. Like, you know, obviously, like, you know, like, I wish the United States would not aid and abet Israel's genocide, but in the specific context of the Houthis taking over, like, privately owned shipping vessels, they're doing it to sort of, you know, rabble-rouse, and this is the consequence of that, and it's not surprising. I mean, yeah, I don't, you know, I don't...
I feel like he's
I don't really have an
bullshitting.
issue with this, I guess. I'm sure the
This
way
is
in which they do it
confusing.
will be fucked in some way, but you know.
I'm so confused on what he's.
Apparently, the Navy is sending in the USS Constitution to engage in special operations with pirate vessels. What? Oh, you're memeing, I see. If only. Yeah, interrupting trade doesn't just make corporations mad, it leads to people starving because no food transfer. Yeah, we do, even as leftists, you know, we do. Listen, okay? The Suez Canal blocking because a big chunker rammed into the side is very funny, okay? I guess I just find it less funny for a bunch of, like, lunatic jihadists to, like, I don't know, terrorize civilian. There's nothing funny about that, I guess. It's just, you know, it's like, yeah, the hammer is going to be brought down on them in regards to jerking off battleships. Look at this cool and awesome thing.
Mobile games are going big. Clash Royale is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress between your PC and mobile devices. Immerse yourself in the world of Clash Royale.
God, return to tradition. Look at that. Holy shit. It looks like a fucking tenement housing facility, except military, you know? It looks like a ship got cancer, and the tumors have, like, gun emplacements, you know? That's a ghost ship? Is it? I mean, it looks pretty rough, I gotta say. I mean, it's Japanese, so I guess a World War II Japanese ship that just, like, floated off? A lot of people love jihadists. Look at the response to 10-7. Well, a lot of people a lot of left-leaning people in the West will express support for Hamas or Houthis because they see opposition to Israel and go like, oh, that's cool, you know. And opposition to Israel is a good thing. But the Houthis and Hamas have both cynically weaponized a good cause for their own respective purposes, you know.
How to win an election.
This video is sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party.
Wow.
Democracy. It's a hassle, isn't it? Unfortunately, someone has to be in charge, and you're one of those people, a politician. And I bet you think you know an awful lot about politics. Well, that's super. But most people don't, and sadly, they're the ones who are going to be voting for you. Whether you're fighting the establishment or desperately clinging on to power, these are the people that you need to persuade that you're the one for the job. So this is how to win an election, by any means necessary. The average voter isn't stupid, but they vote stupid because politics is boring, infuriating, boring, and disappointing. And boring. So to capture people's attention, you're going to need a short, punchy political slogan, preferably 4 words or less.
Alright, sick. I'll have it.
I like Ike. Yes, we can.
like Ike.
Labour isn't working. And my personal favourite, Kevin07. Slogans aren't the only thing you want to
Make
keep short
America
either.
great
You need to be able
again.
to come up with policies that you can sum up in short sentences.
Yeah,
too.
that's good.
Most of those smelly meat ballots aren't going to read your manifesto. In fact, most of them probably think Manifesto is a South American soccer player. Is Manifesto on the right side? Manifesto's coming into the penalty box. Manifesto scores. Manifesto scores. Oh yes, Manifesto with a goal. Yeah! Everybody knows that politics is just showbiz for ugly people. So when a real-life movie star runs for office, he's playing on easy mode with cheat codes on. Ronald Reagan was the master of the political soundbite.
Mr. Gorbachev,
Tear down this wall.
But by his 1984 run for re-election, he was the oldest president in United States history. The man looked like a raisin with a retirement portfolio. During debates, he looked weak and doddering, sometimes misunderstanding the premise of basic questions. But when the topic of his age came up, this is how he answered.
Attack the 12.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Is he gonna
Boom!
move
The
this
crowd goes
to right
bananas.
there?
The moderators can't get a word in. Even fucking
Okay.
Mondale laughs. Afterwards, it was this moment that was replayed over and over again on television news and talk shows. And hundreds, 1,000 times as many voters consume debates this way, through clips carved out for them by media organizations. For this lazy majority, the rest of the debate may as well have not happened. So get your zingers in, because that's all that most people will even hear.
Here's Johnny.
Here's
Here's the thing about voters. They're as scared of you as you are of them. And you have to make sure they're even scaredier of what might happen if you don't win. And to do that, you must master the dark art of the political attack ad. In 1964, Lyndon B. Johnson was running for re-election against Barry Goldwater.
And some people were a bit worried that Goldwater would be somewhat trigger-happy with America's nuclear arsenal after suggesting that he would use them in Vietnam. The Johnson campaign leapt on this unfortunate soundbite and released this blockbuster commercial, commonly known just as Daisy.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
The mental image of their children being reduced to irradiated ash really got people shaking in their voting booths. LBJ won re-election by a pretty decent majority and remained on the White House toilet for another 4 years. Fear is the best antidote to apathy. Have you ever seen someone getting chased by a Rottweiler look indifferent about it? That's why the law and order ticket is always so effective.
Bush and Dukakis on crime. Bush supports the death penalty for first-degree murderers. Dukakis not only opposes the death penalty, he allowed first-degree murderers to have weekend passes from prison. One was Willie Horton, who murdered a boy in a robbery, stabbing him 19 times. Despite a life sentence, Horton received 10 weekend passes from prison.
This is the infamous Willie Horton campaign, run by George Bush Sr.'s team in 1988 in their battle against Michael Duck? And they doubled down on the next ad, where they virtually suggested he was handing out free balaclavas at the exit of his revolving door prison for the criminally rapey. Though for many people, it was this soundbite disaster that turned Dukakis 88 into Dookie Carcass Never.
If Kitty Dukakis were raped and murdered, would you favor an irrevocable death penalty for the killer?
No, I don't, Bernard, and I think you know that I've opposed the death penalty during all of my life. I don't see any evidence that it's a deterrent, and I think there are better and more effective ways to deal with violent crime. We've done so in my own state, and it's one of the reasons why we have had the biggest drop in crime of any industrial state in America, why we have the lowest murder rate of any industrial state in America.
A dry, affectless answer to an emotional question. Only the politically obsessed vote on policy. Everyone else votes with their gooey, fallible feelings. And what people felt when they heard this answer was that Michael Bukaki Bonitis didn't care about the issue. He learned that there are no prizes for second place in politics, and that most people won't even remember your name. While it's important to stimulate your own base, it's also important to mash your opponent's base until it's flaccid and unfeeling. You can do this by making it difficult to vote, using complex or expensive voter registration laws that target demographics that are likely to vote for your opponent. Or you can just stop your rivals from registering in the first place, expertly demonstrated by former Madagascan president Mark Ravalomanana, who refused to let his opponents plane land in 2006, stopping him from being able to register his candidacy in time for the election. Ravalomanana! But even if those pesky voters do make it into their little democracy coffins, there are still ways to make sure their vote doesn't count. And for that, we turn to the Tsar of Diet democracy himself, Vladimir Putin. Since the year 2000, Vladimir Putin has won 4 presidential elections in Russia, each time with a throbbing majority. He achieves this partly through good old ballot stuffing, repeatedly captured on film during the 2017 Russian election. Running against Vladimir Putin is like running into a wood chipper. He habitually intimidates, imprisons, and just recently poisons his opposition. And it's not even an election year. ABC, baby, always be campaigning. In 2016, prominent opposition figure Yevgeny Yersilatov was handed a 12-year prison sentence on corruption charges. His sentencing was broadcast on national TV as a warning to others who might fancy their electoral chances. Vladdy Poots is so good at winning elections that he's even turned his attention to contests outside of Russia, most notably in the Ukraine. In 2002, it was Putin-backed incumbent Viktor Yanukovych versus former president Viktor Yushchenko. But in areas where Yushchenko was likely to win, something strange happened. An unusual number of ballots appeared to have no marking on them at all and were subsequently voided. That's because voters were handed pens with invisible ink that will have vanished 4 minutes after they were slipped into the ballot box. Now, some of these techniques might be considered unethical. But if you're worried about that, what are you doing in politics? Go work for a charity. But you might also say that it's ineffective. If a YouTuber with a bleached brain is aware of these tactics, then they can't have really, worked. But Putin wants you to know he's cheating, and he especially wants Russians who don't like him to know he's cheating. Why? Because they will think their vote is worthless, and apathetic voters don't show up on polling day. Number 4, center the conversation on you. A modern election isn't about who's right or wrong, it's about who gets the most airtime. That's why the best way to win an election is to have won one already. In nearly all democratic countries, incumbents have a significantly higher chance of getting re-elected than their challengers do of unseating them. This is particularly striking in the US House of Representatives, where incumbents have an 80 to 90% chance of being re-elected. This is despite the fact that, according to public policy polling, Congress regularly rates lower in public opinion polls than things like traffic jams, cockroaches, and Nickelback. And yes, people do regularly poll the popularity of cockroaches, for some reason. The thing is, incumbents are always getting up to all sorts of interesting shit. They're in government, whereas the opposition can only sit back and react. But even outsiders can find a way of making it all about themselves. Before 1994, Silvio Berlusconi had never held public office in Italy. But he did have a useful career as a godlike media tycoon. Berlusconi was the head of the first and only Italian TV empire, owning 3 of the major networks, which were all transformed into a 24-hour Berlusconi bonanza in the lead-up to the election.
My name is Troy Malcolm. I'm a urologist and physician at the Community Hospital of Anaconda. As urologists, we generally focus on the urinary system. Commonly that includes urinary tract infections or voiding dysfunction. It also can involve treatment of cancers. We strive for a thorough evaluation and also hopefully helping the patient understand their problems and give them a thorough treatment plan. The best part of my job is basically being able to help people out. I enjoy the interactions with the patients I get to meet and also helping improve people's lives.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Save on essentials and more only at Walgreens.
Tende la mano, che forza si dà. Presidente, siamo con te. Meno male che Silvio c'è.
He would go on to achieve 3 separate election victories, and it wouldn't even matter which party he ran for, because Berlusconi was an expert in getting people to talk about his favourite topic, Berlusconi.
It's suggesting that he might not obey the law. Why the hell should any of the rest of us? Answer me that, Mr. Cummings. Or do you not have an answer?
I think you're not a very good journalist, mate.
Really? What?
This scruffy, egg-headed goon is Dominic Cummings. He has never won an election, he's never even ran for office, and yet he is probably the best political campaigner in modern British history. During the 2016 referendum to decide whether the UK should leave the European Union or not, Cumdog was the campaign director for Vote Leave. He was fighting against the government and every major opposition party, and yet he still won. Why? Because he knew how to turn his rivals into pliable meat marionettes who will parrot your every talking point. This was Dominic Cummings' big red Trojan horse, the infamous NHS bus. It sputtered around the country during the referendum, appearing in the background of every Vote Leave photo op. To people who were unsympathetic to the campaign, it was big, dumb bullshit. It was a bus covered in lies that could be deconstructed by anyone with half a brain. But that was the point. As Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, hold out baits to entice your enemy, feign disorder, and then crush him. As soon as the bus was rolled out, every left-ish media organisation and Remain group jumped on it, tearing it apart with fart-sniffing, smug intensity, spreading Vote Leave's message across the country 1,000,000 times faster than the double-decker dildo could travel itself. Lies can be very useful. Even if most people don't believe them, some will. Ideally, though, it's better to spread them without them being traced back to you, and that brings me on to our 5th tip. Technology! In the United States, 40 to 50% of voting-age people don't vote at all. And this is true of most.
How's it going?
These people don't
I can't read your name.
Don't read your witty tweets about tax
What the
reform.
what is that supposed to say?
They don't even know who you are.
It
They
been?
are the true silent majority. And if you want to win, you've got to make some of them loud and mad. Luckily, data mining is
Damn.
making it easier than ever to access
He's
these
an
gullible,
intermediate.
politically ignorant mouth breathers. Sorry, let the mask slip a bit there. But, you know, that's why you're the politician, eh? You can keep it down. Companies now use data mined from social media sites, mostly Facebook, to find these traditional non-voters and target them with messages and ads that are tailored for their specific prejudices. And maybe you can get these people to vote if they can also summon the mental energy required to hold a pencil the right way up. However, since the Cambridge Analytica scandal and the public nature of social media marketing, people are a little wiser to these algorithmic shenanigans. That's why the real party is now on WhatsApp. This is Jair Bolsonaro. He ran a strong populist campaign in Brazil's 2018 presidential election. In a country plagued by crime, he knew which tune to play.
Os caras vão morrer na rua.
Which one am I?
And boy,
Alright.
howdy does he know how to capture people's attention.
Okay, so what are we gonna do here? What's the plan? What's the plan? Not really a good setup for anything. Yeah, blue doesn't seem to have a good setup for anything either. Okay. What is the plan? This is kind of a shit board that I have here. Doesn't look like anyone really except for... Shit! Why would they place there? Is this a bot? No. End attack phase. And turn. There we go.
He also ran as a relative outsider during a time when the Brazilian political establishment was skimming more off the top than a bar. And it was a dramatic election, with Bolsonaro's main opponent being dragged off by the police before the debates even started, and Jair himself being stabbed on the campaign trail. He lost 40% of his blood, and it could have been fatal. Unfortunately, YouTube won't let me show you the footage, but trust me when I say it's hilarious. He's all like, oh my god! Anyway, according to the São Paulo newspaper, Bolsonaro's team paid digital marketing firms millions to spread misinformation through WhatsApp messaging groups. These firms use devices capable of sending 300,000 messages at a time. That's the electoral equivalent of carpet bombing. Bolsonaro's team weren't subtle about it either. They spread bold-faced lies, notably claiming that rival Fernando Haddad had supplied schools with penis-shaped baby bottles to encourage the spread of homosexuality. Brazil is super homophobic, so that worked. WhatsApp is now every political campaigner's wettest dream. It is the new frontier of bullshit. But you do have to stay ahead of the curve. That's why deep fakes are so exciting. Soon they are going to be sophisticated enough that you're going to be able to get custom visual sound bites of your opponent saying whatever you want. Material reality has always been the most stubborn obstacle for the best political campaigners, and soon it won't be a problem. If you've been following all these steps to the letter, then congratulations, you're now the leader of a potentially compromised democracy. So my final tip is this: the best election is no election. As long as you have a steady stream of natural resource revenue, or just at least enough to pay your security staff, then you never have to have another election again. And who cares what those nerds at the UN think? What does UN even stand for anyway? Useless nobodies? This is how leaders are announced in China. They just show up, accompanied by monotonous applause and crowds of people who definitely know what's going on. There are no slogans, no debates, no flag waving or term limits. And best of all, there's no shit-covered, dead-eyed, open-mouthed voters in sight. And
what is their plan here?
Holidays are here. Take in the magic.
We're gonna need a bigger tree.
Spread some joy.
Hey, honey, you okay?
Everything's fine.
Appreciate the little things.
No. Drop it. Good girl. Hey, did I set the alarm?
And find some peace of mind.
Yes, you did.
Wherever you're headed this holiday, with Ring, you're always home. Shop holiday deals at ring.com.
London, concrete upon Thames, the big grey. Nearly 9 million people live here, many of them spending half their paycheck to live in a rat-filled bedsit above a Tesco just to call themselves a Londoner. A mostly subterranean species of British person that only cares about money or status and hates anyone with more money or status than them. The puckering centre of this anus town is backed up with snail-paced tourists, illustrious landmarks, and chain restaurants that sell steak made of shoe leather. You'll get some better food and breathable air down south of the river, but you'll also be jostling for space with ketamine-snorting students who are protesting the gentrification of the neighbourhoods that they're currently gentrifying. To the north, you'll find art industry snobs living in million-pound townhouses, living 4 doors down from drill rappers who are bragging about the murders, what they done last Tuesday. The east is stuffed with bankers, Eurotrash wankers, and Cockney cab drivers who consider themselves the last real Londoners, even though they all live in Essex. The west is the only part of the city that isn't crammed with cretins, and that's because it's empty, filled with the micro-mansions of Russian oligarchs, corrupt politicians, and the rotting remnants of the British aristocracy. These are the people who really own London, and this is the story of how they ruined it. 1950s London was like a different planet. The streets were occasionally clean, heads were mostly hatted, and the river was filled with all the stuff that the city was pilfering from the rest of the planet. The British pound reigned supreme as the world's reserve currency. That was until the country went bankrupt, fighting 2 world wars and losing the empire that made it rich in the first place. India broke free of British control in 1947, starting a chain reaction of other countries deciding they didn't want a jewelry-topped 25-year-old as their god-queen ruler either.
You like playing Risk? Yeah, it's pretty fun. What are you up to?
It was all very bad news for London, as it couldn't really afford any more wars, but it also couldn't afford to lose control of all the resources.
What rank are you in Risk?
By gunpoint. After this, the only thing that was sustaining London as a financial powerhouse was its control over the world's largest trade funnel, the Suez Canal. While Egypt owned the land either side of it, Britain was the canal's largest shareholder, allowing London to take a tasty cut from every trading vessel that used it.
A new Middle East crisis arises as President Nasser of Egypt tells a wildly cheering crowd in Alexandria that Egypt has seized the internationally owned Suez Canal. The 85-year-old waterway, of which the United States is the second biggest user, brings a 3-hour meeting in London to discuss the biggest threat this year has posed to world peace.
When Egypt nationalized the canal in 1956, Britain reinvaded this strategically important nation, killing thousands of civilians in the process. The international community, but mostly America, finger-tutted Britain with the threat of sanctions, sending the already faltering pound to the edge of collapse. Britain had no choice but to heroically retreat from Egypt, being replaced by the first ever UN peacekeeping operation, which was something that British propaganda actually thought was worth bragging about.
As they sail from Port Said,
Are they moving out or moving in?
if they had not gone there in the first place,
Moving
would the
in.
United Nations Emergency Force ever have come into being?
After Suez, London was pretty much broke. All that had to remember the glory days of empire were the many treasures and priceless artifacts that it keeps in the British Museum, still retained today under the internationally recognised principle of finders keepers, losers weepers. The British Empire itself was reduced to a few mosquito-ridden, resource-free rocks in the middle of the world's oceans. And we'll get back to them, but first I need to explain something about the City of London. Now, London, the city, is different from the City of London. I know that's confusing, but that's kind of the whole point. The City of London is actually a tiny square-mile section slap bang in the middle of Greater London. It sustains itself as a separate city within a city through tedious legal bureaucracy and archaic rituals mostly designed just to confuse outsiders. It's got its own police force and its own Lord Mayor, who wears a fruity little medal wherever he goes, looking like he's won first place in a shit-eating grin contest. The square mile takes its separateness so seriously that the Queen has to ask permission to even enter, even though her house is only 10 minutes walk away. Not that she's walked anywhere in her life. While it follows these archaic rituals to the letter in public, in private, the city exists to skirt regulation, exploit loopholes, and to clean up dirty money. The city's modern borders are guarded by these big metal dragons, which is appropriate given the city's main role is to greedily guard piles of ill-gotten gold. You like money? then you should check out Honey. Honey is America's #1 shopping tool, and with just a couple clicks, it can be your online savings sidekick. Honey automatically searches for discount codes and applies them for you, saving you hours of Googling.
No playing, just watching.
Money, and money is money. This cordless circular saw could have cost me an arm and a leg, but by applying Honey's discount, I can now conduct amputations without any of those pesky hospital bills. With inflation, tax season, and the spiraling cost of being not dead, it's important to find savings where you can. Apply thick lashings of Honey to your computer and iPhone now, so you can save wherever you are. Honey works on everything from food delivery to video games to oxygen-producing bleach detergents. And it's fun to use. Unexpectedly finding savings is a thrill akin to getting away with murder and then bragging about it in a sponsor read. It's so thrilling that you will feel the insatiable need to save again. Best of all, Honey is completely free. So get it now by going to joinhoney.com/ordinarythings. Or else!
If
Back
Blue
in the
doesn't
middle of
have
the
a
last century,
trade,
the
I might
city
try
was
to
going
kill
through
Blue.
an identity crisis. No longer the purse holders for the world's greatest empire, the chinless aristocratic freaks that ran London's oldest banks needed a new way to feel superior to everyone. Usually change isn't something the British upper classes handle very well. These are the kind of people
What am I
that
watching?
have an aneurysm if their cutlery is...
I don't know. It kind of ran on and I forgot to change it because I was interested in the game. It's about money laundering in London. But I am gonna here in a little bit. Wait. I was watching stuff about the Gulf War. Ooh, are they gonna kill him? Ah, no, it opens me up perfectly to kill him. Ah, darn! Does that make it so that I can kill purple, though? Again, 8 trade. They have 2. Could I kill purple now? How many troops do they have? 26. No, I shouldn't kill purple. I don't like this start. I do not like this start. It is not fun for me. Gaza and the Gulf. Let's watch this.
Welcome to the War on the Rocks podcast, covering strategy, defense, and
What
foreign
the
affairs.
fuck is
I'm Nicholas Danforth,
Purple
editor
set
and
up
host of
like?
today's show.
Why are they
I'm
set
here
up
at the
like
Doyle
that?
Hotel in downtown Washington, D.C.
What the
and
fuck?
Delighted to be joined by three of my favorite Middle East analysts. We like to think that everyone who comes on the War on the Rocks podcast is a friend, but in this case, it's great to be here with three friends that I've actually had the pleasure to get to know during my own time working on the Middle East. Going from left to right, we have Stephen Cook, the Enrico Mattei Senior Fellow for the Middle East and Africa at the Council on Foreign Relations. We also have Joyce Karam, the senior news editor at Al Monitor, following a long journalistic career that also included The National and Al Hayat. Finally, we have Faisal Itani, who is the director of the New Lines Institute, associate editor at New Lines Magazine, another fantastic publication, and an adjunct professor at Georgetown University. Thank you all for coming on to chat here.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, great to be here.
Thank you, Nick.
Hi, this is Ryan Evans, founder of War on the Rocks. As you probably already know, I just want to thank our sponsors for this episode. All Quiet on the Second Front is an amazing podcast brought to you by Second Front Systems, and it's focused on cybersecurity, defense tech, innovation, and all those really important things. So check out All Quiet on the Second Front.
Rice gum
at secondfront.com/podcasts or your
poster
podcast
bot
of choice.
How's it
So let
going?
me start by asking, in the immediate aftermath of the October 7th attacks, one of the theories that was put forward was that Hamas organized these attacks in order to disrupt the Abraham Accords, to undermine Israeli rapprochement with Saudi Arabia, UAE. I wanted to ask you, A, what you thought of that explanation, and then B, regardless of whether that was what motivated the attacks, will that be the consequence of the attacks regardless?
Based on what we know now about Hamas's planning of the October 7th attacks, I think the working theory that it was intended to disrupt specifically Saudi-Israeli normalization is not entirely accurate. I think that for Hamas and the Iranians and others who are opposed to Israel and opposed to normalization, I think that's a happy
What
outcome
are they
for them.
doing?
But I don't think that it was necessarily intended
Are
to
they just
actually
randomly
disrupt that,
setting
because the
things
planning went on
places?
longer than the actual
I'm
serious
confused.
negotiations
What
about
the fuck?
normalization that was conducted by the Biden administration.
What is
As
this?
far as disrupting the Abraham Accords, if that was a goal, it has failed. You know, the Emiratis and the Bahrainis were initially quite critical of Hamas on October 7th. They have since become more critical of the Israelis, given the humanitarian catastrophe in the way in the Gaza Strip and the way in which Israel's military operations have unfolded since October 7th. But there's really been no indication that either the Emiratis or the Bahrainis, or for that matter the Moroccans, are interested in actually rupturing ties between governments, although there isn't a Bahraini ambassador in Tel Aviv. I'm not sure about the Moroccans. Again, they've gotten tougher on the Israelis, but there doesn't...
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't very interesting. And I was trying to watch something about the Gulf War. I wanted to see what caused Gulf War syndrome.
Kind of needs to be more squiggly.
Perfect. War Veterans Act by the U.S. government that a serious evaluation of Gulf War syndrome was undertaken, with researchers initially believing
this is good.
multi-symptom sickness
This
to
is
be either the
good
result
for
of
me
psychological
right
trauma
here.
or a consequence of
Hopefully
chemical
they go
overexposure.
in and
Explanations: psychological or biological. Psychological stressors. Among the first explanations offered for Gulf War syndrome was that similar to post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, suggesting it was a psychological disorder arising from the stresses of combat, with advocates pointing to the well-established fact that traumatic experience could cause a multitude of psychological and biological side effects. It's true that although the Gulf War was brief, it was just as violent as many other conflicts. A survey of thousands of combatants revealed that they were most distressed when witnessing the death or injury of an enemy soldier, being attacked by enemy fire, or seeing a comrade wounded or killed in front of their eyes. While many captured U.S. Marines have related how they were brutally tortured by Iraqis and were routinely electrocuted, beaten and struck with canes, pieces of wood, and improvised whips. The psychological argument, however, has largely been dismantled by an avalanche of research, which indicates that even the most extreme combat-related psychological stressors were not significantly associated
Trade
with Gulf War
now.
syndrome. To add to this, rates of PTSD were found to be
I do
much
not
lower
like
in Gulf War
how
veterans,
I'm set up
while the
right
vast
now.
majority of Gulf War syndrome sufferers were not found to have a psychiatric illness.
21.
However, interestingly
Yeah,
enough,
let's go
combat
21
stress
right
was
there.
found to exacerbate the side effects of chemical exposure, a phenomenon that more convincingly explains the causes of Gulf War syndrome. Chemical exposure. Throughout the short duration of the Gulf War, combatants were consistently exposed to harmful chemical substances that could come in a variety of forms. Perhaps the most easily recognizable for their smoke plumes could be seen for hundreds of kilometers were the poisonous gases that emanated from over 750
26. What about you?
oil well fires, such as dioxin, which if inhaled in great amounts could cause skin rashes, fatigue, headaches, and insomnia. Next were pesticides employed to kill the swarms of dangerous insects that resided in the Persian Gulf and to prevent the spread of sandfly fever, a disease that affected around 60% of British and U.S. troops. Issued with sprays, creams, and liquids for use on the skin,
nice,
and bedding, as well as crates full of pest strips.
What's your birthday?
Products actually contained toxins that were detrimental to human health, with the U.S. Army estimating that as many as 40,000 soldiers may have been overexposed to pesticides such as pyrethroids, which were applied to uniforms up to 30 times a month, organochlorines, a neurotoxin used to kill lice, and diethyltoluamide, more commonly known as DEET, the most frequently used insect repellent for the skin that was also known.
October 21st. Nice. Where are you from?
To damage plastic materials.
From Jordan? Like the country, Jordan?
Furthermore, in order to safeguard troops
damn,
from
that's pretty cool.
Attacks, soldiers were obliged to carry with them packets with 21 pyrrhotostigmine bromide pills in order to reduce the effects of exposure to nerve agents. Although the recommended
I'm
dose was 30
from
milligrams,
I'm from America. Ugh.
every 8 hours for a time period of 72 hours, followed by a 24-hour break. Troops often ignored it.
What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, the baby hoax.
Sheep, goats, and camels convinced many that the Iraqi invaders were actively using chemical weapons, numbering over 5.3 million doses of report.
So what do you think about the Palestine-Israel war? What the fuck? Where is that? Ah, right here. No. Copy. Boom. Paste. Search. Where was that video that I wanted to watch? All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about either, like, have a opinion on either side. I don't really like what Israel's doing, though, for sure. But I'm from America, so I really wish America wasn't funding Israel, though. I think that America should just stick to ourselves. There we go.
The Gulf War, the most televised conflict in history, ended here in the Basra Road. It was a war where 35,000 people died without a drop of blood apparently being shed. Where were the bodies in the sand? The scenes of the dying that would have forced us to look into the terrible, brutal face of war. With hundreds of TV cameras in the Gulf, where were the pictures of those new and powerful weapons? What was really happening away from the eye of the camera on the battlefields of Desert Storm?
I wouldn't say that I'm with, like, Palestine exactly, because I think what Hamas did is obviously terrible, you know? But I also don't think that that America should be getting involved, and I don't like what Israel is doing right now. Which is pretty weird, too, because I would consider myself more of a Republican than a Democrat, but, like, I'm more conservative, but, I don't really align with them in this issue. And turn. Also, I think that the Gulf War was stupid too. What America did in the Gulf War. Oh, what?
I was in Baghdad reporting that war.
Oh, bro.
It was a war where information was part of the armory. We were controlled by the military and allowed ourselves to be. An honourable few rebelled. Most of us did what we were told. In the course of this journey, we've uncovered what we should have found out then. Iraq's secret chemical war and the coalition forces' use of napalm and shells tipped with spent uranium.
The invasion began at 2 a.m. 100,000 Iraqi troops swept across the border and made a high-speed dash towards Kuwait's capital, 80 miles to the south.
Despite the warnings, the world was shocked by the Iraqi invasion.
Fuck.
5 years later, Kuwait is back to normal. The oil is flowing, the palaces are rebuilt, and the roads are clogged with expensive
what the
American
fuck?
cars.
I shouldn't have told him
But
that.
the people of Kuwait are determined that the
Damn.
invasion should not be forgotten.
Alright. Well.
They have set up a lavishly equipped research center just...
Damn. I thought... What should I do here? Alright. Purple. There we go. Now send them a heart. See if I get another trade here. Man, Purple honestly was being a homie.
دخولها بعد التحرير مباشرة. من ذلك استخدام آلة الدريل لإرهاب وتعذيب الكويتيون، وهناك أدوات كثيرة تم العثور عليها مما يستعمل في عملية التعذيب.
One detail they will leave out of their version of history, however, is how several days after the occupation began, the Kuwaiti government employed an American public relations firm at a cost of $11 million.
All right.
Propaganda supplied by public relations consultants Hill and Knowlton was swallowed whole by the U.S. political leadership.
Passing out leaflets in opposition. They were taken, their families made to watch, and they were shot to death, 15 and 16-year-old. Older people on dialysis machines, taken off the machines.
I'm getting fucked right now.
Shipped to Baghdad. Kids in incubators.
Damn, I was really hoping for that. I would have been fine with them attacking it after.
While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators.
Okay, I'm gonna kill.
Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying.
Nair al-Saba, the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador in Washington.
Yeah, I work construction. I own a concrete company.
Was never in the incubator ward. Nurses who worked there said they had never seen her. She was coached for her testimony to the congressional hearing by Hill and Knowlton. Robert Gray was in charge.
It's always difficult, of course, in democracy, as you know, to get public heavily behind a commitment to go to war. And the administration had made the commitment, and it was our job to help educate the American public on the advantages to it so that the support would be there.
The impact was enormous. I think it was a story.
Andrew Whitley worked for the human rights organization Middle East Watch. When he investigated the story, it just didn't hold water.
Any depravity. Most of the incubators, which had apparently been stolen, had been stored away. When we went to the maternity hospital, we saw that there was an entire wing which had been stripped, and they had been put away into a storeroom.
If we've erred, obviously, I will always hope I will apologize. I like to be man enough to apologize in all circumstances if one is due. If I were convinced one is due, then indeed I'd apologize to anybody I misled. But I would hope that they'd understand it was a very unintentional misleading, and I'd hope you'd understand that too.
I think it was a major lie. I don't believe that there was any truth, in fact, as to Iraqis having deliberately, systematically removed babies from incubators in order to steal them. And I think it made a major impact on public opinion in this country.
And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with Hitler revisited. A totalitarianism and a brutality.
Enough U.S. senators were persuaded by the incubator baby story to vote in favor of the use of force.
Not stand.
Bush got his war. The demonization of the Iraqis had served its purpose.
Following the same track. Allied forces continue the heaviest aerial bombardment of all time. Lights were still blazing when the strike planes from Desert Storm.
80,000 bombs and hundreds of missiles have been dropped on Iraq.
The cruise missiles were map-reading themselves over the gauntlet of gunfire.
Our hotel. However, we have not yet heard the sound of bombs landing, but there's tremendous lightning in the sky. Lightning like
Peter Arnett, America's most famous war correspondent, got on the wrong side of the military authorities very quickly.
When did your good relationship with the U.S. military begin to fray a bit around the edges?
As the bombing campaign developed, and I was revealing every day more excesses, in a sense, of bombing, that there were villages, 20, 30, 40 houses had been destroyed.
This is not a game, but a human life! A human life! Enough of civilians!
Only about 6% of the bombs used in the Iraq War were guided missiles, and they were mainly in Baghdad, the most high-profile target. Elsewhere in the country, they were using these dumb bombs, and they were devastating many localities we were visiting.
The crunch came when Arnett challenged the U.S. military's account of an attack on what he said was a baby milk factory. U.S. intelligence claimed that it was being used for biological weapons. Arnett wouldn't play ball.
Marlon Fitzwater came out in the White House and said, Peter Arnett is a dupe of Saddam Hussein. This proves it. And he said, we have evidence, we have absolute proof that this plant that he says is a baby milk factory is in fact used for a part of the weapons testing program of the Iraqis. So if this was a biological testing center, they would not have let us walk all over the premises, accompany us around the premises, let us touch everything, pick up samples such as this bag. We used it for coffee. That's how confident I was. The U.S. government is perfectly capable of lying, to achieve its aims in a time of national crisis, and they did. They did. It was very effective because in the years that followed the Gulf War, that was the most frequently asked question. What about the baby milk plant? And not only the question was always, you were duped, weren't you? So that was the single most effective piece of military black propaganda that I've seen in my whole career, and I've been in this business for 35 years.
This was the beach at Al-Hafji near the Kuwait border. The first victims of the disaster struggling to free themselves from its grip.
Nobody knew where the oil came from, but overnight the bird became yet another symbol of Saddam's depravity, a man who had declared war on nature itself. Was it really the Iraqis who caused the oil slick? Nobody was too sure. But it was a great story, too good to spoil with the truth. Bill Arkin, formerly in military intelligence, now lives in Vermont. His access to Pentagon military records gives him an exceptional insight into the Gulf War.
I think that one of the biggest cover-ups of the Gulf War is the fact that the U.S. Navy and the Allied air forces attacked Iraqi oil installations and oil tankers and didn't want to acknowledge that there was a tremendous amount of controversy over that very point. And so therefore they hid behind claims of Iraqi environmental terror to avoid a debate as to whether those are legitimate targets in warfare.
President Bush accused Saddam of environmental terrorism. Yet at the same time, the Americans and the Allies were doing the same thing.
I believe most of what was caused by Allied planes was accidental. And if you don't think torching 960 oil wells or whatever it is environmental terrorism, I don't know what is.
Accidental bombs just fell out, or what? Do you mean by accidental? Targets.
No, not oil platforms. I do not believe oil platforms were targets. No. Distribution centers were. But
what about vessels? What about oil carriers?
no, they were stopped. They were sunk. I don't remember any being sunk.
They attacked those two oil platforms at Mina al-Bakr and at Al-Kubar, and also at the same time they attacked ships that were oil-related ships. On the 18th of January, on the second day of the war, French aircraft attacked an Iraqi tanker that was moored at Mina al-Ahmadi on the Kuwaiti coast. And those were the very tankers that a few days later they stated were expelling their oil into the sea.
How much of that environmental damage, in your view, with the oil slicks was done by the Allies?
It's very clear that the U.S. in bombing offshore oil facilities and in bombing tankers, I think 5 tankers overall were bombed in the air war, caused probably 20 or 30% of the oil that was eventually expelled. So somewhere in the area of 2 to 3 million barrels of oil was as a result of Allied action.
You don't remember a discussion about whether or not this would cause serious damage and whether or not they should go ahead with it?
We had a lot of discussions about oil, and we were very sensitive to the environmental damage, and we did our best to contain it. Absolutely. But to say that because we did some damage that the Iraqis were environmentally pure, it is obscene.
That's not what I'm saying.
It's obscene.
So it is a cover-up. It was a
Oh,
cover-up.
absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Do you think they lied about it?
Well, of course they lied about it. I mean, have you ever read in any report that the U.S. Navy or the French Air Force attacked Iraqi oil tankers and were responsible for much of the oil that flowed into the Gulf? No. Is that a cover-up? Is that a lie?
You still there, dog?
In Baghdad, Saddam Hussein
I was talking to a guy from Jordan.
People speak
Here
his
he
name
was
in
in my
whispers
chat,
and
like
live
the
in
country.
absolute terror of him.
You mean like one of his kids?
And his people rose against him in desperation, they were crushed, and their leaders hanged from the roofs of their own mosques.
I gotta restart this
Sanctions-
documentary.
Masterpiece.
Just being a grandmaster,
Where
I
are the
dropped
bodies in the
down
sand?
today.
The scenes of the dying that would have
Oh,
forced us
dope.
to look into the
I thought
terrible,
that you
brutal
meant.
face of war.
No, I'm just novice in
With hundreds of TV
in
cameras in the
1v1
Gulf,
because I never
where are
play
the
it.
pictures of those new and powerful weapons?
They said
What was
hi.
really happening away from the eye of the camera
person from
on the
Jordan.
battlefields of Desert Storm.
To all of us?
Yeah, they said hi, guys. Yeah, see? That's what it looks like, so they can see.
Oh, cool.
Right there.
This is actually a sweet stream setup, though. You could shoot podcasts. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Or it could
shit.
Be like any other of those podcasts on Instagram.
For real?
Clips of. Yeah, I mean, just like the couch, you put a camera.
Battle.
You put the camera there. We all have microphones and we just harass women. Like, on the
Just
pod.
harass women.
You're the
Are you talking about like fucking
Like the whatever podcast.
or like Fresh and Fit and stuff?
I was in back. Yeah. What's your body count? Oh.
That would be pretty funny. Except for you probably couldn't find as many like chicks to go on it here in Montana.
How much crack you smoked today? Yeah. Where'd all your teeth go? Sober, thank you. Where'd all your teeth go?
Where'd all your teeth go?
Got my best friend.
What are you guys doing tonight?
Oh, I could have went coon hunting, then I was like, I might as well go over to Butte.
Nice.
Now you're wishing you went coon Well, I told JJ I'd bring over all those eggs and stuff because they were out, so I kind of had an obligation. Oh, now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we were out of eggs. She sold a ton of them. Oh, I don't know why I left that. Join.
You guys are the egg plug?
Yeah, dude. We be selling eggs. We be flipping eggs hard.
You guys think you make any money off of it? Flipping up
So I don't know. I don't take any of the money.
JJ does?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Just give them out. Yeah. As fast as possible.
Well, like, I always told them this summer that they didn't really want them, those guys, but I feel like next month I'm gonna definitely take the offer if they offer.
I'm sure you
I have this little note.
Yeah.
That was just out of the chicken coop
Today.
I'm pretty sure. Or maybe they were just like, Larry just had them stored up in the shop.
Yeah.
But you didn't go into our fridge and get them.
When I see about eggs,
What am I? Alright. Looks like I have a good North America play here.
Which is weird. I don't know why that's a thing. Because they have like a protecting coating on them. Did I ever tell you about Mark and
I
Carrie's
am
dog,
going
Jason?
to... No, what about it?
They were,
Make a
I
line.
was talking to her, she was like, yeah, we have to be careful when we leave the house and make sure all the chairs are like pushed in under the table, because otherwise she can like nudge them close enough to the counter, jump up on the counter and she eats the eggs out of the bowl. I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, the only reason we found out is because one day we came home and she had a whole egg in her mouth and was just and we were like, what the fuck? How did you get an egg? And then there's other chunks of egg, like shell on the ground, and we were like, you must have been eating a shit ton of them. We noticed that the chair was real close to the thing. We were like, you little shit, dude.
Oh.
Craziest part was Mars is that
I am going to...
was just shredding the base and
like this.
He's not even black either.
He's not even black.
Next phase.
Are you the black one?
Yeah, I am black. A lot of the times I like to play as red and then try to take over Europe first.
The master race!
Dude, we could honestly all just do a cycle. And then, like, right before we go to Europe, and we could definitely take it over.
Do a cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Europeans are kind of pussies, bro.
4 ripped Americans beat the crap out of a bunch of tiny Europeans.
Tiny Europeans.
Yeah. Fuck you!
I'm home now.
Here we go.
You know the code to the trap house?
Yeah.
The code.
They got like a code pass.
Like a passcode.
Jason's like, you need the password.
Yeah. Yeah, it's buttered sausage.
They sell eggs.
Yeah.
Fentanyl.
Jeez, that's fucked up, bro.
White making a power move, taking over Australia.
Bro, Australia sucks.
It's a stronghold.
Yeah, but
It gives you only like 2.
everyone just, because so many people want Australia, they just all like end up charging into it and breaking you all the time, so it sucks to have.
Well, we're probably gonna leave.
All right, sounds good.
See you later.
See ya.
Love you.
Love ya.
See you later, dude.
See ya. Oh. There we go. Yeah, he just came over to drop off eggs from my parents' house.
supporting that war. 5 years on, I've come back to try and set the record straight. It was a war where information was part of the armory. We were controlled by the military and allowed ourselves to be. An honourable few rebelled. Most of us did what we were told. In the course of this journey, we've uncovered...
Yeah, he's
what
my
we
little
should have known
brother.
right then. Iraq's secret chemical war, and the coalition forces' use of napalm and shells tipped with spent uranium.
The invasion began at 2 a.m. 100,000 Iraqi troops swept across the border and made
Boom.
a high-speed dash towards
Man,
Kuwait's
that was
capital, 80 miles to the south.
that is a
Despite the warnings, the
easy
world was shocked by the Iraqi invasion.
big lines request. Perfect.
5 years
This
later,
was
Kuwait
such a
back to
good
normal. The oil is flowing, the palaces are rebuilt, and the roads
North
are paved with
America
expensive
play.
American cars. But the people of Kuwait are determined that the invasion should not be forgotten. They have set up a lavishly equipped research centre just to document the brutality of the Iraqi occupation.
دخولها بعد التحرير مباشرة. من ذلك استخدام آلة الدريل لإرهاب وتعذيب الكويتيون، وهناك أدوات كثيرة تم العثور عليها مما يستعمل في
There we go.
التعذيب.
One detail they will leave out of their version of history, however, is how several days after the occupation began, the Kuwaiti government employed an American public relations firm at a cost of $11 million. Propaganda supplied by public relations consultants Hill and Knowlton was swallowed whole by the US political leadership.
Kids were passing out leaflets in opposition. They were taken, their families made to watch, and they were shot to death, 15 and 16-year-old. Older people on dialysis machines, taken off the machines and the machines shipped to Baghdad. Kids in incubators thrown out so that the machinery, the
Now,
incubators themselves could be
send
shipped to
him
Baghdad.
a heart.
While I was there, I saw the Iraqi
Boom.
soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators.
Yeah, this was all fake. They made that shit up.
It was horrifying.
Nair al-Saba, the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador in Washington, was never in the incubator ward. Nurses who worked there said they had never seen her. She was coached for her testimony to the congressional hearing by Hill and Knowlton. Robert Gray was in charge.
It's always difficult, of course, in a democracy, as you know, to get public support heavily behind a commitment to go to war. And the administration had made the commitment, and it was our job to help educate the American public on the advantages to it so that the support would be there.
I think the impact was enormous. I think it was a story...
Andrew Whitley worked for the human rights organisation Middle East Watch. When he investigated the story, it just didn't hold water.
Any depravity. Most of the incubators, which had apparently been stolen, had been stored away. When we went to the maternity hospital, we saw that there was an entire wing which had been stripped and they had been put away into a storeroom.
If we've erred, obviously, I will always hope I will apologize. I like to be man up and
There we
apologize
go.
in all circumstances if one is due.
Thanks, man.
If one is due, then indeed I'd apologize.
Thanks for
Anybody I
for the
misled.
follow.
But I would hope that they'd understand it was very unintentional misleading, and I'd hope you
I think it was a major lie. I don't believe there was any truth, in fact, as to Iraqis having deliberately, systematically removed babies from incubators in order to steal them. And
Ooh,
think
I get a
it was
10
major
trade.
lie from
Sick.
And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with Hitler revisited. A totalitarianism and a brutality.
No, it
Enough
wasn't.
US senators were persuaded by the incubator baby story to vote in favour of the use of force.
Not stand.
Bush got his war. The demonisation of the Iraqis had served its purpose.
Following the same track. Allied forces continue the heaviest aerial bombardment of all time. Lights were still blazing when the strike planes from Dennis
Up to 80,000 bombs and hundreds of missiles have been dropped on Iraq.
Cruise missiles were map reading themselves over the gauntlet of
Over our hotel. However, we have not yet heard the sound of bombs landing, but there's tremendous
Let's go like this.
lightning in
Boom.
the sky. Lightning like
Peter Arnett, America's most famous war correspondent,
And then
got
send
on the
him a
wrong side of the
heart.
military authorities very quickly.
When did your good relationship with the US military
Send him
begin to
heart.
fray a bit around the edges?
As the bombing campaign developed, and I was revealing every day more excesses in the sense of bombing, that they were
There we
villages,
go.
20, 30, 40 houses had been destroyed.
This is not a game, but a human life! A human life! Enough of civilians!
Only about 6% of the bombs used in the Iraq War were
So what do
missiles,
you
mainly
work
in
at
Baghdad,
all? What do you do?
the most high-profile target. Elsewhere in the country, they were using these dumb bombs, and they were devastating many localities we were visiting.
The crunch came when Arnett challenged the US military's account of an attack on what he said was a baby milk factory. US intelligence claimed that it was being used for biological weapons. Arnett wouldn't play ball.
Marlon Fitzwater came out in the White House and said, you know, Peter Arnett is a dupe of Saddam Hussein.
All right,
This
who
proves
has the
it.
most
He said,
troops?
we
Me.
have evidence, we have absolute proof that this plant that he says is a baby milk factory is in fact used for part of the weapons testing.
Yeah, true. He does have
If this was a biological-
especially because he doesn't have an external. You're probably right. He might attack me. You know, if he does, I think I'll be fine, though. I have so many more troops than him. Work at a restaurant? Nice. Nice. Are you like a server or anything like that? Or cook? Or what are you?
Center. They would not have let us walk all over the premises, accompany us around the premise, let us touch everything, pick up samples such as this bag.
Okay, sick.
Used it for coffee. That's how confident I was. The U.S. government is perfectly capable of lying.
Could I
to
kill
achieve its
Red?
aims in a time
I
of
think
national
I can.
crisis. And they did. They did.
I
It was very
think
effective
that I
because
can
in the
kill
years that
Red.
followed the Gulf War, that was the most frequently asked question. What about the baby milk plant? And not only the question was always, you were duped, weren't you? So that was the single most effective piece of military black propaganda that I've seen in my whole career, and I've been in this business for 35 years.
This was the beach at Al-Hafji near the Kuwait border. The first victims of the disaster struggling to free themselves from its grip.
Nobody knew where the oil
There
came
we
from,
go.
and overnight the bird became yet another
Beautiful.
symbol of Saddam's depravity, a man who had declared war on nature itself. Was it really the Iraqis who caused the oil slick? Nobody was too sure. But it was a great story. Too good to spoil with the truth. Bill Arkin,
Attack
formerly in military
phase,
intelligence,
boom.
now lives in Vermont. His access to Pentagon military records gives him an exceptional insight into the Gulf War.
I
You're
think
the
that one of
boss?
the biggest
That's
cover-ups
dope.
of the Gulf War is the fact that the U.S. Navy and the Allied Air Forces attacked Iraqi oil installations and oil tankers and didn't want to acknowledge that there was a tremendous amount of controversy over that very point. And so therefore they hid behind claims of Iraq.
My girlfriend must be making something. It smells good.
Those are legitimate targets in warfare.
President Bush accused Saddam of environmental terrorism. Yet at the same time, the Americans and the Allies were doing the same thing.
I believe most of what was caused by Allied planes was accidental. And if you don't think torching 960 oil wells or whatever it is environmental terrorism, I don't know what is.
Accidental and the bombs just fell out, or what? Do you mean by accidental? Targets.
No, not oil platforms. I do not believe oil platforms were targets. No. No. Distribution
I
centers.
don't have a.
What about vessels? What about oil carriers?
No, they were stopped. They weren't sunk. I don't remember anything. So.
They attacked those two oil platforms at Min al-Bakr and at Al-Kabar, and also at the same time, they attacked ships that were oil-related ships. On the 18th of January, on the second day of the war, French aircraft attacked an Iraqi tanker that was moored at
All right, I have a 10 trade too.
the Kuwaiti coast. And those were the very
are you
tankers that a
making,
few
Bubba?
days later
It smells
they
good.
stated were expelling their oil into the sea.
What is it?
How much
Milk
of
cookie?
environmental damage, in
cream
your view, with the
pies.
oil slicks was done by the Allies?
It's very clear that the
Your
U.S. in
favorite.
bombing offshore oil facilities and in bombing
Thank you, baby.
tankers, I think 5 tankers overall were bombed in the air war, caused probably 20 or 30% of the oil that was eventually expelled. So somewhere in the area of 2 to 3 million barrels of oil was as a result of Allied action.
You don't remember a discussion about whether or not this would cause serious damage and whether or not they should go ahead with it?
We had a lot of discussions about oil, and we were very sensitive.
How does White
to
have
the
51?
environmental damage,
Oh,
and we
because
did
of
our
their
best to contain it, absolutely.
their
But to say that
trade
because
right now.
we did some damage,
Okay.
that the Iraqis were
That makes sense.
environmentally pure, it is obscene.
That's not what I
It's obscene.
So it is a cover-up. It was a
Oh,
cover-up.
absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Do you think they lied about it?
Of course they lied.
All
about it.
right.
Have you ever read in any report that the U.S. Navy or the French Air Force attacked Iraqi oil tankers and were responsible for much of the oil that flowed into the Gulf? No. Is that a cover-up? Is that a lie? Of course it is.
In Baghdad,
Attack
Saddam Hussein
phase,
is
boom.
everywhere. People speak his name in whispers and live in absolute terror of him. When his people rose against him in desperation, they were crushed. and their leaders hanged from the roofs of their own mosques. Sanctions have pushed 4 million people in this once prosperous nation to the edge of starvation. But Saddam doesn't care. Today he's constructing a new palace in Baghdad, 2 miles from where his people queue for slops.
I don't know how they have the most troops.
2, 1, 1.
Which one? Which screen? The for the video or the game? The game? Yeah. Boom. There we go. How's that?
Missile away!
Out in the Gulf,
Ah, darn, I don't have a trade.
Into the ink black sky. Deep down in the blue half-light of the control room, American sailors huddle over their radar screens, plotting its progress towards Iran.
This is my counterpart's headquarters in Baghdad.
What are your friends
As the war went on, the video show became more clinical, obscene and surreal.
On all sides of the building as the airplane overflies the building.
According to the military briefing in Saudi Arabia, it could blitz
here we
18
go.
million people, and nobody would get hurt.
Whoa!
The demonization of Saddam Hussein was so
I
tough
didn't.
that his people also became demons, children of the devil, and it didn't
Oh,
matter
was
what
I?
you did to them.
I don't know.
Until two
No.
1,000-pound bombs slipped down the ventilation shaft of a bomb shelter
No.
in Baghdad in the early hours of a February morning.
You're welcome. Oh!
Then briefly, the reality of war was flung into our
Do I
faces
want
for
to?
the first time.
Sure. No.
American
They said hi.
intelligence in Baghdad had sent reports that Iraqi military vehicles were parked outside this particular shelter at night.
Ooh.
The spies didn't bother to mention that 300 women and
Alright,
children were inside.
got an 8 trade.
Among them was the family of Tariq Mohammed. His wife and his 4 children all died that night. Collateral damage.
This is your wife,
Yes, yes, this one. This Lina. This Sadat. This Zina.
Let's see here. What is the next? So it's me and then green. I'm gonna be out earning green.
Did you go to look for the survivors? Did you ask? When was the moment when you said, I know they're dead?
لحد الآن أنا يعني مثلا مرات بالبيت هسه من أقعد أشوفهم واقفين بيأشروا لي. عقلي ما يتقبل.
This person? Which territory?
The coalition's worst nightmare was that Saddam Hussein would use his chemical and biological weapons, his notorious Al-Hussein Scud missiles. The Western military have always denied that chemical weapons were used. Their denial during the war was understood. They didn't want to terrify the soldiers.
Yeah, no, I don't
But an
think
armed
that I should try to
investigation
take out
dozens of
Orange
soldiers
yet.
who
There's,
say that chemical weapons were
I,
used, something the British
I still
government
don't have enough
continues to
troops
deny.
to where if I take them out.
One eyewitness is Richie Turnbull, a chemical expert with the RAF. On the 20th of January, he was stationed at one of the biggest Allied air bases at Darhan in Saudi Arabia.
I was on lights that night when all of a sudden there was a Patriot fired from near our position. And there was one old
Just wait, maybe, because I am out.
The warhead landed.
I am out making them in troops, so eventually I'll have more troops than them.
Black, which is the highest data alert.
Next phase.
Tests using what they call a CAM, which is a chemical agent monitor. It's a small handheld device, which again confirmed the presence of nerve agent. We then carried out a third test, which is called residual vapor detector test.
Then you
where
just
it's a small puffer that draws air over a chemical sensitive disc. This again came up positive, so we carried out 2 further RVDs, residual vapor detector tests, and informed the nuclear biological chemical control cell that we had an incident of nerve agent on the base. Every NIAD in the area was blasting the alarm. There was 27 NIADs giving the alarm off at the same time, so it wasn't one piece of equipment. And then we were told it was a false alarm due to unburnt aircraft fuel.
Oh, that's fine, man. I can understand you. I can understand you pretty well.
Take off. The next day I tried to reproduce the alarm using aircraft fuel. Never did, but when I used a simulated test substance, it worked every time. I'm convinced we had a chemical weapon attack, and the manufacturers tell me, when I've spoken to them since, if that thing shouts, it's there.
We've interviewed a number of Gulf War veterans who believe that they were poisoned by low-level chemical weapons attacks. That view is backed up by a number of reports of chemical attacks by the Iraqis. What's your knowledge?
No,
of
I didn't have any evidence brought to me, and I didn't hear any confirmed evidence that there were any. There may have been. I mean, I think at the end, afterwards, in hunting around, I was suggesting there may have been. You may have had a few, but I mean, but I don't think anything very significant.
It was significant enough for Richie Turnbull. Like 4,000 other British Gulf troops, he's now sick. He has a terminal lung disease and must spend an hour every day on a ventilator.
Damn.
The chemical attack on Richie Turnbull was confirmed by
only an 8.
now based near Prague. They tell how orders came from Central Command to ignore their findings. A bizarre order because the Czechs are world leaders in chemical warfare. They, unlike Americans, train with live chemicals, spend years specializing in the field, and are the only units to use mobile laboratories to double-check their findings.
Okay.
Richie Turnbull saw the Scud land at Darran. The Czechs were based at King Khalid Military City. In the team was Major Peter Zelinsky.
I'm gonna tell Green.
Jsem se nacházel v městě King Khalid Military City a v tom období naše chemická hlídka, která monitorovala okolí toho města, naměřila chemické látky v tom období. A pak...
Yeah, damn, he did.
A všichni jsme si nasadili masky. V tom období...
Alright, I am telling Green to attack my territory.
Teda z východu na západ. To znamená, že od toho přístavu od moře. Ale ty větry jsou jako výškový a přízemní. A ten přízemní vítr foukal z tyhlety části. Jako od těch přístavů, od Zahránu a od...
Damn, they didn't open up my stack. Shit.
To prize the truth out of the Iraqis about their chemical and biological weapons. What
What a
found is terrified
douche.
the scientific world. Colonel Terry Taylor was the British representative on the UN investigation team.
On the chemical weapons side, the major agents they had was mustard agent, a lethal agent, but also causes extensive burns and very serious incapacitating injuries, very painful, nasty agent. And the other major agent was nerve agent. On the biological side, they had 2 lethal agents already weaponized. Anthrax is one, and botulinum toxin was the other one. And these were put in aerial bombs, 122mm rockets, and Al-Hussein missile warheads. They have admitted to that. The authority was delegated at the time of the war, and these weapons were in the hands of the commanders in the field.
One of the commanders in the field was this man, a colonel in the elite Republican Guard. He confirms that chemical weapons were being stored on the Iraqi front line. What kind of chemical weapons were there? How were they stored?
What should I do here? What should I do here? Alright. I'm just gonna go like this. Do they have ancient? Alright. There you go.
In the history of modern
See if I
warfare,
have another
soldiers in the trenches
tray.
have been betrayed many times. The Vietnam Memorial in Washington records the names of thousands of veterans who died there.
Oh, okay.
What it doesn't record is the many thousands who are sick or who have died from the effects of Agent Orange, the chemical used to clear the jungle, which also
Okay.
poisoned American troops.
I see how it is.
The Vietnam veterans battled through presidency after presidency before they were finally told the truth. Today, history repeats itself. In the United States, 70,000 soldiers have registered sick with Gulf War syndrome.
Alright.
Some recall similar experiences of gas attacks during the Gulf War.
Yeah, I
Nick Roberts wants to know what happened to his
I did
unit
not
when
expect
Iraqi
him to
scouts
go
exploded near their camp.
bad ally on me. What's the strategy here? What is the strategy? Attack phase, boom. No! Pfft. Hopefully these guys don't go bad on me. Accept strategy. Accept. And then tell him to attack white. Now I don't have good cards to change.
In Saudi Arabia.
Alright. I'm really trusting these two.
Only allow the veterans in this area. I know there's 43 sick. 112.
They've been prodding and poking and doing this.
Roy Butler was a member of that same group. He's undergoing medical tests to find out why he's sick. Nick and Roy's unit were based at the port of Al Jubail in Saudi Arabia.
And
We
attack
were waking up
phase,
about 3
boom.
o'clock in the morning with a loud explosion. It just
Alright.
shook the whole tent, and it's sort of like everybody thought the world was coming to an end, you know.
If you want to get real technical, I saw a big fireball or flash up towards the port of Jabal, and then the echo of the explosion went to the
Yeah.
border.
And while we was outside, we felt this mist.
They didn't do what I said.
Like rain.
My hands and my face were stinging and burning. My lips started feeling funny, like they were numb. That's when the sirens started going off.
Alright.
I put on my mask while going to the bunker. And when I got to the bunker, I had to take it off and clear my nasal passages. It was completely blocked. I've got all kinds of.
Yeah, I am gonna attack the orange next turn.
My upper and lower lips started turning numb.
Let's see what my trade is. Oh, sick. I get a 10 trade.
Alert, go to MOC level 4. That's where you put all your chemical equipment on. And we also heard over the radio confirmed blister agent.
We were told to keep our mouth shut about it. You know, kind of like a direct order at the formation the next day or the day after, not to talk about it anymore. But it would create so much havoc and confusion and panic amongst the men. Not to talk about it.
We had pretty bad attitudes.
let's go this
After
way.
that point, we started getting an attitude. We knew we were being lied to. We couldn't get any medical help. No one would answer any of our questions, and we were getting sick. We were getting sick
30.
within a week
Boom.
after the explosions. A lot of us were laying in bed with night sweats, the flu, rashes, all being put in our medical records. Those medical records do not exist anymore.
What does exist and has recently been released under the Freedom of Information Act are Central Command records of chemical detections. It took 4 years to get these logs released, yet whole sections are missing. Jim Chewett, ex-CIA, was in charge of a US Senate investigation into chemical attacks. We asked him what the logs reported on the night Roy Butler and Nick Roberts got sick.
What they told the soldiers was that it was a sonic boom. But one thing we know that refutes that is that number 1, chemicals were detected. Number 2, visible explosions were seen. Number 3, the soldiers got sick, nausea, vomiting, burning.
Are they gonna attack
Several
my...
days later, they got very ill with flu-like
My
symptoms,
30?
consistent with low-level exposures to agents or possibly even biotoxins, biochemical agents, poisons from bacteria. But we also know that the Iraqis were working on chemicals and biochemical agents, biological agents, that would maim, that things like aflatoxins, which make you sick in the short term, nausea, vomiting, but in the long term cause cancers.
I've now got lymphoma cancer. When I finally caught it, it was stage 3. And that's cancer.
You think that green and orange are together?
3 different treatments of chemotherapy.
What have the doctors told you about your health?
It's deteriorating, to be honest with you.
Department of Defense has failed to tell the truth about this issue ever since the war.
I'll pay attention to that now.
They failed to tell the truth when we first asked them for the information about what the soldiers may have been exposed to and what their experiences were during the war.
How many
So if you're asking me if
troops
I
do
believe
I
that
have?
they've been dishonest to our
150?
veterans,
Do you think I can
very much so.
risk that? No.
At the time, the war made great TV. It still does. It was
Okay.
dramatic, it was sexy. The world getting off in a really good war. American forces broke through the Iraqi front lines in February 1991 with a tactic that had never been seen before in warfare. They used specially adapted bulldozers to bury the Iraqis alive.
Let's see if I don't have a trade yet.
Among the first
Otherwise,
to
I
reach
would
the
try to
Iraqi
take them.
trenches was Joe Queen from Alabama. He got a Bronze Star.
My job was to cover in the trenches and to cave in the bunkers, right, where the Iraqis were living. So they couldn't, if they overran us again, they couldn't occupy the same positions once again.
And did the Iraqis keep firing at you?
The Iraqis, when the Bradley went through, some of them were so shell-shocked that they just came out running.
Are they gonna put that 19? Oh, okay.
You're not gonna see. You know, that's when I said I don't know exactly who was in the trench, or just like the bunkers. You know, you're up there, you start a half hatch, right, and it's locked halfway down, and you're looking.
I don't really know what orange is doing here. I wish that my stack was out when I
because you don't want to get shot. You know what you got to do. You did it so much you can close your eyes and do it. So you're actually down inside, button up just like it is right now. You know, looking through the vision blocks, moving on with the mission.
So we started plowing before we hit his minefields. We plowed through his trench line. We suppressed the trench line.
should
with
I
a
end
Bradley.
attack?
And if he returned fire, we simply put a plow tank on the side of the trench and buried those Iraqi devils that were in the trench. And we buried about 400 Iraqis in the
All
trenches.
right.
شفت بعض الجنود اللي طلع من الملجأ اللي كان جسمه نازح بالبوابات فوق الارض ينقذهم من البلدوزر تصور من مدفع دبابه طلع فوق كان تدوس على انسان.
The thing that sucks is that me and Green are really close in troops, so
Did you see any of them that were left?
I don't want to.
There were some Iraqis that were shot that were in the trenches as I came through, but I was so focused on just doing what I had to do and trying to keep up with the convoy, I didn't pay that much attention.
We'll
I don't know
see.
what was in the bunkers when I caved them in. Once I caved them in, I covered them up, and that's how I left.
Hopefully they don't.
How many people died in the trenches?
هي اللي شفتهم تقريبا على تقريبا قلت شويه 300 350. لان المجموعه اللي احنا فيه تقريبا من الموقع اللي شفته قريب عن موضع الامورين او يساعد شويه الدعم اللي صار.
1,000 dead Saddam Hussein soldiers is not worth one U.S. soldier's life. So what we did is we took the tanks with the plows, and if we fired down the trench line, and if little white flags came out and they surrendered, they were allowed to surrender. If they returned,
I only got a 4 trade. Fuck.
When the story about the plowing of the soldiers was revealed, when rumors have circulated about the use of napalm, when people have talked about the possibility that the U.S. used fuel-air explosives, or these daisy cutter 15,000-pound bombs were dropped, or even B-52s during carpet bombing, For some reason or another, the U.S. always denies it. You know, they always say it didn't happen. And I'm here to tell you now, it did happen. And to some degree, you have to say, well, big deal, that's what happens in war. But it is not without some degree of irony that every time one of these issues is revealed, the first reaction of the Pentagon is to say, not true, never happened. And then their second reaction is to say, oh, well, let me tell you something, you know, war is a terrible thing, and this is what happens in war. But yet they don't want people to see it.
How do you think the American people would have taken it if they thought Iraqi troops would be...
All right, sick.
I think, look, this is war.
70.
Is being buried alive worse than being shot to the head? You do? Well, would you rather send troops armed with rifles down into those bunkers?
I don't know why
And to be killed?
Orange did that.
If you can kill them by burying them, what difference does it make other than a minute or two of their lives?
There we go. Oh, yes. Bam. Next page.
كان هناك شخص عزيز علي جدا في تلك يعني اللحظة يعني ما استطعت انه اسعفه.
Alright. So far I think that I'm good for right now.
والقصف مستمر يعني اللي يخرج
Damn, I don't have a... I do not have a trade yet.
Almost 500 napalm bombs were dropped on the Iraqi trenches, but we never saw them land. Something else the US military didn't want us to see.
يعني النابالم هو يعني يحرق. هذول اللي ماتوا بالحرق. يعني ماتوا محروقين وليس يعني ماتوا بسبب يعني شظية أو شيء آخر. يعني احترقوا رأسا. يعني ما استطعنا أن نسعفهم.
He's going for...
يعني نسبة الجيلاتين أو نسبة النابالم على جسمهم كانت كثيرة. في حين أكو قسم منهم كانت يعني فقط
This is an aggressive player right here.
يعني قدرنا هذا نسعفه بس الباقيين ما استطعنا بسبب يعني ضخامة القصف اللي كان في وقتها. يعني كانوا ضربونا في 4 قنابل نابالم في مكان واحد. في مكان واحد 4 قنابل نابالم يعني هذا شيء كثير. يعني لا يمكن أن يتصور الإنسان. يعني كأنما عايشين يعني جهنم في ذلك الوقت.
Do you think the American people would be shocked to know the American army dropped napalm bombs on the Iraqis?
No, I don't think so. It's a very unpleasant weapon. Yes. But in some cases, there is no other way to get...
Is he going for orange? Yes.
Can't get them
Yes.
حضرنا نفسنا للموت يعني كنا متوقعين في أي لحظة نموت.
Am I next?
بس يعني ما نموت يعني موت يعني
Alright.
لازم يعني يكون في قتال.
Alright, here we go.
ما نموت يعني
Just gonna clean up right here.
As soon as you dehumanize someone, you can do anything you want. Humanity is thrown out the window. That's why
Just gonna clean up now.
Saddam Hussein and everything before this war ever happened. And the press had to willingly cooperate in that dehumanization.
Ken Jurowski was a war photographer for Associated Press. He decided that this would be his last war. His pictures were censored. Nobody wanted to spoil a good war with pictures like these.
3, boom.
He took one particular picture, which certainly in Britain was published and had a big impact.
The guy trying to get out of the truck, his humanity is still intact.
Alright, I wonder if I have any more trade. Oh yeah, I have another trade. Boom. Trade.
And up to the very
There you go, boom. Next
his skin
phase.
burning off his bones. That was, life was so precious that he was still trying to save it. And I figured that when I got back to the States, I'd be seeing the photo everywhere. But the Associated Press, when it got to New York, they pulled it.
End attack phase.
Sent it to the newspapers. So they censored it right there.
Alright. Now it's a 1v1. Let's see what happens.
Doesn't make my mother proud, but if I don't do this, if I don't photograph these scenes, people will think war is just like what they see in the movies.
The movie began to go wrong on the Basra Road. Bush realized that the public, confronted with the reality of war, wouldn't take much more of it. Today, the legacy of the Gulf War lingers on not just in the sick soldiers, but in the contaminated battlefields of Iraq and Kuwait.
Ah, shit.
We were the first Western crew to be allowed into the Gulf battle zone since the war.
My stack's not out is the shitty thing. Hopefully, I guess if he breaks me right here, he opens up my stack.
These destroyed military vehicles are covered in a fine radioactive
And then
dust
that's good.
that comes from shells tipped with depleted
Do I have a
uranium,
trade?
the heaviest
Ah.
substance known to man.
Okay.
Shells tipped
What
with depleted uranium are a new and
do I do
experimental weapon
here?
used for the first time in the
break.
Gulf War. The problem with them is that the radioactive particles released when they explode
Right now.
remain to contaminate an area for thousands of years.
Where do I go here? 14.
These shells can slice through armor like a knife through butter. We went to look for evidence of how 300 tons of depleted uranium have contaminated
And
the Iraqi
attack
desert.
phase. Boom.
In a 3-day journey that covered almost 1,000
Boom.
miles, we found radioactive debris scattered right across the region.
Yeah, I know. I had to take that 30 stack out.
Low-level radiation like you get from depleted uranium could.
All right, who has more troops? I do. That is
Dr. Eric
good.
Hoskins lives in Toronto. He's a member of the Harvard medical team who went
And
to
he
Iraq
just
2 years
traded,
ago
and I
to
still
study
have
the
more
effects of the war
troops.
on
That's
Iraqi
really
children,
good.
especially the problems presented by depleted uranium.
When it hits its target, it explodes, and there's very intense heat. And this intense heat allows the uranium, the depleted uranium, to oxidize. And when it oxidizes, it
think that kinda sucks.
turns into
All
particles
right.
and floats around in the atmosphere, so it can contaminate the environment quite easily. And when it does that, is in the form of these airborne particles. It can float around, and people either ingest it, or quite often they'll inhale it. And if they inhale it, it can end up in their lungs. So for your entire lifetime, you're constantly being bombarded by this low level of radioactivity.
boom,
and so over a
boom,
period
boom.
of a number of years, this could, in a small number of people,
Okay.
cause cancer.
How many people
Good.
do you estimate, do you know of, do you have evidence to suggest, are walking around with these radioactive particles? in
All
their
right,
lungs?
all right,
Certainly
all
a
right,
great
all
number of
right.
Iraqi civilians were exposed to depleted
Get
uranium. The
6.
same way that a great number of American and British soldiers were
Next
exposed.
phase.
Terry Walker's job was to clean up the debris of war. He knew nothing of the dangers of depleted uranium and wasn't warned to take any precautions.
We actually went inside the Iraqi vehicles to see what souvenirs we could get, or salvage what was left of it, and what equipment they had. We're actually driving through all the wreckage as well. So I was sleeping near it, eating near it. If our vehicles actually broke down,
And attack
challenge
phase. Tell him good game.
we were there fixing the engines, and we were asking the guys what ammunition.
He's only got one card now.
This is DU tip shell.
So-
and we were actually holding it as well. When you look inside of it,
I got 3. Let's see
bits of body.
if I got a trade. No.
And the inside was
I
just
should be able to kill him in this
charred.
turn, though.
You know, there was nothing there at all.
Depleted uranium was also
Hopefully.
used in bullets fired from machine guns and planes.
I was inside my driver's compartment when we were hit on the outside.
Robert Saunders' tank was hit in one of the Gulf War's infamous friendly fire incidents. Over 70 British and American soldiers were accidentally killed or injured by their own side.
One of the
Next
depleted
phase.
uranium penetrators went in front of me. It's that far in front of me. A few seconds later, another one hit, and that was the one that hit farther back. I turned sideways to look. When I turned sideways to look, is when I got a shower of sparks in the face.
Ah,
I was
darn.
aware before they were removed. Some days they change color.
And attack phase. Boom.
They would go from
And
go
turn.
from a greenish color, they would turn blue.
I guess one more.
That was the thing that got my attention. I couldn't understand why it would do this.
When we went out there and the war started, we were issued with a dosimeter, which actually collected how much radiation was in the area. It was like a watch.
All right.
And you had like a marshmallow dome. This would collect all the information
Here we
inside
go.
the dome itself. And you would have to
Let's
send it away
trade.
to somebody who deals with radiation, and they check it to see how much radiation
Next
was in the area
phase.
at the time.
Every 6 months, they take a sample of my
Good
urine.
game.
And that the first time period, the first time they did it, they tested me at about 4.6 micrograms per deciliter, 400 times the exposure of a nuclear power plant worker, 400 times safe exposure. So meanwhile, I have all this radioactive junk.
Got the dub.
Now,
There we go.
Minister has to announce that the dosimeters were never issued.
All right.
It's complete lie because I had one. The whole of my unit had one, and other units had them as well.
Yeah, I could tell that he was probably a beginner. Expert. Let's see what if that
Nobody had any idea
raised me.
where,
No, it did not.
where the
Damn.
papers were. When I would call to talk to somebody, I'd get shuttled back and forth between five
All
or
right,
six
I'm gonna
different
go
offices, talking to 5 or 6 different people.
smoke a cigar for a second, and then I'll be back. Logo, boom. Listen. Listen to what? All right. I'll see you later. Good night. Oh, yeah?
If you know anything about the U.S. government, well, when they send you around to different places looking for things they don't want you to find out.
Depleted uranium is more of a problem than we thought when it was developed. But it was developed according to standards and was thought through very carefully. It turned out perhaps to be wrong.
It's something that does need looking at. And there are suggestions which are denied that they could cause the sort of problems that people have suggested. Well, yeah, you've got to review the situation, examine what actually happened if there is cause for concern, and then
Battle.
then you decide whether you should review its use or not.
What are you afraid of? What are you afraid might happen to you?
I'm afraid that in the long term, possibly 5-10 years down the road, I'm afraid of getting cancer, so I'm afraid of.
In the past 3 years, birth defects, cancer, particularly leukemia, have been on the increase according to Iraq's National Cancer Registry. Dr. Salma Haddad has made a personal study of her own cancer ward in Baghdad's University Hospital. She has found that the biggest increase is among children sent for treatment from the south, the war zone.
So let's take each of these. What were your findings?
We have in this paper that there is an increase in number of cases of brain tumor after 1992, as the figures shows.
This one is for leukemia.
Yes, I noticed that there is an increment in the number of cases of acute non-lymphoblastic leukemia, and my colleagues also showed an increase in number of cancer cases after the war.
This child has got a flare-up of his...
See if anyone bought it out.
And we haven't been
Alright, no one bought it out.
Some vincristine for him.
I'm last.
However, we hope probably we will be
I'm in the
able
last
to get it
seat,
over
so
the
that
weekend.
means that I can just sit back and wait. Maybe get a
Sanctions mean that there are not
North
enough
America
drugs to treat
plate?
children
No.
with cancer. They also mean that a third of Iraq's children are malnourished.
Australia? Green is an over-attacker. Ooh, and they're trying to go into Australia. Whoa!
It's easy to be complacent about war, propaganda, and lies. We've got used to being lied to now.
Yeah, I'll
That's
accept
war,
an alliance
as the
from
generals
him.
like to say.
Except send a heart.
But war is fought in our name, and no general or politician has the right to stop us knowing the truth, confronting what we really are saying yes to. The true face of war.
Accept heart. So they're going for North America. Is he gonna attack my 3? He is gonna attack my 3. Shit.
Region in the world.
Damn. I got fucked up on that turn.
Two well-armed rivals, and neither side appears willing to back down.
The Saudis insist that Iran is a hostile, belligerent, adventurous nation attempting to export revolution around the region. How do you respond?
Talk is cheap. Saudis helped Al-Qaeda. Saudis funded
That was not
terrorism.
good.
So they started this sectarian message, not us.
The Iranians say you've been busy supporting extremism. What's your response to that?
Nonsense. The Iranians are the ones who are exporting terrorism. They're the ones who are stoking the fires of sectarianism. They are the ones who have been on an aggressive path since 1979.
From the Iranian Shia revolution
Alright,
that
I
ignited
am...
the fire, to the threat felt in Saudi Arabia.
I don't remember what Yellow did. Yellow might be trying to go for,
Frontline traces the roots of a deadly divide.
It is a power struggle between Iran and Saudi Arabia
Make a lines
for
request.
dominance of the Middle East and the Muslim world.
Iranian and Saudi citizens aren't the ones that are suffering. There's been over 1 million casualties in the Middle East over the last decade. They've been Syrian, they've been Iraqi, they've been Yemeni.
As the rhetoric escalates, as the proxy wars escalate, neither side seems to appreciate that they're destroying the region.
filmed in 7 countries with correspondent
attack
Martin
phase.
Smith.
Boom.
Part 1 of a Frontline special series, Bitter Rivals.
Oh, that motherfucker. I should have taken both of us. Yeah, take it. Attack it. Do it. Accept alliance.
I've reported from the Middle East for nearly 2 decades. Yet I've never visited Tehran before.
Alright, let's
I've
see.
come here to report on the
How
intense
the
rivalry.
US stole the Middle East. Let's see.
The Middle East, the part of Asia that Europeans see as the middle of what they see as the East. Sort of arbitrary, whatever, we call it the Middle East. This part of the world is literally where civilization started, right here in modern-day Iraq. And over the years, the borders here have been redrawn many times as empires have ebbed and flowed through this region. By the way, I didn't make this time-lapse. A very talented YouTuber did, and he deserves a medal for it. Or perhaps just a new patron. Thanks, man. Anyway, the most recent carving up of this region happened by European powers. The French, the British, the Russians. I mean, are we surprised? No. Like, of course it was the British, of course it was the French, of course it was Europeans, of course. The lines they drew didn't really take into account language or ethnicity or regional identity. They just sort of sliced it all up amongst themselves and said, these are our new regions of power in the Middle East. Eventually those European powers left, but the lines they drew stuck around and became the skeleton for what the borders look like today. And this is where our story starts. In the 1930s, here in the modern Middle East. At this point, across the ocean, there was this growing superpower that had spent the last century moving west, taking over this whole continent and beyond, deep into the Pacific Ocean. We've talked about that a bit. But things were changing. The world had just fought a brutal world war that was fought with new weapons that were powered by this new important substance, oil. Germany lost that war, in part because they didn't have access to enough oil to keep up with this new style of warfare that relied a lot more on machines. The young superpower realized that access to this stuff would determine who would be powerful and who would not. So they stopped looking west for a moment and turned east with hopes of finding the fuel they needed to build their power. The US presence in the Middle East started with one little dot, right here. But soon that dot would expand into a sprawling network of alliances, covert attacks, flows of weapons, money, and the building of innumerable bases, and eventually turning into full-on ground wars. This is how the US stole the Middle East.
Damn, I really don't feel like playing Australia, but that's kind of what the cards gave me. That's what...
All means necessary. Okay, so it's the 1930s, and the US doesn't have a significant presence in the Middle East at this point. But that's about to change, because there's a company based in California that wants to explore this vast desert for oil.
11,000 miles from San Francisco, there lies a primeval desert, a mass of drifting sand and sun-baked earth, 1/3 the size of the United States.
This was sort of a risky decision for the California company, because first off, they had no idea if there was actually any oil here.
They knew it would mean sinking into the desert the money of thousands of stockholders in a project that might well end in complete loss.
And second off, this desert was a part of a very hardcore religious kingdom.
The fact that Mecca is the source and the shrine of Islam gives Saudi Arabia a
planning
central
on
place
trying
in the
to
Islamic
take
and therefore the Arab
Iran?
world.
That was home to the holiest sites in Islam, run by a dogmatic royal family that did not like outsiders, especially non-believing Westerners. But even still, the king of the Desert Kingdom eventually gives the California company permission to explore almost 1 million square kilometers of this desert looking for oil. And after a few years, the bet paid off. And on March 3rd, 1938, in this little patch of coastal desert, they struck gold. Well, actually they struck oil, but it might as well have been gold. So throughout the 30s and 40s, American oil executives, workers, and their families started flocking to the Middle East, establishing the first significant American presence in the region. They set up little cities around the oil operation that were little slices of America, full of the deepest sinful behavior, like allowing women to drive and the consumption of alcohol.
Yeah, bro, that's fucking terrible. Allowing women to drive? What the fuck?
And an outdoor movie theater.
This is the sort of stuff that is very off limits in Saudi Arabia. It's literally illegal at this point. So you have a lot of Saudis who are not happy about their government letting the Americans in to behave however they want. But the oil kept flowing. And soon the US government goes to the royal family and says, listen, the oil is flowing better than ever. This is awesome. How about we build a little military base attached to our little oil city so that we can, you know, protect you and protect us and protect the oil and stuff. And the Saudis are like, okay, having the great Satan come to our country for oil is one thing, but letting them set up a full-on military base on our soil, and especially when like everyone in our country is not happy with their presence in the first place. But, said the royal family, all of this oil is really valuable and it's really nice and we're getting super rich, so they're like, yeah, sure, set up the base. But there was one stipulation that the Saudis had for the Americans. You are not allowed to literally plant a flag, no flagpoles of the United States. You cannot put your flag anywhere on this base. Instead, you can put a little plaque on the side of the building so that your flag is not literally on our soil. And that was the deal. And that's exactly what happened. The US sets up its first military operation in the Middle East in the form of a landing strip that is right next to this oil field. Okay, so all of this infrastructure that the Americans were building required someone to build it. They needed a construction company. And there was one construction company that the Americans really liked that helped them build their oil city and their base. This company was founded and run by a guy named Mohammed. Now listen, do you think I'm really giving you the backstory on the construction company that built the airbase and the oil city just because that's interesting and I like to talk about construction? No, this is actually very relevant to the story, and you will see why very soon. So the Americans and the Saudis are having this forbidden oil bromance, and it's going really well, and they are just, the oil is flowing, everyone's getting rich, and meanwhile, the rest of the Middle East is looking at Saudi Arabia and they're like, dude, WTF, why are you like in bed with America? And like, why are you letting them set up a landing strip in your country? And the Saudi royals are like, do you realize how rich we're getting right now? Like, if you were in our position, you would do the same thing, Egypt. Okay, so it's the 1950s, and let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy. His company, by this point, is thriving. The American presence in oil land is just exploding, and he is building all of the stuff for it. And so this guy is just, has a giant business. And he starts to have children. Well, in fact, he had a lot of children, like 54 children, because he had 22 wives, because that is a thing in Saudi Arabia to this day. Anyway, the point is, one of Mohammed's sons is named Osama.
Osama bin Laden.
Told you this was going to be relevant. Okay, a reminder that Saudi Arabia is not the entire Middle East. So I'm going to leave the Osama bin Laden cliffhanger for a moment to tell you what else was going on in the Middle East at this time. Remember that it was the hunt for oil that brought the US to Saudi Arabia originally. But now, in the 50s and 60s, there was a new reason for the US to think about the Middle East. And that reason is because there's another big superpower that has nuclear weapons, called the Soviet Union, who is coming into the region and saying to everyone, come join Team Communism. And the US is like, hold my beer. So in addition to oil, the US is now involved in trying to not let the Soviet Union have any power in this region. Over in Iran, there was a democratically elected leader that the US didn't like. They thought he was maybe a little too friendly with the Soviet Union. So they worked together with the British to literally overthrow the government of Iran so that they could install a dictatorial leader that was more friendly to the United States. Little side note here, the airport that I fly out of here in DC is named after the guy who like gave the go-ahead for this coup in Iran, John Foster Dulles. So I'm reminded of the whole Iran thing every time I fly. So the US has its oil thing, it's now involved in trying to prop up a dictator in Iran. There's another big thing happening that brings the US into the region, which is that the newly declared state of Israel is starting to piss off its neighbors and starting to look to the US for support. And the US gladly offers it, seeing Israel as a friendly nation in the region that could be a big proponent of US interests. So the US starts to fund Israel with tons of money and fighter jets and all of these things to help them fight their wars against their Arab neighbors. There was a debate happening in the United States on whether or not they should actually do all of this to support Israel so intensely, because they knew if they did, they were going to piss off all of the neighbors in the Middle East. And all of the neighbors are the ones who had the oil. In the end, the US did decide to support Israel. And with that came a major backlash from all of these oil-producing countries in the neighborhood.
There's a crisis of such proportion that we probably haven't even begun to grasp it yet as far as the country is concerned.
Scenes like this are becoming all too common on both sides of the Atlantic. But for America, they are more ominous. They tell the Arabs that their oil weapon is wounding America, the country that supports and supplies their enemy Israel.
Eventually, this backlash against supporting Israel kind of calmed down. There was some peace talks. And anyway, let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy, and his son Osama, because this is where it really starts to heat up.
And it is this world of religious authority and deeply rooted traditions that is now being challenged by the wealth of oil and the Western invasion it has brought.
So it's now the 70s,
32,
and Mohammed bin Laden, the
37.
construction guy, is now insanely rich. His construction company is giant, his 54 children are also rich, and his son Osama is growing up, and is in his 20s, and is looking around at all of this stuff happening in Iran and in Israel, and is starting to feel really uncomfortable with the notion of his family being so supportive of American presence in the Middle East, and his government, this religious kingdom, home of Mecca and Medina, being so okay with the US so embedded in the Middle East at this point. These are ancient, holy lands. Why is my government and my family supporting this great Satan superpower coming in and becoming so involved in the Middle East? So bin Laden sets out on a lifelong quest to fight back against these superpowers, not just the US, but also the Soviet Union, invading the Middle East. He heads to Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union is invading Afghanistan, trying to take it over. Bin Laden wants to fight back. By the way, the same year in Iran, that dictator that the US put in gets overthrown in a giant religious revolution that gets rid of the old dictator that the US liked and puts in a religious government headed by this guy, Ayatollah Khomeini. This new government takes a bunch of Americans hostage and starts off hating the United States. And I mean, can you blame them? If someone overthrew the person I elected, I would be pretty pissed too. So anyway, back to bin Laden. He arrives to Afghanistan with a few things. Number one, a bunch of money. Remember, his family's like super rich. He also comes with construction infrastructure because he's like a construction guy. Like his family knows construction and infrastructure building. But most importantly, he comes with an obsessive dedication to fighting back against any superpower that is invading the Middle East. So Osama joins in with all of these rebel fighters who are fighting back against the Soviet Union. And they fight a long, brutal war. By the way, the US was secretly loving this, loving that the Soviet Union was getting like beat back by these like rebel fighters. So they end up sending loads of weapons and money and support to these fighters, something that will come back to bite them a few decades later. Eventually, Osama and the Afghan fighters beat back the Soviet Union. It was 10 brutal years of war, and by the end, these fighters were battle-hardened. Osama was now completely dedicated to his cause of fighting back against superpowers who were coming into the Middle East. So he returns back to Saudi Arabia, where he starts raising money and awareness for his new group that he started while he was in Afghanistan. It's called Al-Qaeda. And the mission of the group is to protect Islam through violently striking back against big superpowers coming into the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia's like, Osama, like, do you have to do this, dude? Do you realize how rich we're getting? Like, Saudi princes are living on yachts in the south of France and like flying in their private jets, and they're like, dude, chill. Like, it's fine, we get it. We don't like the United States, but like, can you like maybe chill? Our partnership with the United States is actually turning out to be really great. And I know, yeah, they're really into Israel and they're really bad and everything, but like, they buy our oil and they give us weapons and we're like doing just fine over here. Osama doesn't chill, and the Saudi government eventually takes away his passport.
Yeah, this guy's planning on going and taking green.
Up with all the anti-American holy war talk. So Osama finds another plan to maybe win back the heart of the royals. Saudi Arabia has a next-door neighbor named Iraq who is run by Saddam Hussein, who Osama sees as a really bad Muslim, totally secular and brutal, and he's just like not a good guy. Saddam is also cashing in on the oil boom. He's building big palaces and statues of himself all over the country. Oh yeah, and he also used the oil money to build a giant army, like the fourth biggest in the world. With this massive army, Saddam decided that he could maybe multiply his oil reserves if he popped down to invade this little tiny country of Kuwait.
Smart play right there.
Loads of oil.
That was a smart play.
Sort of freaked the Saudis out. If Saddam, with his giant army, could grab Kuwait, what would stop him from marching right across this desert into Saudi Arabia? So there's this moment that it's like the moment of infamy of this whole thing, where Osama goes to the Saudis and he says,
I volunteer as tribute.
He doesn't actually say I volunteer in tribute. That was Hunger Games.
I believe we have a volunteer.
But he effectively says, I have me and my battle-hardened men who can go in and fight against Saddam and defend the kingdom. And the Saudis are like, no, we're not gonna let this ragtag group of rebel fighters fight off the fourth largest army in the world. And Osama's like, well, we beat the Soviets. Like, they're a big army with nuclear weapons and everything. And the Saudis are like, yeah, because you hid in the hills in caves in Afghanistan. Prince Sultan literally told bin Laden verbatim, quote, "There are no caves in Kuwait." And then he asks them, what will you do when he lobs the missiles at you with chemical and biological weapons? Osama's response, "We will fight them with our faith." And the Saudis are like, awkward? Sorry, dude, like... Instead, the king met with somebody else that he thought would make a much better fit than bin Laden and his faith fighters. Dick Cheney had flown to Saudi Arabia the day after Saddam had invaded Kuwait. At this point, the bromance between the US and Saudi Arabia had cooled a little bit, as Saudi had gotten more and more flack for being in bed with the US. But even despite this, he told Cheney to come with as much force and as quickly as he could. And that is exactly what Dick Cheney did.
Ready and willing to employ all means necessary.
The US went insane here. They recruited 37 other countries, and then they sent more firepower in terms of ships and bombers and troops and all this stuff than you and I could ever imagine. It was insanity. And they totally crushed Saddam. Within a few weeks, they had pushed Saddam back and completely won over the hearts of the royals. The bromance is back in business.
I've just gotta
So now
wait
you
for
have
something
these
to
Saudis
happen.
that are beaming at the Americans for helping them fight off Saddam. And you have a bunch of bases that the US set up to mount this attack. Way more than before. The US came with all of this firepower and manpower and bases and artillery, and then they just sort of never left. Something that really pissed off a lot of Saudis who were very uncomfortable with US presence to begin with. But the guy who was most pissed off than anyone in the Middle East at this point, Osama bin Laden, who had not only been rejected by his own country, but then who got chosen instead? But the great Satan, the United States, a power that Osama had built his entire life fighting against. So Osama bin Laden starts to double down on his original mission. He leaves Saudi Arabia and begins coordinating very precise attacks that could really only be coordinated by a guy who was good at technical details of a construction company and who had lots of money to fund it. He carries out attacks against the United States all around the world. And by the late 90s, he starts planning the attack that would change our world forever.
I have got a plan. Might not be the smartest plan. Nah, maybe don't want to make any enemies.
So this is just the first half of the story. What happens next is something that we're all kind of familiar with. In fact, I think we're all still kind of processing the US presence in the Middle East today and how that all went down. But it deserves taking a look at, and I'm not going to do that right now. I want to make a separate video for Iraq and Afghanistan and Israel and Iran and dive into each of these cases to show how the US presence in the Middle East is not just about oil. In fact, oil is becoming less and less of a vital aspect of the US presence as we have alternative sources of this sort of energy. Instead, our presence in the Middle East has become a fixture of how we think about foreign policy and how we think about the map. It's become so embedded in our military doctrine and in our foreign policy doctrine that it's proving to be really hard to think about how we could ever get out. Thank you everyone for watching this video.
I have a move that I think I want to do, but I don't want to risk it. I don't want to lose. But I want to try to bully them out of. Should I? No.
Man, the Middle East. The Middle East. It's a complicated place, and this is just a very broad overview. And like I said, I want to go deeper into each of these case studies because there's so much more to cover with each of these stories. Anyway, that is to come. Stay tuned for that. Thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring today's video. Big fan of Skillshare, big fan of online learning. Skillshare is a giant repository of online courses where you can learn everything you can imagine, from animation to photography to videography to cooking to entrepreneurial skills, like so many amazing things on Skillshare. There's a class that just published on Skillshare by my friend Nathaniel Drew. It's about developing your own voice online, unleashing your creativity. This course is really great. Nathaniel's really good at communicating and expressing, and he has a really unique voice online, and he teaches everything he knows in this course. So you should definitely go check it out. For a limited time, those who use the link in my description get 2 months of Skillshare Premium absolutely free. No money, and you get 2 months of free Skillshare. So
there we go. I'm gonna have him attack. All right, let's see if he does it. There we go. See if he understands what my plan is. Oh man, we are in. We are in. This was this guy's good. This guy's good. He knew exactly what the plan was. Okay, here we go. That was a good. That was sneaky. Ah, damn it. I should have left some there. Darn, I should have left some troops there so that to discourage him from going into my. There we go. All right, let's see. Alright, hopefully I can get this. Ah, shit. Damn, it didn't work out like I would have wanted. Ah, shit. Fuck. Oh, he understands what I did. That was good.
The Armory is a suit company that makes interesting content.
In the world of menswear, fit is everything. Given that men are mostly wearing navy or gray suits, what sets one man apart from the next is the way his clothing fits. At the Armory, we have a very specific view on how we think things should fit. We try to emphasize comfort because we believe that unless you're comfortable, it is difficult to look great. What we're looking for in a silhouette is something that has a shape, but is not constricting. The problem with clothing that's a little too tightly fitted, once you have to wear it an entire day, it becomes a burden, and then it's difficult to look great as a result. Alan now is going to go through a couple of examples of what we look for when we're fitting a customer.
I find stuff like this really interesting, personally.
Let's take a look at a few things to pay attention to when trying on a jacket. Just swing you to the side so you can see that collar. It has to.
One thing that I've been learning over time that I find really gratifying, you know how there's a lot of like really bougie high-end luxury industries that are mostly sort of bought from by rich people? One thing that's important to understand is even if people wearing high-end suits are themselves wealthy, bougie, whatever, the people making those suits are autistic. It's like the craftsman shit, you know? Like, maybe in the Middle Ages, only the kings would have, like, the coolest jewelry or whatever, but the jewelry wasn't being made by some bougie dude. It was being made by some autist for jewelry, right? So, this is like suit autism, you know what I mean?
The fit, just like this, snug but not tight across the neck. In terms of the back, nice and...
Suits are built up with layers, unlike regular clothing. They're made with a bunch of layers, and the key with suits, the way they're pressed and shaped and stuff, is that they have a 3D shape to them. You know? Because, like, normally an item of clothing is just like a sheet of clothing that fits on you, and it might be tight in some places, or it might be shaped this way or that way, but the point of a suit is to have, like, a deliberate puffing out in the chest.
Which is quite beautiful. You swing you around again.
You can tell, look at the sleeves, see? The way the sleeves has sort of like this nice, like pleasant roundness to them.
See that collar is still fitting very well. It's sort of hugging your shirt collar.
Yeah, structure, yeah.
In terms of the shape, you have this nice hourglass silhouette, but at the same time, you actually have quite a bit of space through the chest.
That's funny, he
and
quit.
the waist as well. So what you have is this very comfortable garment that you can wear all day long and not feel tired or constricted. And in
yeah, if it's a good jacket, you can raise up your arms and like move around and stuff, and it never looks like you're straining against a suit material, you know what I mean? It never looks like it's really tight or you're like gonna pull it. It never feels like you're gonna tear it or whatever. It's just, you know, well put
terms
together.
of the sleeve, nice balance. You don't want to go too slim, which makes it quite effeminate. Now you also have the ability to flex and you retain that mobility. A garment that has great silhouette and it's not constricting. It's how we like garments to fit at the Armory.
Don't want to be too gay in your suit, pal? True! Way too much shit is slim fit these days. The Armory has models that describe like the fit and type of the suit they make. The 6 is double-breasted.
We love double-breasteds here at the Armory.
How many median yearly salaries does that shit cost? We can find out. I'm pretty sure the Armory actually is relatively cheap as high-end bespoke, well, it's not bespoke, I should say the high-end like full canvas suits.
Alright, gotta get a trade.
So. Yeah, 1,500
And then once
to
I get a
2,000,
trade,
that kind of ballpark.
And I think most
I
of our
should be
customers do
good.
too, but most double breasted don't fit off the rack. This is something we've been working on for a long time. AMJ 06, a very classic and masculine look. You have that wider shoulder paired with that soft.
What's a mid-end tailored suit cost? Well, you can get any
Boom.
suit tailored. If you mean like a
Exactly
suit
what I wanted.
that's at a lower price point than this, probably Suit Supply or Spear and McKay.
Chest, very comfortable, but you can see that subtle waisting as well. Still no padding. You have that southern Italian styled shoulder leading to the spalla camicia.
Custom made to fit you. If you're getting a custom made suit, you're not getting out of that for at least a few thousand.
And very important on the
But you can get it
double-breasted are
tailored,
the
like,
lapels.
you know, you don't
We
you don't
something
have
a
to do
bit
that.
fuller, leading to a gentle belly, the lower buttoning point, which extends this beautiful line right here. Very subtle and elegant.
I prefer the Italian style to the... I thought tailored meant custom made. No, bespoke means custom made. Tailored just means you've had a tailor alter it in some way, and you can do that with basically any item of clothing. Wouldn't be too expensive to Helio.
Hi everybody, we're going to do a Q&A today. We're going to cover jacket lengths. We just did a video on trouser fit last week, and actually it brought up a lot of questions about jacket length, so I thought this is a good time to tackle this topic, because it's actually a little bit more of a complex topic than one might expect. And let's get started. So right now I'm wearing the Armory's Model 3 jacket as part of a suit. It's a size 48.
Boom.
It's 75 centimeters long, and I'm 175 centimeters tall. Our rules for jacket lengths are you should be seeing roughly half jacket and half trouser. So visually, like what you see up here should be equivalent to visually what you see.
The jacket should cover the butt. A lot of shirt jackets, or not shirt jacket, a lot of suit jackets are way too short because everything's skinny fit now.
Hi, I'm Mark.
And I'm Alan.
And today we're talking about Ring Jacket, which is one of our favorite suppliers at the Armory. So Ring Jacket is one of the best suit making companies in Japan. It's a family-owned company started in 1954 in Osaka. Around the mid-90s, they switched to a softer Italian style that they've been using ever since.
The Armory were the first to bring Ring Jacket out of Japan and into the world. Over the years, we've worked very
I do
closely
like
with
heavily
Ring
padded
Jacket to
shoulders,
develop all
'cause
these
I like
suit
the
models
V
and jacket
shape.
models that best represent the Armory style.
Boom. We might get a victory after all. Very possible. No.
Okay, so what we have here is something that Ring Jacket have been making for over 10 years now. The Model 184, somewhat of a classic to them now. You have the higher gorge, narrower lapel. You still have no padding through
Does
the
he mean
shoulder.
softer as in softer than armor? Softer in that its structure rounds a bit more, and that it doesn't have like sort of the jutting shapes of like an angled shoulder or whatever. Well, I think it's interesting at least. I hate how seriously these people take themselves. I mean, they're like world-class, high-end suit makers and tailors. I mean, they're artists. I mean, isn't there... Are they not allowed?
Hi everybody, we're going to do some styling today. So we're going to introduce this particular sport coat. We're going to do some styling with it.
Like, holy shit, dude. This suit looks so nice with the brass buttons. Oh my god.
Some styling today. So we're going to introduce this particular sport coat. We're going to do some styling with it. I love this particular sport coat because it is probably the most beautiful sport coat in the collection this year.
Can any tailor tailor a suit, or does it have to be a special suit tailor? Any tailor, any men's tailor should be able to tailor a suit, but there's definitely going to be variance in quality. Usually people who get stuff tailored are getting suits tailored.
Like, there are a lot of garments that are like, they're handsome, they're good looking,
God,
they're
that
rugged,
looks so
they're
like
interesting, they're rakish. But
the
there aren't that
textured
many
charcoal
garments
with
that
the
you
brass.
go,
It looks
"Oh,
so
that's a
good.
beautiful garment. And you know, like, kind of what is it that projects.
What even is a sport coat? A sport coat, it's the same term for a blazer. It basically means it's a slight, it's fitted to be more formal, and it can usually be worn with, like, without suit trousers. Like, you could wear it with chinos or jeans even, and it would look fine, you know? Like, for instance, the suit jacket he's wearing right here, you would never wear these with jeans. It would look ridiculous. This is way too formal. But this right here, you could have it, like, the button open, you could wear some, like, dark wash jeans and a t-shirt or, like, a turtleneck, and you'd look pretty dope, you know? Hell yeah, DM.
Or implies the word like, oh, this is beautiful, right? For me, it's things where the material just feels very, very refined. Like it looks.
Shut up, NATO expansion.
So let's cut to the chase here. Why? What did Russia, or at least Putin, think he had to gain by starting this war? It's easy to forget now, with Russia struggling to hold on to its marginal gains, that this was supposed to be the easy part. Even if Russia had gotten its 3-day victory in the conventional war, there was always an even bigger quagmire waiting for them there at the finish line. If they installed a friendly government and left, it would immediately be overthrown. If they stayed, they'd have to face an insurgency. And if they tried to just stop at conquering half the country, they'd have to defend a more than 500-mile-long border. So, what was the plan here? I've read a lot of theories, from Putin going after Ukraine's natural gas reserves to a theory that the Kremlin is enthralled.
That was some... I don't know. Maybe it works out for me? I don't know. I did help Blackout quite a bit by upgrading his territory, by helping him upgrade his territory. So maybe he'll be good to me. Seems like yellow is good to me. So now it's just a waiting game, and I'll be generating as much troops. See, I'll be generating almost as much troops as these guys. I'll be generating 4 to where they'll be generating 5 off of our territories.
Philosophers who all talk like Final Fantasy villains.
Every
plus I have
is the
9.
matter of believing. So we believe in what we do, we believe in what we say, and that is the only way to define the truth.
There we go.
American cable news pundits seem to switch between thinking it's because he's gone COVID isolation crazy or because he's always harbored a secret desire to reunify the USSR. For instance, did you know that Vladimir Putin once said
the collapse of the Soviet Empire was a great tragedy?
Vladimir Putin was the man who described the collapse of the USSR as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe.
The collapse of the Soviet Union, quote, the greatest catastrophe.
The greatest geopolitical tragedy.
As the greatest tragedy of the 20th century.
Not just a great tragedy, but the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. Never mind World War II.
Even Putin can't decide on a single story. One day he's claiming he needs to resolve the imaginary humanitarian crisis in Donetsk, and the next he's writing insane 7,000-word essays on how Ukraine and Russia are spiritually bonded. And what about the Russian people? Why are they going along with this? Theories seem to range from them being completely propagandized to them just all being orcs. And it's hard not to feel like all of these theories leave a lot to be desired, even if you combine them. However, there's one theory I feel compelled to debunk in detail because it is very specific, it's materialist, it's intuitive, and you sound like a rational, big-brain geopolitics understander when you repeat it. And it embodies a whole historical narrative of Russian-American relations that is very popular, even among opponents of Putin's war. This is, of course, the theory that Russia is acting in preemptive self-defense. Self-defense against American aggression, best embodied by America's decision to expand NATO to Eastern Europe, including, potentially, Ukraine.
In Washington, the foreign ministers of Canada, Denmark, Iceland, Italy, Norway, Portugal, and the United States signed with the nations of Western Union the North Atlantic Pact. This was no treaty aimed at aggression, but a pledge to cooperate in defense of the peace.
For those catching up, NATO is a mutual defense pact. If one country is attacked, every other country in NATO is obliged to help defend it. But if one country decides to go out on its own and start a war, the rest of NATO can say, you're on your own. Since the alliance was founded at the start of the Cold War to deter Soviet power creep, expanding it eastward could reasonably be
And
interpreted
now
as
I
an
just
attempt to
sit
strangle
back.
Russia, at a time when America was supposed to be softening its posture towards Russia. After all, how would America like it if China formed
And
a
get
military alliance with
troops
Mexico?
in
But
two
in many ways,
territories.
the theory that America provoked the war through NATO expansion isn't just about NATO. It's an elaborate narrative of 30 years of American aggression and Russian victimization. There are several lectures that have gotten very popular on YouTube that explain this narrative, but the most watched is this one from renowned international relations scholar John Mearsheimer.
The Russians didn't conquer or invade Crimea because they had a leasing agreement. There's a naval base at Sevastopol, and the Russians were leasing that naval base from Ukraine. So they had military forces there.
Mearsheimer has developed a reputation among certain communities as the Cassandra of the Russo-Ukrainian War, and as a result has become an extremely polarizing figure. I've linked his lecture in the description, but for the sake of brevity, I'll summarize. Allow me to present the great NATO sob story of 1991 to 2014. It's 1990, and Secretary of State Jim Baker has... Oh, no. I can't do voices. We're gonna have to do this normal voice. It's 1990, and U.S. Secretary of State Jim Baker and Chairman of the USSR Mikhail Gorbachev...
I don't get what
negotiating
he's
to do
doing
about
here.
Germany. Now that the
That is a very weird play. I've never seen anyone do that. Another thing that's good about this is if someone wants to kill me, they have to go through other people. The only one who could really kill me that with a one scoop would be Black probably. And I don't think that they're going to.
The walls come down, Gorbachev wants Germany to leave NATO, and America wants Germany to stay in NATO, even after it absorbs East Germany. So in order to get Gorbachev's agreement to let East Germany join NATO, Jim Baker promised America would never expand NATO to any countries to the east of Germany. That should have been the happy end of the story, but America had other plans. Because soon after that meeting, America immediately engineered the collapse of the Soviet Union, then forced the newly born country of Russia to destroy its own economy by privatizing too much. Or too quickly, or by giving Russia not enough aid money, or by giving Russia too much aid money, or by conditioning the aid too much, or by conditioning the aid not enough, or something. I don't know. It depends on who you ask. Everyone kind of glosses over this point. Then, with Russia crippled, America went back on its word and annexed Poland, Czechia, and Hungary into NATO, and then lied about there ever having been an agreement. Then it refused to let Russia join NATO, proving the open door policy was a lie, and that the expansion was aimed more towards...
See, now I'm catching up to troops with yellow.
...hemming in Russia. Then it bombed
slowly
Serbia for
but
no
surely.
reason. Tore up the anti-ballistic missile treaty, immediately started building interceptors, then it annexed the Baltic states, putting NATO troops and missiles within spitball range of St. Petersburg, and it was only finally when America was getting ready to finish the job by annexing Georgia and Ukraine that Russia decided it had no choice but to push back and defend itself by invading first Georgia and then Ukraine. But the American empire, drunk on its arrogance and the blood of countless brown people, instead of taking no for an answer, refused to acknowledge Russia's right to defend itself, forcing Russia to escalate. Now, did America say and do those things? Some of it, but, there's a lot of missing context. And, well, it might be easier to go back to the beginning. Let's roll the tape back and start over.
By the time the summit convened...
All right, yellow is stacking all of his troops. That means that he thinks that he's going to make a move.
morning, President Bush and Secretary of State Baker had shifted its spotlight.
So, in a meeting, Jim Baker does make an offer to not expand NATO eastward, but it's not clear if he meant within Germany or in Europe as a whole, because before he can discuss it further, President Bush tells him to take the offer back. But for a very convoluted set of reasons, Gorbachev comes away believing that he has an implicit agreement that NATO won't expand. Why didn't Gorbachev push for an explicit agreement? Because he was desperate for cash.
But the Soviet president's biggest headache is surely the economy, deteriorating by the day. Westerners who work in the Soviet Union say it's like living in a third world country. Upper Volta with rockets is the way one put it.
Gorbachev was taking heat from all sides. The leaders of the republics wanted more autonomy. The people wanted an end to empty shelves. And the hardliners in the KGB wanted Gorbachev to focus on holding together the empire. So Gorbachev, to keep his head above water, brought together a team of experts and economists, and they created a plan for a relatively quick but orderly transition from an entirely state-run economy to a mixed market economy. The plan was called the 500 Days Program, and it would keep the Union together, get food back on the shelves, and provide enough autonomy for the republics to be happy without having to dissolve the Soviet Union. But for it to work, the Soviet Union was going to need a lot of aid money. So Gorbachev spent the first half of 1991 going around the West trying to sell the plan. And the answer he got back from the United States was, maybe later. Well, that's fine. Gorbachev would just have to hold on for another year. He was still getting money from the Germans, and with that, he could buy...
В связи с невозможностью по состоянию здоровья исполнения Горбачевым Михаилом Сергеевичем своих обязанностей президента СССР.
They first moved in at 4 a.m., the first sign of the coup d'etat that removed Mikhail Gorbachev from power. With tanks in Red Square, the official word from the new government, calling itself the National Emergency Committee, was that the architect of Glasnost and Perestroika was too ill to continue in office.
Mikhail Gorbachev is now on vacation. He is very tired after these many years, and he will need some time to get better.
Tens of thousands filled Leningrad's Palace Square to demonstrate against the coup and cheer their republic leader, Boris Yeltsin.
Перед всем миром, подрывая наш престиж в мировом сообществе, возвращает нас к эпохе холодной войны.
Yeltsin supporters reacted with their bare hands, building makeshift barricades with whatever piece of disused machinery or brickwork was available.
Generally speaking, around the Russian Federation building, people are defying the 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew. The people there say
didn't
they
take
do
a
not
card.
obey the laws
Interesting.
of the military junta. They obey only the laws of Russia and the decrees of Boris Yeltsin.
How does a ragtag crowd prepare to fight a division of tanks? They toss a few more bricks on their flimsy barricade, pile up sticks and stones, and post a few more slogans.
The Soviet Union has entered its second night under military rule after a day of growing defiance and rising fears of bloodshed.
There has been now a report in from Reuters, the British news agency, that 3 people were shot dead outside the Russian parliament by Soviet tank crews.
Military convoys were seen heading out of Moscow. Tank drivers confirmed the coup was ending. To people manning the barricades here, the first sign the coup was faltering lay in the fact there was no all-out attack on the Russian Federation headquarters. The withdrawal came after dissension had developed in the military. At least 2 crack airborne divisions revealed they had thrown their allegiance to Yeltsin.
Less than 3 days after being placed under house arrest by communist hardliners, the Soviet president is to return to Moscow to retake the reins of government. The fate of the coup plotters remains unknown.
At the end of the rally, the Russian flag was hoisted above the parliament building in place of the hammer and sickle.
Tens of thousands of people outside Boris Yeltsin's headquarters were elated. In their view, he had saved the day. Victoriously, they waved the Russian flag. And one speaker said, the Black Night of Fear had become a new day of freedom.
The attempted coup of August 1991 only lasted 3 days, but that was more than enough to convince Ukraine that it couldn't wait for a compromise anymore.
Stay
It
there.
declared independence 5 days later. But you already know the rest of Ukraine's story. Russia, on the other hand, faced the prospect of a majority Muslim and Asian Soviet Union. So Russia decided to quit the Union too, and refocus on rebuilding its economy under the guidance of its newly sovereign president, Boris Yeltsin.
It is indeed a great honor for me to address the Congress of the great land of freedom as the first ever, over 1,000 years of history of Russia, popularly elected president, as a citizen of the great country which has made its choice in favor of liberty and democracy.
But the now Russian reformers realized they faced a much starker choice. Unlike the other republics, the power ministries of the Russian state, the KGB, the ministers of the heavy industries, and the military-industrial complex were still being run by people either involved with or at least sympathetic to the coup. Yeltsin became convinced that if he wanted to stave off another reactionary putsch, he'd have to disband them, and that the only way to get a market system in place was to do it all at once in order to make it a
Is he
fait
gonna
accompli
suicide
before
bomb
anyone
someone?
could stop him, even though this would mean privatizing property before actually having a way of protecting property rights, or ending price controls without controlling the money supply, or restructuring the economy without building a social safety net. In other words, their choice was between destroying the state or going back to the Brezhnev era. So the reformers became revolutionaries, and Russia's experiment in social democracy became an experiment in anarcho-capitalism, with predictable results.
Some prices had jumped even more than the 3, 4, or 5 times they'd expected. This butter was selling for 8 times the price it could have been bought
Oh,
for
what?
President Yeltsin emerged as the winner of a bloody power struggle with his opponents in parliament and their allies on the streets.
Outside
the
building, bodies still lay where they fell. There was still no official estimate of the number killed inside, though the city medical authorities said nearly 500 had been treated for injuries.
Over the weekend, Russia sent a force of more than 40,000 into the Republic of Chechnya and heading towards the capital of Grozny.
Troops from Russia's Interior Ministry scramble at the sight of an approaching armored personnel carrier. They don't know if it's one of theirs or one of the Chechens. As it passes, they open fire.
Was yellow and
the wiser who they're firing at.
Starovoytova was gunned down in the hallway of her St. Petersburg apartment in late November. Most Russians regard the killing of this pro-democracy member of parliament as a political murder and as evidence that their country's post-Soviet reform era is ending.
For Russian people, democracy is synonym of criminal anarchy. They never saw democracy as a working rule of the law mechanism. They don't know what it is.
Panicky Russians tried to withdraw their savings from banks while the country's financial system appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse.
The government virtually defaulted on its debt, and the ruble crashed in August.
Russia has continued to pound villages with their heavy guns, a tactic which the Chechens say has caused numerous civilian casualties.
At times, Russian soldiers have shut down...
Bro, was yellow working for... Was yellow with red? Why wouldn't they have attacked red too if they were gonna attack?
border and even shot at the fleeing refugees.
Commandos stormed a school in southern Russia today where
What the
militants
fuck,
held
dude,
hundreds
what?
of hostages. Russian news accounts said more than 200 people were killed, more than 700 wounded. Many were children.
An inflation crisis, a parliamentary crisis, a street crime crisis, an organized crime crisis, an official corruption crisis, an alcoholism crisis, a banking crisis, a sovereign debt crisis, 2 civil wars, and an Islamist insurgency, all in the span of 10 years. And the KGB hardliners who forced this outcome would spend the next 30 years blaming foreigners and Jews. Meanwhile, in America,
Today, a generation raised in the shadows of the Cold War assumes new responsibilities in a world warmed by the sunshine of freedom.
Bill Clinton takes office in 1993. With his 0 years of foreign policy experience on a platform 100% focused on domestic issues, he immediately faces a dilemma. Russia is on fire, and it looks like there's already a 50-50 chance it's a lost cause for the next 20 years. Unless you do something to protect the other countries of Eastern Europe, they might get dragged down with it. But if you make moves on those countries, Russians would interpret it as aggression, and you might accidentally push Russia into the abyss by trying to hedge your bets, when being nice to Russia might move it closer to America. And the foreign policy establishment in America seemed to be almost split 50-50 on what to do next. So why did America ultimately decide to take its chances with antagonizing an incredibly unstable Russia? That's where the Agency of Eastern Europe comes in. You will sometimes see people who supported NATO expansion complain that the NATO expansion sob story ignores the fact that Eastern Europe wanted to join NATO.
Crazy.
Saying America expanded NATO basically treats these countries as pawns rather than real people with real aspirations. But that argument's wrong, because even that argument understates Eastern Europe's agency. Countries like Poland didn't get into NATO by just begging until America took pity. Poland blackmailed its way into NATO. In 1994, Bill Clinton's first plan for Eastern Europe was not to expand NATO, but rather to create a NATO holding room called the Partnership for Peace.
Oh, I got second.
This partnership will advance a process of evolution.
Trump killed my... What? What does that even mean? Expert, master. Master. All right. Exit. All right, I'm done.